Percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days under Program 1. They planned to achieve 100% their target, but they only achieved 85%. The invoices could not be paid due to insufficient funds on both ISUPG and HSDG grants. The questions are there for the department to be asked. The next slide. On the next slide, Program 3 Housing Development. Number of even planned and surveyed. They planned to achieve 4,393, but they only the 4,393 it's annual target, and they planned to achieve 2,196. They achieved nothing. All previously submitted application as follows: Bloemfontein, Mohokari, Dorpan, Machabeng, Marikana, and Parliamenting, Manso, Papambili, Litsimeng. Portion 41, Malut Apofung, Tivet, Masilonyan, Palming, Twelopili, Forestberg, and Dishabing. Applications still at MPT level and have not gone past the stage. The main challenge, including responding to objections with supporting documents and MPTS that are not functional. The questions are there, Chairperson, for the department. The next one is that total of 154 sites and units were submitted of enrollment NHBSC RC during the quarter. Only 1309 enrollments were finalized, with the remaining 231 could not be concluded because of disclosure of NHRBRC offices. The questions are there for the department to answer. And then the next slide. Is it slide? What slide? It's 10. Yes. Number of informal settlement completed in phase 2. They planned the annual target, it's 10, and then the department planned to achieve 2. They achieved nothing. The reason for deviation: all previously submitted application follows Bloemfontein, Mohokari, Doren. It's same as that one on the other page. They didn't achieve all what they planned for. The questions are there, Chair. Number of informal settlement upgraded on phase 3. They planned to achieve annual target of 5. They planned to achieve 1 on the 3rd quarter, but they didn't achieve it. The reason for deviation was that Honey Park project and Marikana project are some of the 2 where outputs were expected. Honey Park was not allocated service provider until December 2026. The service provider has been changing. The next slide, slide 11. Chairperson, Program 3 Housing Development. Number of housing units completed. The annual target is 1,663. And then on 3rd quarter, the department planned to achieve 394, but they only achieved 12 targets. It's non-performance contractor on site. That says there's no contractor on site. That is why they didn't achieve all what they've planned. There are questions there, Chairperson. And then the next slide. Slide 12. Program 4, Housing Assessment Management. Why doesn't show? I don't know what happened now here. It doesn't want to show the other part. But they've planned to achieve 30. The annual target was 57. They planned to achieve 30. They achieved nothing. The reason for deviation is that Machabeng local municipality declined to accept the 4 properties to be developed. The Mangaung Metro declined to accept 36 properties to be developed. The questions are there, Chairperson. On the next page, findings. The committee noticed the insufficient funding faced by the department in non-achievement of targets. The recommendation will be to say the department need to observe not planning more than what they can achieve and put remedies in place. The next one, Chair, will be the last one will be analysis of roads and transport, community safety, roads and transport. But I'll be dealing with only roads and transport. I'll be dealing with roads and transport. Analysis on third quarterly report on non-financial Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport, 2025-26 financial year. The next slide will be introduction, that is table of contents. And then I'll go to slide 5. On slide number 5, that's performance progress program. Program 1, administration. Number of planned targets, they planned 7 annually. They planned 7 on quarter 1. Targets achieved, it's 7. Targets not achieved, it's 0. Program 3, transport operations. They planned to achieve 6. They only achieved 3 targets. None achieved, it was 3. Under program 4, transport regulations, they planned to achieve 16. They achieved only 15. 1 was not achieved. Program 5, transport infrastructure. They planned to achieve 8. They only achieved 1. They only achieved 7. 1 was not achieved. Fleet management. Under fleet management, they planned to achieve 2. They achieved 2. None achieved, it's 0. The total number that was planned for third quarter, it was 53. And then they only achieved 48. 5 was not achieved. The next slide, slide number 6. On slide number 6, number of visits conducted to Scholar Transport Association to monitor compliance. They planned to achieve 72. They only achieved 18. The reason for deviation, the portfolio of evidence provided by the program manager was inadequate, as one of the 18 required proof of evidence items were not submitted. And then the next one, number of provincial regulation entity hearings conducted. They planned to achieve 36. They plan to achieve annual target 36, but they planned on third quarter 9 and they achieved nothing. The program manager reported an achievement of 9 targets. However, they required proof of evidence to substantiate the reported performance was not submitted. The next slide. Its findings. The department said they will achieve all the non-achieved targets in the last quarter, in quarter 4. And then the recommendations. The committee will continue monitoring department in yearly. The department should achieve all non-achieved targets. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dumisani. Chair, I think you said that the non-financial part will not be. Yeah, maybe you can just explain to us.
Maybe if members can look through the chat group what was sent. We have the presentation of financials. It's only that the researcher is not available. You can just go look through that. We also then have questions also submitted that members can then entertain once they are engaging with the department. That's what I wanted to raise, honorable members.
Chair, if we can perhaps just get, I don't see it on the joint committee group. Is it there? Was it sent by Portia? Did you or somebody send it? Portia sent it. Okay.
They might pay us in April, so then it does not become part of the revenue collected in this financial year. But if they pay us within this financial year, maybe by March at least, we will see improvement in terms of collection of Department of Health. Then all the other departments are doing well in terms of collection, and so that is why you see a projection of around 23.4 million that is projected as over collection for revenue, but we'll need obviously to discount that 3.4, so we will sit around 20 million. So Chair, in terms of, these are just the economic classifications. What we wanted to emphasize is that, we collect most of our revenue from motor vehicle licenses. They constitute around 62% of what is projected for the financial year, and they've already collected around 83%. So, even if we were to realize under collection from a Department of Health, our projections is that we will still be able to cover that shortage through your motor vehicle licenses, and what is also collected by Treasury in terms of interest generated from what we are investing. So, Chair, then these are just the numbers in terms of percentage to indicate the percentage of collection per department is the same as the slide that we've just passed. These are the just revenue trends over the years, over the 3 years, just to indicate where we were in terms of the third quarter. In 23-25, we are above the norm of 75%. Also in 24-25, above the norm. Even in the current year, we are above the norm of 25%. So we seem to be doing good as a province in terms of collection of revenue, considering that we have also, pushed our revenue estimates to 1.2 billion. Chair, then in terms of expenditure, we're sitting at the budget. The adjusted budget is around 47.1 billion, Chair, and we have already spent about 35.2% as a province. This translates to around 74.8% that we have spent against the norm of the benchmark actually of 75%. So we are almost same level as the benchmark, but there are also, challenges here, concerns. For instance, we are still projecting to overspend by 1.8 billion as a province. And that projection, that projected of expenditure comes from your, that issue of that historical issue of public works and infrastructure, the issue of accruals of around 1 billion for municipal services. You also have that issue of COE goods and services within the community safety, roads and transport, 57 million. And also provincial legislature projecting around 27 million of expenditure. These legislatures about COE and goods and services, white fleet. Here is about municipal services. The legislature also issues of goods and services, and part of it is COE. Then you have education. It's also the issue that we have in year out, the issue of pressures of expenditure due to COE pressures. So this is the picture, Chair. We're projecting 1.8 billion. We're sitting at around 75% in terms of expenditure. I'll jump this one, Chair. So these are just the details, Chair, per department. This is what I've spoken to, the 728 of education, the 27 of legislature, the 1 billion that relates to accruals, the COE and goods and services on community safety, roads and transport. So it's about 1.8 billion that is projected as an over expenditure for this financial year, Chair. Classification, the over expenditure, Chair, if you look at our compensation, we've spent about 75%. We are flat on the same as the benchmark for the third quarter. Goods and services, 73%. But what is, again, just for details here, that over expenditure of 671 on compensation, which mainly driven by COE of education, community safety and roads and transport and legislature. You also have an over expenditure of around 1.1 billion that relates to municipal services. Part of this 1.1 billion is municipal services, Chair, which it's something that is sitting with the province year in, year out, the issue of those accruals of municipal services. Then you also have around 102 that talks to the issues of rates and taxes. So some of the projections in terms of rates and taxes, you will see some decline after the passing of the adjustment, because some of the departments, including public works, they had to do some shifting towards the municipal services, the current account. So, Chair, also on your payment for capital asset, there's an under expenditure, projected under expenditure of 93 million. That is mainly related to Department of Health. It was about misclassification from their conditional grants. They were spending, procurement of health technology equipment were being paid through the goods and services. So through the adjustment that we presented yesterday, Chair, you have noted that from the goods and services, they've shifted from their grant, they've shifted money to goods and services just to correct the misclassification. So going forward, you will not see this amount after the approval of the second adjustment. So they've corrected the misclassification. So these are just the trends, Chair, over the years in terms of expenditure. We're sitting around 75%, and it's an improvement from 23-24, where expenditure was a bit low, mainly due to your grants and so forth. But at least we moved to 76, so we are slightly down to around 75% in this current financial year. Chair, this is in terms of the compensation. I've spoken to this. We've spent about 75% as of end of the third quarter. 24-25 with 76.5, 75.4% in 23-24. So we, on average, we're spending around 75% over those 3 years for 75.5 for COE. But there are still pressures, Chair, there that needs to be addressed going forward, especially for education. And we've received, like we've indicated through the adjustment, we received from National Treasury some additional allocation for health and education, just to deal with issues of accruals and COE. But the funds that that have been allocated to education to deal with COE pressures, they don't have that impact that you'll expect to address the issues of COE in that department. I think they've received around 100 and something million compared to their pressures of around 700 million. So it's not enough to deal with the pressures. But the good thing is that at sector level, each and every province in their sector meeting, they are raising their pressures around the issues of education, especially your COE across these provinces. Chair, this is just the same thing comparison in terms of goods and services. Transfers, the same thing. We are spending almost the same as last year. The capital expenditure, Chair, we're sitting at around 60.5%, a bit lower compared to 24-25. We'll come to the slide of infrastructure that will indicate departments that are moving slow in terms of implementing. Chair, then in terms of conditional grants, you have your department.
Let me just check the previous slides.
Okay.
Are those figures, this one and the previous one of COE, are you going to have the variations? Like, remember that the adjustment takes money which was budgeted for COE, now is going to go to goods and services. Now, in terms of percentages, that as you reflect that this percent, 75%, is being expended by the end of the third quarter. does that percentage include that money that was not spent, which now in this quarter is going to be shifted to goods and services? Which then, I don't know whether you understand me.
Chair, but this report has not taken into consideration the movement of the adjustment. So they will be reflected in the next quarter.
That's what I wanted to
Yeah,
understand. It means, okay, in the fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter, the one of the fourth quarter will have affected the changes brought in by the adjustment, the second adjustment. But for this one, there's no impact.
It then says, that the figures must be slightly lower than 75%
Going forward.
No. I'm saying by the end of third quarter, it should have been slightly lower than 75%, which necessitated movement, because by 75% you are then saying in the fourth quarter you're left with 25%, which 25% will be taken by I don't know, maybe I'm making sense. Maybe we can discuss it afterwards, but my thinking is that you should have had less than 75% expenditure, which necessitated the movement, because that money would not be spent by the end of the financial year, which means that you should be more than 25%. And in terms of the target, you target that by the end of the third quarter, you must have expended 75% of your planned budget. Now, you can't at that point say that with 25% left, which must cover the remaining financial year, you can then take a chunk of a huge amount of money, as it has been taken out of health to goods and services. They will then shift it, and you still say that you are left with a 25% on COEs. Maybe we can discuss it afterwards, when maybe play with figures. Yeah. Thanks.
Chair, we can talk to it later on, just to digest it. Chair, then in terms of the conditional grants, we're not doing good. Overall, if I jump to slide 21, our budget for adjusted budget for conditional grants is about 10.1 billion. We had already spent about 7.7 billion, which translates to 76% that we have spent. So, if you look at the 76%, you will say we are all doing good. But we also have a challenge in terms of your spending of agriculture, Chair. By end of December, they were sitting around 47%. So I think the explanation are the same that have been given before. The late approval of their business plans, at sector level agriculture. Also the issues around, they had issues around the CSD, registration of the the farmers on CSD. And also one issue that they were raising, which was also impacting on spending, was the the footprint of our provincial banker, net bank. You find it in big cities, but if you go smaller towns where we have our farmers, they are not there. So that is what impacted on their spending. But what in our discussions and with the department, their movement in terms of addressing the issue of approval of the business plan on time, and also they have solved the issue of the CSD with Provincial Treasury in terms of registering the farmers. Then the issue of the footprint of the net bank, it's still a problem, that one. It's an infrastructure issue, so which is dependent on the private sector to have branches on the smaller towns. So I'm not sure how is that one going to be solved, but the indication is that they'll be able to spend better chunk of this money by end of the financial year, because once they've done all these things, it's all about transfer to the beneficiaries. So that is the risk that we're having, Chair, but all other departments are doing well in terms of...
Hoping also that Dr. Nhlabat, they're hoping that when farmers want signatures for expenditure, they are able to get those those managers who must append their signatures so that they can be expenditure for the farmers. I don't know whether they assure you that they will always ensure that those people are available. Because farmers sometimes complain to say once they want to expend, they can't because they struggle to get signatures from officials of agriculture.
No, thank you, Chair. It's one issue that they have not raised with us. I'm hoping it's one that we'll also follow up with them in our discussions. Chair, then we'll move to infrastructure, Chair, across the departments. So our budget for infrastructure investment is about 5.3 billion in this current financial year. And thus far, we have spent about 4 billion rand, which translates to about 76%, Chair. So all of the department have done well in terms of spending, but you still have the problem with agriculture for the reasons that we have also explained now. The issue of CASP that is spending low because of the reasons that we have mentioned. They are sitting at around 13.2%. You also have social development. We've raised the issue that they need to deal with the issues of capacity within the technical space, your infrastructure space. They must deal with that capacity there. And also public works, slow movement in terms of payment of invoices, including the impact of the Tusanong building, Chair. So that is, you see that they are sitting around 29%. There's not much movement in terms of public works. Then you look at other departments, Chair, at least they've spent. Sport also is an issue of, to deal with the issue of the technical capacity, infrastructure within that department. It's one issue that is disturbing them, and also the issues of, you still have issues of procurement delays in these departments. So those are the issues of the procurement delays and capacity in terms of infrastructure. They need to attend to that. But that is where we are now, Chair, at around 76% in terms of spending. The bigger departments, education, health, they've done well, 78%, 83%, and also your community safety, roads and transport, about 73%. Those are the departments that account heavily for this 5.3 billion, Chair, including human settlement that is sitting at 87%. Chair, this will be just a repetition in terms of expenditure over the years. The only issue that we can indicate, Chair, here, if you look at your human settlement, there were years that there were complaints in terms of spending for this department. The third quarter of 22-23, they were around 50%, and they started at least, you see some improvement over the years. This year they've registered around 86%, so there's improvement in terms of expenditure. Department of Health, yeah, they've done well in the past years, Chair, and they are going down. And one issue that maybe they will raise, Chair, is that in the current financial year, they started current financial year with a lot of accruals. So, they have to deal with the accruals. That is what also disturbed them, because the money that came in through the grant had to address the accruals.
Accruals every year. That's why Treasury has always been sending its staff to health. So it's not a new thing.
No, you are correct, Chair. It's not a new thing. And one issue, because I remember many years back we worked with Department of Health, and we addressed the issue of accruals, because there were accruals that will be out of the system and those that are within the system. And when they sit down and reconcile all these issues of accruals, you find that the accruals are more than what you will have been told earlier on, because there will be accruals sitting within infrastructure unit, and if you check these accruals and what is reported, it's quite a big amount. For instance, yesterday, in their own reasoning why they are moving money, they've also indicated that they were sitting around the accruals of about 823 million. So the movement of money, for instance, that COE that we spoke about yesterday, it's also directed to deal with the accruals, so that in their space they start the new financial year at least better, on a better position with this accrual being reduced. But they do have a lot of accruals.
Chair, can I just on that issue, how are they going to get out of it? What's the plan? Or is there just no plan? We're just going to continue the same rolling every year? Because we don't get more money. How are we going to address all of these? And they're not the only department. Education, all of these departments, roads, they're all set with accruals and a backlog.
You know, Chair, the report we got, fortunately, we from the Lekgotla last week, the presentation that was given by Department of Health, you know, the plan that they have in terms of reducing their accruals, if they stick to that plan, they will be able to deal with accruals without them having been given money by additional funding. For instance, it also involves deferment of some of the projects to deal with the accruals, because if you continue with these other projects and you not deal with accruals, you're building more and more problems for yourselves. So the presentation that they gave to us, that there is a reduction in terms of what they've done this year for accruals. So if they were to be given another year, they will deal with these accruals. They do have the plan, and I will also suggest that maybe in the meeting that we have with the Department of Health, they give a slide on that plan, because their plan was very convincing in terms of dealing with the accruals.
Chairperson, it is worrisome that their collection rate is very little. And they're not going to get out of this if they don't get in more money. We're not going to get more money from National. They must collect. And yeah, the fact is that we are struggling to get our money from the Lesotho government. Now they now and then pay, but that's not good enough. We must get to a point where we take decisive action, whether we are going to continue on this trend where we deliver services but we are not being paid, and then we fall into this trap of accruals just growing and growing to a point where we can no longer tend to the patients of South Africa. Thank you.
But they're giving money, that money by Lesotho. When they're giving that money by Lesotho, it doesn't deal with those accruals. It goes elsewhere. You remember we raised it last year when they got that huge money from Lesotho. So Lesotho should not be a reason for their non-performance in terms of revenue collection. Because my feeling is that from time to time, whenever you ask about the issue, they talk about Lesotho. But when Lesotho has paid, and you still sit with the same problem, because the money does not go to those issues where it's supposed to. It's going elsewhere. Maybe what we also have to understand is that did you, as Treasury, agree with their plan? Because I think before finalizing, they were supposed to have bilaterals with you, so that once there's implementation, there's an understanding between Treasury and themselves. Part of the issues, remember, is that that we were asking previously was that in relation to priorities of government, the Treasury should also be guiding in terms of the units that Treasury is having. So if they come with a plan and there's no buy-in from Treasury, at some point when government decides to take decisions that runs contrary to what would have been planned, because those decisions will be taken at Exco, it should be Treasury which should be saying, no, we want to achieve that thing because we were part of the agreement to have this achieved. That's my feeling, because otherwise in future, if it's not like that, there might be some problems arising in the future in terms of implementing that plan. But it's what is it? You say what has bolted? We can't go back. Yeah, we can't go back to that. Bernard?
Thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Foku had his hand up first, so I will allow him, if you allow.
The Pretorius. I gave you, I said, I give you seniority.
Chair, I'm first here because you never focus this
You see
side.
the Pretorius, what you're
So
doing.
let me carry on, Chair, because I'm the first one and you never recognized me. Chair, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to check the presentation here, Chair, was talking to shifting also of the funds to the other departments, and I really confused here because one, Bongani in Velcom, they never paid the services and they are having a problem. People are not getting services there because of the facility itself is closed because of non-payment that was supposed to be done by health. So now I don't know whether when they are doing shifting of funds, are they consider to pay a Bongani so that they must work under the good conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question to Treasury is noting the massive backlog that we see in DPWI in terms of the rates and taxes for all of the end user departments. What is Treasury's view? Should there at some stage not be a decision to say DPWI as the landlord will no longer be liable for the payment of the municipal rates and taxes, and that the end user department, with its health, education, etc., actually take accountability? Because my thinking is, as long as you as the end user is not responsible for the payment, you don't worry about leaking toilets, lights being on overnight. Should there not be at some stage be a decision taken to say the outstanding debt is the outstanding debt, and DPWI has to settle it. But at some stage, the current account will have to be settled going forward by the end user, so that they take responsibility to, really proactively look at leaks. As we're speaking, I know at the Free State Sports Science Institute, there's a leak. The information I have, it's been leaking since January. It's a massive leak. I received a video this morning, and that's millions of liters of water going to waste as we speak. And it just feels, well, it's now 2 months it's been leaking. Nobody's coming to fix it. So that account will never lessen if someone does not really take accountability for the water and the power that's just leaking or on all the time. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, the issue of the payments of, for instance, Lesotho, I think, Chair, you are correct. One will expect that as the payment come from Lesotho, they will be used to deal with pressures within the department itself, your Department of Education. And these issues also raised by your Department of, I still call it PRT for convenience. They also have that argument that they are collecting more than 60% of revenue, therefore they must be given more money. But for you to do that, then you'll have to change the whole budget framework of the province, because the revenue is allocated even before collection. So it's part of the budget framework. So if you were to want to do that, to say Lesotho has given so much, then you can retain it as a department, then you might end up with technically having tabled a deficit budget, because that money is allocated to departments before collection. So it will need a decision whenever they raise this issue, especially health and Department of PRT. We always say maybe it must be tabled to ESCO, let it be discussed and let the decision be taken, because it is what it is now. You have to change the budget framework of the province. Then the issue of their plan, Chair, in terms of dealing with the accruals, Department of Health, I would say there was a consultation, and we listened to them as Treasury through the PM Tech, because they came through the PM Tech meetings. They presented their challenges in relation to accruals and what plans they have to deal with the accruals going forward. So that was presented in the PM Tech, chaired by our MEC, and their MEC was part of that. And my understanding is that the meeting also accepted the plan of the Department of Health. So they were just fortunate now in terms of the allocation that came in now for the frontline services, health and education, that came in through the adjustment, because I think they received about 385 in December. Part of that money is for appointment of unemployed doctors, also your associated allied health workers to be appointed, and also there was part of the money for procurement of beds, hospital equipment, specific sheets and beds and so forth. So this money came in December, and you still have to go through procurement. Procurement of government, sometimes they are very slow, including the issue of recruitment. Hence, you've noted that they are moving a lot of money that is mainly, part of that additional fund to deal with the accruals. So that came as, as a windfall for them to at least to bring down the accruals. Rather than if we were to keep that money, as I explained yesterday, if you were to keep that money and try to wait for the recruitment to complete, you might end up losing that money, because where I'm seated, I don't think they would have been able to spend that money by end of the financial year. And it's a COE money. You cannot subject it to rollovers. You must just send it back to national. So then the other issue, Chair, the issue of the shifting of the funds, as we discussed yesterday, these funds, if you listen to what has been explained by Department of Health, the money is moving towards payment of accruals. Included in those accruals are invoices from different facilities. I'm not sure about Bongani Hospital, but the funds the shifting is meant to deal with those accruals. Accruals are informed by invoices that they will have received. So hopefully, I'm not sure, Bongani maybe is part of those that will be paid through the shifting of these funds, but the funds are going to deal with accruals. I think the issue of it's an issue that was raised. I'm hoping I'm not quoting. I don't think I'm quoting it wrong. The MEC of Public Finance, because she was saying this has now become a problem for her alone. The issue of municipal services. What about changing the approach? Let each and every department take care of its own municipal services. So that issue has been raised, but as far as I know, no decision has been taken. It's an issue that they will be raised when we're discussing budget pressures and so forth. But for me to hear, a concrete decision around that, I have not heard that. But it's an issue. You are correct. I'm always driving around Pelonom. You will see the leakages of water, and you know very well that we have challenges in terms of municipal services, and these are the things that we're seeing happening in terms of, leakages happening across these buildings. So I think that is as far as I know about the issue of the payment, Chair.
Minister of Public Finance, you were saying it was the Minister of Public Finance, or it was a slipper of the tongue?
No, the
Like the
MEC of our provincial MEC of Public Works.
Or Public Work, or not? I thought you were saying Public Finance. Now I wanted to understand which one is that, like the Public Affairs.
Yeah. I think I must be rested, Chair. I seem to be making mistakes. Chair, then I think we are done, Chair. It was just the recommendation.
That's the report, an overview from Treasury in terms of the third quarter expenditure for all the departments. Honorable members, is there any other issue that you still wanted to raise with Dade Foko? Dade Vernel? Noa Chabalala? Dade Vernel?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm very concerned about the slow spending on infrastructure. What are the early warning mechanisms that's built in with Provincial Treasury to sort out? I mean, if I look at social development, only 26% spent on infrastructure. Public works, 29%. Agriculture, 13% only. It's terrible. Sports, arts and culture, 50%. If we look to, well, again, on Monday, the roof of the old presidency was leaking extensively. It's actually in the newspapers this morning. So you spend only 50% on infrastructure whilst the roofs are leaking at your museums. To my mind, infrastructure spending should be at 100%. Always. There's a massive backlog of infrastructure. What are the early warning mechanisms at Treasury that needs to go off in terms of all of these departments? We can't have this low expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Is it you? Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, now I'm really concerned about hospital equipment. How can fihla in National Hospital, people are using wonderful blankets, the one that you can use for your dog outside. It's a very painful thing if you can go there. So ne ke kopa fela hore ka nnete ke bewe leihlo taba ya dikobo for bakudi. There's a patient e ke la banka ya ka mo isetsa kobo mo.
Are we not going to reserve that for when we are going to
Okay,
engage
okay.
Department of Health? I think is it next week when they're coming here?
Thank you, Chairperson. Specifically for Treasury, in terms of agriculture, that's only spent 13.2%. I know that there were challenges, but they also received in December, they received a special grant specifically for foot and mouth disease. I think it was around 50 million, if I'm not mistaken. Don't have it in front of me. We noticed that on veterinary services, there was nothing budgeted. Now, they have the opportunity now to move around some of the money. Will it be possible, in your opinion, to move that there so that they do not lose that money and so that it can go to address the crisis that we are sitting with now? Because it will ultimately be the veterinary services that will have to assist once we get the vaccines. So just if you could give us a bit more information there, thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The issue of infrastructure performance of the province, we have been having, problems also ourselves in terms of how the department are performing. That is why if you were to look at the trends, if you can throw it back to about 5-8 years, you see that we are not performing well. But in the last 2 years, we see, I'm talking provincial-wise now, you're seeing improvement in terms of infrastructure spending. It should not be spending also, but you must also see the quality in terms of your physical infrastructure. Because if we only look at spending and you don't go down to look to do some site visit, it does not assist you. So we're doing site visit as a province together with Public Works, and in our visits, we also raise issues with the department as part of the site visit, and we also have reports that go to our HOD and shared with the departments in terms of indicating what our recommendation. We mainly look at the issues of expenditure and just the physical progress, and we'll give recommendation in terms of what are the remedial action that the department must take in terms of improving, and we'll always ask them, can you share with us your remedial action? But specifically social development and sport, it's an issue of capacity, Chair. As long as for instance, one chap dealing with infrastructure, there's only one chap dealing with infrastructure within sport, and he's been just that person for the very longest time. So we've raised these issues, and also social development, the issues of the maintenance of their homes. They've raised the issues that they don't have enough money in terms of maintenance. For instance, their budget for maintenance is 10 million. So our argument was that, but you can't want to have more money when you can't even spend the very little that you have because of capacity. So it's even the issue that was raised even in our meetings last week. They've raised the issue that they are addressing the issue of capacity, but they are still emphatic in terms of saying 10 million is not enough. So there was an agreement taken that let's move it to about 12 million, add 2 million and take them into confidence that they'll address the issue of capacity and deal with maintenance, because maintenance is an issue. They don't have infrastructure, big infrastructure, it's just maintenance. The issue of the same with sport, if I remember well, in terms of adjustment, they've also moved money, saying they want to deal with maintenance. If I remember well on our adjustment colleagues, they've moved money to deal with maintenance. They can move money, but as long as they've not addressed the issue of capacity, money can go and sit there, and we only have few months to do the issues of maintenance. One advice that we have given, Chair, to the departments, your social development, this year, with small, maintenance project, and this year sport and social development, was that why can't you use the artisans, because Public Works is saying they have artisans. Those artisans can be used by other departments. So we've been also raising that issue, that let's use the artisans from Department of Public Works, and you can look around the issue of governance, procurement, how you deal with that within yourself and Public Works. But Public Works is on record saying you can use our artisans to do, this smaller maintenance. When you go to RAs, there's a door that is falling apart, or there's 2 or 3 ceilings that are falling down. You don't need to go to, you can use these artisans. So it's one thing, that avenue that they can use in terms of maintaining even these homes of social development, while we are addressing the issue of capacity. The issue of the I'm not sure, I'm sure colleagues, you are aware about the 15 million. I'm trying to think about the adjustment of December. The light is not coming on. But all that I know, Department of Agriculture, they have presented pressures in terms of for instance, they are dealing with foot and mouth disease. Those pressures are very known to us, and they've also, I can tell you, Chair, today, that we had, I think, about 3 or 4 submissions from agriculture, specifically dealing with appointments of vets. I think it went through. We have about 3, because I know they were phoning us saying that we have serious pressures in terms of vets, and we have people that we have interviewed. We want to appoint. We're waiting for you, Treasurer and Office of the Premier, to activate Bersal. So we're very aware of that. That there's a movement in terms of appointing of the vets. I cannot remember the number, but there were appointments that the submission that went through Treasurer, about 3 of them. So I don't have the numbers, but I know the vets were part of that, and the vet technicians. But the pressures that they presented, Chair, the money that also they wanted, the funds that they've shifted through adjustment to deal with pressures within that space. So the way that those pressures were presented to us, I think they will be able to spend the money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think what you also highlight is the problem that we have been raising in the committees, the problem of intergovernmental relations, which has appeared to be a problem in our provincial government, and which prompted at some point a situation where we were saying we need to engage with the Premier. Now, if you have artisans, engineers and artisans concentrated in Public Works, and then departments, line departments being reluctant to make use of them, or either maybe Public Works does not want them to assist other departments, I don't know, but it really talks to the issue of that cooperative governance that is necessary amongst departments. Maybe we'll flag it. Maybe the next time we engage the Premier, we'll try to highlight it. We have been raising this problem in relation to the heritage sites that you find in President Brand Street, and we did do inspection there. Site oversight. A lot of problems that we found there was mainly on the issue of maintenance. So we must just find a way on how to conscientize provincial government to be able to attend to issues like that. Thanks. I think now we will have to get the third quarter report of the department. I'm sure the HOD was outside. I don't know. Real third quarter ke la department. I don't want to think and check get a central. Good morning, um, I wouldn't want us to delay, so I wish that we should just go straight and not wait for the MEC. We will explain to him later on that we apologize for starting before you arrive. You. It's because of team treasury. There's something witchcraft or something that. Can we get how much is HOD, I think we should just go straight for you to. I said, oh, wait, come on. I wouldn't want us to have you introduce yourself. You have been introducing yourself for over a year now.
Ntate, good morning.
Good morning.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My full names are Pakiso Elias Lebone.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate.
Thank you.
Mayor. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Audrey Boetes.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Elson. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Alison Esther Adams.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Without wasting time, HOD, over to you. Is your presentation on that machine? Oh, the department does not have a laptop.
No, no. Thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, as well as the honorable members. Chairperson, we will be delivering the presentation for Provincial Treasury in terms of the third quarter expenditure. Chair, this is the presentation layout wherein we have outlined the purpose, and then we have also indicated the expenditure as well as the rationale behind under expenditure. And then from there, we also have revenue that we are collecting on behalf of the province. Lastly, we have outlined the recommendations. In terms of the purpose of this presentation in the main is to inform the committee about the spending of the provincial treasury in terms of the third quarter. When we move to the next slide, Chairperson, slide number 3, as provincial treasury, the department is allocated 381 million for the 2025 financial year. Chair, in terms of the 381 that we have been allocated, thus far as a department, we have spent 229 million. If you look at the second last column, so we have spent, in terms of the percentage, 60%. Now, if we zoom into various programs, Chairperson, the department or administration have spent 63.6% from the budget of 127 million. Now, if I'm to also explain in terms of the administration, this is where most of our functions are centralized. The issues relating to, in the main, HR, the employee wellness. So most of our functions are centralized here. When we go to program 2 is allocated 62.6 million. From that, the program has spent 44.9 million, which translate to 66.9. This program in the main, Chairperson, deals with the preparation of the provincial budgets. So the expenditure for this program in the main, it is seasonal. We spend most of our money as and when we print and we table the budget. But I must also indicate that embedded in the expenditure or low expenditure, it is also issues relating to the delay in terms of filling of the post, but I will also elaborate more. Program 3, Chairperson, this is a program that deals with the supply chain as well as transversal systems such as bus and logis. Now, the expenditure from 80.6 million, it's sitting at 52.9, which is 65.7%. Chair, we are also paying a lot of money relating to CETA in this program. But in the main, I must also indicate that there were also challenges around filling of the post. Though we have recommended some officials to act, but we will always have those variants in terms of the savings. For an example, the chief director post is vacant. There's somebody acting at that level. Financial governance, this is the program that assists with the audit for departments in the main. So this program is allocated 33.4 million. The expenditure thus far, it's around 58.8%. The rationale behind under expenditure in the main in this program, it is also the issue relating to vacant post for PAG. We do have acting PAG though, but apart from that, there is an amount that we ought to spend relating to capacitation of the departments on risk as well as internal audit and preparation of the AFS. Lastly, we have MFM, which is the program that deals with the monitoring of the municipality, but additional to monitoring of municipality budgets, the unit, it is also assisting in terms of the interventions as well as the clean audit. So the current expenditure of this program is sitting at 33.4 million from the budget of 76.9. Chair, I think I need to pause when it comes to this and maybe elaborate more in terms of what is happening. The program, as I've indicated, in the main, it oversees the municipalities. Now, we have had a number of vacant posts. One of them, it was for the chief director. We appointed her at a later stage, Mayor Allison, so there were also savings. Apart from that, Chairperson, we had money that we put aside for interventions. For interventions, Chairperson, we managed to appoint somebody to assist in the Lejolepuzo, where there's section 139, 5A and C. So we are also in the process of appointing another person who will also assist in terms of the interventions in this regard. But coupled to that, this program, it is also assisting with municipal support programs. The support that we are offering in the main, we have put aside, colleagues will correct, 10 million. We looked at fiscal framework for municipality. And when you look at the fiscal framework for municipality, you will realize that almost 75% should come from own revenue. Now, as Provincial Treasury, our stance was that when we are intervening, let's intervene on the revenue enhancement. So we have set aside 10 million for that purpose. We have assisted, firstly, the Metsimaholo with 3 million. And then we are finalizing the 7 million for Dihlaben Chairperson. We have signed the MOU, but we could not transfer the funds. The reason why we did not transfer the funds, it was purely around the due diligence. We were waiting for National Treasury to afford the municipality the service provider. It was one of the terms of conditions to say, we cannot transfer the funds to the municipality if they cannot demonstrate that they are participating in RT 29. So we have since received that confirmation. So next week we will transfer the 7 million to Dihlabeng. Chair, the other thing that we are also doing is to assist with the UIFNW.
You know, I'm looking at you on the issue of acronyms. What is RT29?
It's a participation contract that is arranged by the National Treasury to assist municipalities with revenue enhancement. In the main, they cover water as well as electricity. So for Dihlabeng, specifically looking at Clarence, we have targeted the water because last time the Dihlabeng was assisted with 50 million by National Treasury for the same contract. The UIFNW chair, it is unauthorized, irregular.
Let me acknowledge the presence of the MEC. MEC, we had received your apology, but we thought that we can't wait for you. We just have to rush straight. So we apologize for that.
Chairperson, remember one of the challenges with our municipality is a high, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In this regard, Chairperson, we have advertised a tender, but this tender will be controlled, if I can use the word, controlled at Treasury. It is Treasury that will appoint the service provider, but we are targeting municipalities with the highest UIFNW. So we have set aside 7 million. The tender is, has been advertised. It is closing now on the 13th of March. Chair, maybe just to also explain why the delay. The delay on this tender, we wanted to firstly issue the one for departments because we have also used almost same terms of reference, but there was a difference in terms of legislation. So we waited for this one to go through probity, and then when it was okayed, then we continued with the one for municipality. So it is now closing. It's about 7 million, Chairperson. So Chairperson,
Are you saying you have the same arrangement for provincial government, but it's still not performing?
Chairperson, we have few departments.
Maybe we need to check what entails the contract. For instance, if you say you're going to deal with that issue in a specific municipality, what really causes them to have a huge irregular expenditure? So that when you say you send the service provider, what are the specific terms of reference that this person is going to do there? And as you do performance, this thing, what is it? Hey, this words escape my mind. It's because of the gray hair, Aniki. See?
Chairperson, we all do have this gray hair.
Yeah, over to you, actually.
No, thank you very much. Chairperson, what we will be doing, the person that, or the service providers that will be appointed, firstly, they will be assisting in terms of investigating the irregular expenditure. They will also be assisting in terms of investigating the unauthorized expenditure. What we have noticed is that municipalities have structures like MPEC. But when it comes to either write off or recover, those recommendations are not coming forth in some of the municipalities. We have only noticed it now because National Treasury and ourselves, we issue an instruction note that says, you need to deal with unauthorized expenditure and we must start to see the reduction. But in doing that, there must still be due diligence. So that is why we firstly wanted to check if this one of the department is working, because we took almost same terms of reference. So Chairperson, on that one of the department, we have health that is participating. We also have agriculture. We also have Department of Social Development. I'm not sure if there's any other, but it is a tender that is open for all provincial departments to participate. So thus far, we have started with those investigations on the side of the provincial departments. Chair, if I move forward, the next slide is about compensation. It's about economic classification. Chair, as I've indicated, in the main, the biggest challenge in terms of our expenditure, it's around compensation of employees. We have 275 million, and then as a department, we have spent 66.4. We know in terms of the norm, we should be around 75%. But Chair, I need to indicate the following. Firstly, where we had vacancies, we made sure that we put people to act so that we don't have challenges around the service delivery. In areas where we were lacking, for an example, human resource, we also afforded the unit to work overtime just to cover primarily on the issues relating to processing of the applications for filling of the post. So, Chairperson, thus far, we have made 11 new appointments. We are also in the process of concluding 3 internal promotions as a department. Chairperson, we have also had about 11 interviews as a department. We are in a final stage of finalizing that. I need to also indicate, Chairperson, that we have also appointed 3 financial experts. These were appointed on contract to assist municipalities with regard to the audit outcome. But unfortunately, one person that we appointed was reappointed back by the former municipality. It was one of the CFO that we appointed. So the person has resigned. We have two now that are left, that are left in the system. Chair, we also have about 25 posts that have been approved for advertisement. So this is a clear demonstration from our side as a department that we are trying to move with speed in terms of filling the post, because that is one contributing factor in terms of our under expenditure as a department. Chair, in terms of the transfers, we, as I've indicated, bulk of the transfers relate to the municipalities. We have 15 million, and then we have transferred 5.7. As I've indicated, we will be transferring funds to Dihlabeng as well as Metsimaholo. So this will then push our expenditure with regard to the transfers. But what we have also preserved in terms of the transfers, it's money relating to the colleagues that will be exiting the system who took an advantage of the early retirement and voluntary exit package. Chairperson, basically that is our presentation with regard to the expenditure. I will go now straight to slide number 8 with your permission. Slide number 8, Chairperson, it's about the revenue. Firstly, Chairperson, Provincial Treasury derives its own revenue predominantly from interest on investment. We are investing on behalf of departments. So that is where we are deriving our interest or our revenue. So we, from the beginning of the year, we had a budget of 31.5 million. And then this budget was adjusted upwards to 47.3 million. This was purely around how we're performing. Chairperson, thus far we have collected 56.6. So we have relook at our projections moving forward against what the provincial budget is. So we have adjusted this for MTF in excess of 60 million, if I'm not mistaken. The CFO will 65 for next year. Yeah, for next year we have put 55 Chairperson, just to correct the base. But I must also indicate, Chairperson, it is always not that easy to project for this, because what we do when we have money, like 500 million or so, we will put it to the investment. Sometimes we don't have it, but we have since decided that in order to correct our base, as you can see, Chairperson, for next year we'll be moving from 31 to 55, just to ensure that there's a credibility in our projections. So, Chairperson, this is our presentation. Let me then pause here. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So you say the transfers, because you are now at 36% and you're only left with less than a month to spend. What is going to happen with the under expenditure on that?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we, as I've indicated, we have about 10 million that we are going to transfer to 2 municipalities. The 3 will be for Metsimaholo. In fact, the 3 million has been transferred. It's just that we can't report it now because we are reporting for third quarter. We have transferred 3 million. Next week we'll be transferring 7 million. So the other remaining part, it will be for officials that are exiting the system. We have a couple of officials who took advantage of the early retirement. So part of the transfers will go to them in terms of the household.
Is it in the, what is this, in the adjustment?
Chairperson, not in this one that we have passed. We were waiting for National Treasury to...
So we are still going to have another adjustment again? Yes, because we learned that we were told by...
MEC Maboya.
Yes, by MEC Education. Who told us? And we said, no, but you have not discussed that with us. And what if you are going to reject it?
Chair, if I can just explain, we were.
No,
you-
no, 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 no.
Oh.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Let me start with Medulla. Oh, that gentleman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The RT 79 question that you also asked, I just want some clarity on this because I live in that municipality in Ditlabeng. We were told that 7 million rand is going to be spent through a MOU with Ditlabeng to enhance revenue collection in Clarence, which is a small village. My question is, how much revenue do you expect to collect from Clarence? You're spending 7 million rand to collect. How much are you going to collect? And then they also said, Chair, 50 million rand was spent for the same contract. How much was collected and why are you then spending more money on the same contract? 50 million rand is a huge amount of money. Did you even collect 50 million? Did they even collect 50 million in that municipality to cover that? So we're spending a lot of money to collect. I don't know how much, Chair, they can perhaps tell us this. Thank you.
Chairperson, mine is with the lack of intervention employees. So again, and this is not a new thing, time and again, we hear that the appointments were not made for the people that must assist when we put a municipality under intervention. Our municipalities are in a dire state. If I just think of Machabeng, I don't see anything with regards to Machabeng. They are not collecting at the moment. Their metering system isn't working. They rarely have water and electricity, and they are milking the remaining businesses that are left there because they are refusing to allow them to make use of solar and things like that. So what is Treasury's plan with municipalities such as Machabeng? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
You are in diaspora, that's why I sometimes forget you.
Good morning to both chairpersons. Thank you for the presentation and the honorable members. I want to understand what is on the issue of municipal finance management, overseeing municipalities. How does that assist? Because now I understand that there's low expenditure, but how does that assist in a municipality that has no capacity in the SCM? For instance, we know that last year you have told us that you are going to employ chartered accountants. How far those chartered accountants are in terms of doing the work? Are they assisting in terms of doing the work? Because if municipalities, they don't have capacity, if this intervention is just to oversee, it means that we'll still be having the same problem of UIF in those municipalities. Secondly, I want to understand in terms of the COE, what is the turnaround time for filling a vacant post? Because I've been struggling around with savings that have been made from not filling the post in time. What is the turnaround from the approval of the advert, shortlisting, interview, security clearance, and what is the turnaround time? Because I understand that Treasury also plays a role in filling the vacant post. Because if you would close if we have a turnaround time, surely would know that what becomes a problem, or is it the department, or is it the Treasury, or is it the office of the Premier, so that you know that you are not making these savings. Because at the what is at stake is that people want to work, and when people want to work, you are making savings, you are not appointing on time, or you are not promoting people, whereas the province faced with unemployment. then what is the turnaround time? Perhaps if you can have turnaround time, then or at least tell us where is the problem, so that we understand where is the problem or about the filling of the vacant post. Because I want to suspect that both chairs that it might not be the only department that has a problem of filling the vacant post in time. Because if the department takes a quarter to report, it's 3 months. So if a department within 3 months unable to fill a vacant post, then what then becomes the turnaround time? 4 months, 5 months, 6 months to fill a vacant, and that is not efficient at all if that is the case, because they come to us on the third court, and for them to come at least in 3 months, they should have at least advertised and done all the work that to fill those vacant posts, because we can't accept the explanation of they are saving on the COE, whereas there's a crisis of unemployment of people that needs to be employed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and let me also welcome the presentation. I want to add to the honourable member. My problem is, and this is the second year that Treasury actually got a savings on its every time COE. If you can actually manage by not appointing people, look, there was the argument that I had at some stage, or we had at some stage, was that we've got a bloated government and employee system. But if you can actually, I don't understand it. If you don't appoint somebody, somebody must act in that position. They get the highest salary, but they do 2 jobs work. But you're managing with it. Either that it wasn't needed in the beginning, or you are not getting to what you should do because somebody else is doing the work that somebody should have done. And at some point of way, the pop is going to fall on the ground. So explain that to me, because if we can save there, is it needed? Or can we do without it? Are you going to just save and transfer the money again to somewhere else? My biggest problem is the fact that we are doing the municipalities' work. We are now throwing money to the problem and we're not resolving the issue. There's symptoms, there's a sickness, and we don't attend to that. What we want to do is we just want to pluck a pleistertjie on the wound, and it's not going to work. We are now throwing money and helping all these municipalities, and we've been to the R59 yesterday doing oversight, and they need 5 million rand to uphold that until Sanral takes that road over. So they're going to apply for that. Why don't we use it in our own government, in the provincial sphere, and now we're pushing it down to the municipalities because they're not doing their work. They should be self-sustainable and should collect 75%, or it should be 75% of their collection rate should go to maintenance or whatever it should be to manage the municipality. So we in this situation where we're juggling, taking from Peter to pay Paul and helping here to push that down, but we don't get anywhere. But now we say, let's not appoint people because there's going to be a saving. So I don't understand that. Do we need people to go in there, or can we just make away with those positions and then allocate that money to a different department where we can actually use it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got 2 questions. The one, I see that the department is underspending on its training and development. Now, just to latch on to the previous speaker, my colleague, if you've got someone who's doing the job and they're doing 2 jobs, obviously they're pretty skilled. So you're not spending the money on your development and your training. My question is, although you're helping out the municipalities, the biggest problem with the municipalities is their financial systems. And most of them are subcontracting their financial services out because their own people in the municipalities are not competent to be able to do the work, so they're farming it out. So you're paying for double services because you're paying for the person to be sitting in the municipality, and the municipality is paying to be subcontract the work out. Now, my question is, can't you make a plan with your training and development that will maybe fill up not only in your department, but to train the municipalities so that they can become more competent, so that the municipalities can actually manage their own financial systems? So that can be a way of resolving your training and development spending issue if your department is also skilled and not need training anymore. And then the second question is, what are you guys doing to monitor the conditional grants? Because currently speaking, the conditional grants is 3 billion. Now, 3 billion in years would be 96 years if 1 rand was a second. So that means you've wasted the whole of Nelson Mandela's life, effectively speaking. Those conditional grants must be used. And if they're not used, they get wasted. So what are you doing to monitor the municipalities as well as the departments to make sure that conditional grants are used properly? Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Yes, Chair, I think this program in terms of the municipal finance management under Provincial Treasury is one of those programs that we need to allocate a full day with Treasury to see what is actually being what is actually being done. If one looks at a 77 million budget, only 33 million being spent, we have to really assess this entire program at some point, look to its value for money, those targeted municipalities that they have identified to receive clean audits. What are they doing? What are they actually targeting? What are they doing? What is the progress? I think this is a very vital program of Provincial Treasury if it's done correctly and there's value for money. So I think it's something that in this coming year, we as a committee really have to look at. But then I would just like to know from Treasury on their provincial website, in terms of the Section 71.7 reports that must be published within 45 days of the end of each quarter, where can I find Q2 of 2025-26's report on the on the Treasury's website? If you can just give me an indication. I'm on the 1 year, but I can only see Q1's report. Those Section 71.7 reports are very critical for our oversight role. Thank you, Chair.
So you can't see them on that on their website. It means they're not there.
Chairperson, previously I have asked and they pointed me to the right site on the website. I'm on 1 year that says municipal reports, MFMA, and it only says status of quarterly reports. Only one report is on there. It's the one up until 30 September 2025. And to my understanding, they must be published.
I'm trying to say that, are you saying that this other one is on another hidden site which we must be pointed to?
I know they were working on that. We must, in terms of treasure, in terms of the Office of the Premier, they were working on a new site for the entire province, I understand. So it might be that there's 2 sites hanging. I just want them to indicate to me, if it's not there, it's not there. But it must be there. It must be accessible to the public.
HOD?
Now, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me firstly start with the revenue. I will firstly explain the 50 million. The 50 million was coming from National Treasury to Dihlabeng as one of the municipality that was performing when it comes to the revenue. So it was also a grant which was given by the National Treasury. The money was not coming from the Provincial Treasury. Now, coming to the 7 million, Chairperson, before we give any department money, they must make a business case to us. We must look at the return on investment. But apart from return on investment, we must also look at the capacity to collect, looking at issues relating to unemployment, workforce, etc. So, and we also look at the potential really to collect. Now, in my view, Chairperson, or in terms of our assessment, we are not only looking at it in 1 year, we must also look at the investment for future, because if we've got revenue leak, like in that area, we then thought that it is important to ensure that the revenue relating to water gets paid and it assists so that it can assist municipalities. Mayor Allison may provide more details in terms of the revenue collection in that area. But from our side, we do have return on investment, and all those issues that I've mentioned. There are quite a number of municipalities that are requesting the same, but some we are rejecting them. And additional from our side, we're also complementing National Treasury in terms of what they have done, because half of the time they will be saying, if we have put so much for this municipality, why didn't you put anything, so that it's a clear demonstration. But lastly, we actually wanted to use this municipality as a pilot, primarily around the revenue collection. The last thing about the Hlabeng, if you look at the audit outcome, it's one municipality that has improved from qualification to unqualified. So there were all those incentives that we also thought that it's important for us to really look at when it comes to this. Chairperson, I'll go straight to Machabeng. As Provincial Treasury Chairperson, you will recall that there's intervention in this municipality, 139, 5A and C. The Free State provincial government is intervening in this municipality, but we've got different roles. If you look at the COCTA in the main, they are dealing with governance as well as infrastructure. Or from our side as Provincial Treasury, we have appointed a person, and the person that we have appointed, we wanted this person to have authority. The person has been appointed at the level of a chief director. The person is 100% based in Machabeng. We get the reports in terms of the finance part, in terms of how Machabeng is doing. We have also set up the war room, wherein the MM is always coming and account in terms of the strides that they are making. But one other key issue that I need to mention to the committee is that we should also remember that the real intervention in Machabeng actually kicked in November, because for first 6 months or so, it was the preparation of the financial recovery plans. So they started to report in November. We did receive the report. There were certain things that we were not happy about. We returned the report, but in that war room, I must also indicate that it is Provincial Treasury, COCTA, SALGA, National Treasury, National COCTA. So as a clear demonstration that we really want to intervene in the municipality. Now, there was also a question around the appointment of the chartered accountants. Chairperson, as I've indicated, we did appoint, we call them financial experts. These are people that are predominantly dealing with the financial statements, also dealing with the audit outcome in the municipalities. Chair, we appointed them very late in the year, so we may not necessarily see the impact in terms of the previous year, because previous year's outcome, because we appointed them just after the closure of the books. So these colleagues from the financial recovery, not financial, from the that are dealing with financial statements, we are of the view that they are assisting thus far, because, Chairperson, we have audit action plans. They are monitoring the audit action plans in terms of the municipalities. And one other thing that we have done as a department, we decided to not allocate them only to municipalities that are doing well. We pair them in this fashion. You said you'll take unqualified municipality and disclaimer, such that the best practices that are there in a municipality that is doing well can then be transferred to this one with a disclaimer. The ideal, Chair, I must indicate, we wanted to have a coordinator at level 14 and 4 other financial experts. but we had 3, but one has resigned. Of course, he got a better post of the CFO. So we may not necessarily say they are not doing well because now at this point in time, or we may not necessarily see the impact now because they were just appointed a few months ago, just after the financial, preparation of the financial statements. We had a plan to appoint them before that, but that could not really materialize, Chairperson. Chairperson, there was also a question around the turnaround of filling the post. Unlike municipalities, the public service does not have the timelines. We know in terms of municipalities, within 3 months, you must be able to fill the post. But here, the norm is that the post should be filled between 4 to 6 months, owing to the fact that there must be adverts, there must be selection committee that you do, interviews and appointment, all those processes. So the ideal is that it should take plus minus 4 months to complete that, Chairperson. Chairperson, there was also question around whether we need this post or not. In simplest term, we need a post because as Provincial Treasury, what we are doing, I must acknowledge that we are overstretching people because these people are acting, and at the very same time, as I've indicated, number of units are working overtime. So this is a clear demonstration that we need these people. Hence, we have outlined our plan that we have made 11 appointments. We are in a process of, we have concluded interviews for 11 other posts, and then we have continued to appoint the other people on contract just to really deal with pressure. For an example, you've got Mayor Linda. She's acting as a chief director, but she's also doing her own work. And half of the time she will tell you that I'm still at work, even beyond 6 or 7. So hence, we are trying to move with speed in terms of filling the post, especially where there's a need. Hence, we brought this just to demonstrate how serious are we with regard to the filling of the post. Chair, the other thing that is a problem, which we have tried to force colleagues in Treasury, the colleagues that are forming part of the shortlisting or recruitment panel, we have requested them that we don't want excuses because if we don't form a quorum, it becomes a problem because now we may not necessarily continue. So we try to enforce it as a department by saying, if you are appointed as a panel member, make sure that you are becoming part of that. But the other thing that we have also done, especially for senior managers, we have also requested other departments, like HODs from other departments, to form part of the interview. It has its own disadvantage because some, they maybe say, I'm not available on this, but we are really trying hard, Chairperson. Chairperson, in terms of the training, we are offering training specifically on departments and municipality. I would make one practical example. When it comes to internal audit as well as the risk, we have standardized our training. And next month, is it next month, PAG? We have organized a training just on risk, specifically around business continuity. This training, it is for both municipalities as well as the department. So we are planning to train, initially it was 120, we have reduced it to 112. Because we said we will maybe compromise in terms of our internal colleagues within Provincial Treasury. But we are planning to train 50 from municipality, 50 from the departments. But the other thing, in terms of the M score, I think there was issues around the system. We do have a dedicated person that is appointed by the National Treasury to assist with the M score, which is issues relating to the system. So this person, chairperson, on monthly basis, he conducts training in terms of score to various departments, to various municipalities. And then when it comes to conditional grants spending, this is not entirely our responsibility as maybe Provincial Treasury, but what we have done, because we also wanted to occupy space, primarily looking at the expenditure for conditional grants, we have created a structure with COGTA as well as SALGA. Now, what we are doing on quarterly basis, we have decided, because COGTA is on, I think it's on quarterly basis, they are engaging with municipalities. But we took a slightly different format. We decided that let's engage the transferring departments. If you've got National Department of Water, Department of COGTA, just to also understand the monitoring that they are also doing. So we are convening these meetings on quarterly basis. I'm sure if you can also look at the website of COGTA, you will notice that we have just had a recent one for with COGTA, SALGA, and national departments. So we have that structure just to look at the conditional grants, but we did not want to duplicate the structure that COGTA has, but we are participating. But we have this one that is chaired by us, wherein we have the national departments. So the whole idea was also to understand if they transfer money and then there's no expenditure, what does that mean? And also monitoring mechanism. So it is also a strategic structure wherein it's sort of intergovernmental structure. So we are engaging them at that. So we are participating in the structure by COGTA, where they are monitoring grants, but we also have a structure with national departments with regard to this. I think training and development we have dealt with. Okay. I think the one for Section 71, you would indicate, I know there's a website of National Treasury where you can get it, it's just that I forgot the name. But from our side, we also send a report signed by the MEC on quarterly basis to the speaker with regard to Section 71. I know we have recently signed the one, it was for December. So there are reports that we are bringing to the committee. Chairperson, there was also a question about the MFM as a whole. I think from our side, we can clearly articulate what is contained in that program. But we must not also forget that there are also personnel. But just to mention, in terms of what has been allocated, I'm sure in our presentation, we do have earmarked allocations, Chairperson, but in brief, if you allow me, we have 16 million that is allocated for clean audit. We also have 10 million for municipal support programs. And then we also have, is it 7 or 9, Alison? MFRS. We also have 7 million for MFRS, which is meant for interventions. So we can account for each and every expenditure. So the moment we see the 70, what is the total amount? 76. That money, it is not entirely for intervention or for municipalities. We also have compensation of employees. But if the committee, maybe in future, wants us to unpack it, we can unpack it because we know that over 33 Because if you add 16 plus 10 is 26, then you add 7, you'll then get 33. The 33, it's primarily for various interventions in municipalities. Then the remaining amount deals with personnel as well as tools of trade in that particular program. Chairperson, I'm sure colleagues will also like to add. I thank you.
Your colleagues, I believe, will then talk to you afterwards, because this moment we give it to the MEC for closing remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and let me thank the committee for having accepted the apology. As the chair is aware, I really don't want to arrive late here because I missed some of the things now. But just to add on some of the few things that the acting HOD will have said, and maybe to respond to Honorable Zama about the appointment of chartered accountants, we had to change that, Honorable Member, because the DPSA, when they evaluated or when they evaluate the posts that we're recommending, they then graded those people to be deputy directors. It was very much impossible to recruit a chartered accountant to be a deputy director. Hence, we changed the concept from being a chartered accountant to financial experts. It's also not really making us to attract the best, but at least we have tried to manage the 3 ones, except the one that has also resigned. So that's one problem. And I was just saying to colleagues that we really need to revisit this, talk to the DPSA, makes them to understand why do you want these people at the level in which you want. The first thing is that the people that we send to municipalities must have some certain element of authority so that they are able to meet even with people that are making decisions. So once you send a deputy director in a municipality to intervene, definitely they are being subjected to meet also deputy directors. And these things of spheres of government make it difficult for the department to enforce whatever the intentions of supporting municipalities in a manner in which you want to. So I really appreciate the contribution by the colleagues. On the spending on the grants, we have started as the MEC responsible for finances to follow the sense as well. Number one, we have introduced the quarterly performance review meetings with all MECs, including the Premier. And we have also introduced the site visits by the MEC and the team from Treasury to ensure that we are able to evaluate between the physical nature of the project or progress vis-a-vis what they say they've spent. And I can tell you that this has brought some improvements to some of the projects that were taken by the departments. I think it's something that we really need to look at when it comes to municipalities together with COCTA. The other thing, colleagues must not really think that we are duplicating the work of the municipalities. We are complementing the work of the municipalities because the constitutions says that we must support municipalities. So whatever that we are trying to do, it's actually on complementary basis, but not on duplication. But however, it's a very thin line. I agree, Honorable Van Vuren and the other honorable there, that at times it appears as if officials from the finances are now doing the work of the municipalities directly. That is why I've said to colleagues, as and when we deploy people, let's also give them time and exactly what is it that they must do. So one of the things that we've agreed is that there has to be some transfer of skills so that when we leave the municipality, we leave them with some certain skills, because that's one area that we really need to discuss as a province. The scarce skills that you always arrived at by municipalities. I think the issue of turnaround timelines has been responded to, but I can assure the colleagues here that on our side as the Department of Treasury, we have even approved overtime so that colleagues who are working on the filling of critical vacant positions, they are able to do their work even after hours so that we are able to meet all these deadlines. And the issue of return on investment has been addressed. But I want to emphasize this last point, Honorable Chair, that you must also help us to look at the municipality capacity building in all local government structures, particularly here in our province. There are in other areas where you'll find either it's a misskilled or misplaced skill somewhere or no skills at all. But we are expecting these people to bring these changes. So that's where the problem is. But I think it's something that we'll also be working with together with COGTA. But thanks very much to the Oversight Committee. We've really appreciated some of the recommendations. Recommendations like, why can't you transfer the money maybe to the skills development? Something that I discussed with the MEC of COGTA today. That let's go and look at what is it that we don't have. I mean, really, there are no engineers in some of the municipalities. And when you experience some of the challenges, you then realize that this is because of the lack of skills that are needed in those, including even on financial management and control. You'll always find that the people that they may call CFOs, it's not people who are actually financial experts in relation to municipal finances. So what that means, it means you need to have people with those skills. But other thing is that the grading of municipalities, some municipalities are unable to attract the best because of what they will also give to these people as an earnings or salary or wages. So it's something that really the province has to look deep down and say, is this positions or possible solutions that we are bringing to municipalities viable or not? But I'm happy on what the acting HOD has been responded. But we have also welcomed some of the suggestions to look at as the Department of Finance to say, what are the things that we can do other than this one that we are doing, which they may appear not to be bringing value on what the intervention is intended at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC and the team. I think next time we'll deal with a whole lot of issues, I believe, where we'll be able to get the updates on annual reports of municipalities, on the budget adjustments of municipalities that they must pass before the end of the week. And I'm saying this because I know that in our when we're dealing with MFMA, one municipality was saying to us, no, they have submitted, and they have submitted the AFSs, only to realize that when AG reports those municipalities that have not submitted, it was one of them. So maybe once we meet with you, we'll get all those reports so that we can be able to monitor and follow up where gaps are. Thanks, MEC. See you when you see me.
Morning, MEC, and the department, everybody, very welcome to this meeting. We're not going to waste time. I think, MEC, if we can give you at the end your closing remarks and inputs, and then if we, because we're already running late, HOD, if you can start, that we can just go through the process with me, Puseletsu, in taking the oath of all the people that's going to participate. Thank you.
Mr. Patlo, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
May you please stand? Thank you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name's Tumelo Jacob Patlo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Ndate Patlo. May you please assist? Is it just you?
Yes, the acting CFO, Ndate Edward Kochumela,
Thank you.
and Ndate Tsepiso Mutsima, Dr. Ramorena, and Mehleli.
So must I just move in this direction?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning, ma'am.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will take an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Tsela Edward Kochomela.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Ntate Dumela, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Tsepiso Philip Mutsima.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Ntate Dumela, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please speak into the mic. Please state your full names for the record.
Pulani Ramorena.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Machela Pascalina Hleli.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much, Puseletsu. And then we're going to start, HOD, I think we're going to do the third quarter expenditure report and non-financial performance reports. If we can perhaps just stick to those deviation parts to get through that as quickly. Thank you. Then we can, after that, I think we can do the consideration of the revised annual performance plan. Do you want to do both of them together?
As directed, Chair, we'll do the financial third quarter as well as non-financial. Yes. And CFO, start with the financials.
And especially if HOD avoids a whole lot of explanations, because three. Go to the
Thank you very much, President and members. Expenditure performance as at 31st December 2025, third quarter. The presentation will outline the following: expenditure performance per program and economic classification, expenditure performance on conditional grants, detailed performance on the human settlements development grants as well as the ISUP, and then lastly, the revenue performance for the third quarter of 25-26 financial year. Expenditure performance per program. Expenditure.
I'm sorry to interject. Just hold a second for me. I just want to see. I don't think it was. Okay. Just give us a second. They're only forwarding that to us now. But let me not stop you. You can continue. It's fine.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Expenditure for program 1, it's at 75%. In other words, it's within the norm. And then for program 2, it's 61%. For program 3, we are at 86%. And then the last program, it's 58%. Overall, we are at 84%. Approval was granted for environment between program 1 and 3 on goods and services after the adjustment budget in December. Then expenditure performance per economic classification. Compensation of employees, it's at 73%. Goods and services, it's at 80%. Household at 87%. And interest, normally we don't budget for interest. That's why the expenditure, the budget, the percentage spent is 0%. And then machinery and equipment, it's at 32%. Members will remember that we were given 5.5 during the adjustment budget. So the whole amount of 5.4 in February was committed. So it means on that item will be at 100%. And then on demolition and construction of two-room, which is an earmarked fund, we are at 10%. But now the department committed the amount, but not the whole amount. Then expenditure on conditional grants. On human settlements grants, we are at 99%. On informal settlement, we are at 103% in terms of the percentage versus the cash received. But normally at the end of the financial year, we'll ensure that we are both at 100%, because it was the issue of utilizing the cash of HSDG on ISUP. But next week, we're going to receive money in order to return ISUP to HSDG. So in general, we are at 99% in terms of the percentage spent and the cash received from the National Department. Then expenditure performance on human settlement development grant. On the financial intervention that the department normally gives, we're at 66%. On the incremental intervention, we are at 86%. And on the social and rental intervention, we're at 94%. In overall, we are at 87% in terms of the human settlement development grant. Then the revenue performance for 25-26 third quarter, the department is at 65% in overall. Thank you, members.
Okay, the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I'll be presenting the non-financial part for the third quarter. In terms of our program 1 indicators, the first indicator is percentage of invoices paid within 30 days. Our annual target was 100%, and also for the quarter under review it was 100%, but we were able to achieve 89%. The reason is because invoices could not be paid because of the insufficient funds in both ISUPG and HSDG grants. And then how we're going to correct that is that the unpaid invoices will be prioritized when the next allocation is received. The number of internal audits conducted and completed, we had an annual target of 20, and for the quarter under review, we had 5. But in terms of the output, we were able to perform 7. It's because more ad hoc audits were requested in the third quarter, so the target was met. For the program 2, there were no targets for the quarter under review, so I'll just browse it through. For program 3, number of events planned and surveyed, for the annual target, we had 4,393, and for the quarter under review, we had 2,196. Unfortunately, there was no achievement, and the reason is because there's been challenges with the MPTs in municipalities that they have not been sitting, and there's been challenges with them to convene. On how we plan to remedy the situation is that we had formally requested COCTA that we should be permanent invitees in the technical McLogger, where we'll be able to raise these issues. The challenges that we are having with MPTs and municipalities, we believe that platform will be able to assist us to address the challenges that we are currently experiencing. Still on program 3, number of projects and houses enrolled with NHBRC. The target for the year is 5,000. For the quarter under review is 1,500. We achieved 1,309. The reason is because we enrolled a total of 1,540, but NHBRC was able to enroll 1,309 because of the early December closure, and there was 2,231 that could not be done, but it has been done in January. So we also want to reflect that so far we have cumulatively have a total of 4,975 sites and units that have been enrolled against our target of 5,000. So at the end of the fourth quarter, when we report, we will have achieved the target. Number of subsidies disbursed through First Home Finance is 86. That was the annual target. And then for the quarter under review is 34. We achieved 40 because more qualifying applications were processed and approved. On the number of municipalities supported for accreditation, for the target was 1. There was no target planned for the quarter, but the target was able to be achieved as well, even though it was one of those that were not planned. This one I will also pass. Still on program 3, number of informal settlements completed in phase 2. The annual target was 10. For the quarter under review, we had planned 2. Unfortunately, we could not reach the target. The problem is also similar to the one that we have identified, is the challenges which relates to MPTs. And we also, as we had indicated earlier, that we believe that us being permanent invitees in technical McLogger can be able to assist us to unlock some of the bottlenecks that are there that affect our ability to meet our target. Number of informal settlements upgraded, phase 3. The annual target is 5. For the quarter under review was 1. Unfortunately, we did not achieve here. The Honey Park project and the Americana project are some of the two where we had expected outputs. However, there were challenges with the service provider in Honey Park until December 2025. It's supposed to be 2025, not 2026. The service provider, the challenge there is that he has been changing completion times with regard to Marikana, but he has given an indication that by the end of March he will be completed. Number of housing units completed. The annual target was 1,663. For the quarter under review, we had planned to construct 394. Unfortunately, our output is 120. The reason is non-performance of some of the contractors. As a way of remedying the situation, 5 contractors were terminated and 4 contractors were put on terms that they either pick up or they will be terminated as well. There are 72 units completions which will also be reported in the fourth quarter. Number of service sites completed. For the annual target, we had 1,811. There was no target planned for the quarter under review. However, we were able to complete 133. Number of service sites and households delivered, we had 1,062 planned for the year, and we had for the quarter we had planned 265, and we achieved 608 for the quarter under review because these are multi-year projects. Percentage set aside for companies owned by the designated groups. For the year, we had a 40% target. For the third quarter, we had 10%, and we achieved 40%. It's because additional contractors were appointed in the third quarter. Number of asbestos roofs removed and replaced in line with asbestos abatement regulations. We had an annual target of 180. We had 60 planned for the quarter under review. In terms of the output, we achieved 130. Contractors were appointed to the second quarter, and accelerated program was done to cover for the planned targets of the previous quarter. A number of community residential units delivered. We had planned 398 for the year. For the quarter, we planned 102 and we achieved 130. Number of work opportunities created, we had for the year an annual target of 500. For the quarter under review, we had planned 400. However, we achieved only 60. The reason that we could not achieve is because most of the projects were multi-year projects with no project introduced during the quarter. So as a result, only new laborers were appointed in the quarter under review. But we have also highlighted there that cumulatively 578 work opportunities has been created since December, and when we report in the third quarter, it will show that the target had been reached. In terms of Program 4, percentages of levies and maintenance fees paid in respect of properties belonging to the department, there was an annual target of 100% for the quarter, and 100% output was achieved. Number of properties transferred to beneficiaries and devolved to municipalities, we had an annual target of 57, and for the quarter we had a target of 27. However, there was no achievement precisely because Machabeng and Mangaung declined to accept the properties that were supposed to be devolved to them. And as a result, there's a committee that was established that is dealing with devolution, and it has prioritized the matter, and they have bi-weekly engagement with the municipalities to try and address the challenges. Number of title deeds registered, we had an annual target of 1,886 and the quarter target of 628. However, the output achieved was 426. The reason is because the department operated with one conveyancer who had capacity issues and was far away. And then as a result, there was a panel of conveyancers that was appointed effective from November 2025. And then we believe that this will expedite the process, and we will then be able to reach the target. In terms of summary, in Program 1, there were 2 targets planned. There was one achieved and one was not achieved. For Program 2, there were no targets planned for the quarter under review. For Program 3, we had 12 targets. We achieved 6, and 6 were not achieved, and 2 were the other targets that were not planned, but they were achieved. In terms of Program 4, we had 3 targets. 1 was achieved, and 2 were not achieved. The sum total of it is that there's 17 targets in total. 8 were achieved, 9 were not achieved, and there's 2 that were not planned and achieved. So in terms of percentage, we had 47% achievement against 53% non-achievement. And then here we just indicate and flag the fact that there were 2 targets that, though they were not planned, but they were achieved. And if you put the figure together, though it does not change the complexion, we just included it there in the last sentence to show that though it was not planned, it was done. And then it brings the total targets to 19, achievement to 10, equaling 53%, and 9 not being achieved, equaling 47%. Thank you very much, Chairperson and members.
Thank you for the annual report. If you can just go straight to the, what is it? The revision portion. Yes. And on that issue of the department writing a letter to COGTA, the easiest way, if you can talk to your MEC, to talk to MEC of COGTA, it will be faster.
So thank you very much. This one is not going to be very long. There we just provide the background under which the APP can be revised, Chairperson. The first indicator that we are revising is that The original indicator, it read as follows: service sites referred to land that is ready to be built on it and has immediate access to water and sewer and access to road. The revision there we are making is that now it will read as service sites refers to land that is ready to build on it and has access to water, sewer, and access roads. We are removing the word immediate. The reason for the amendment is provided there. I suppose members have gone through it. One of the reasons is that it resulted in audit finding in 2024 because the issue of immediate cannot be determined as these are ongoing developments. The second one is the number of properties for sale and transfer of ownership. The revision is going to be number of properties transferred to beneficiaries and devolved to municipalities, meaning that the mode of verification in terms of development for the municipality will be municipal council resolution. Here we also provide reasons for the amendment, and we also indicate where in the annual performance plans it is. So the indicator title will be number of service sites and households delivered, Chairperson. So in terms of the control list and means of verification, the title deed will be a mode of verification for the transferring of a property to beneficiaries, and then a council resolution will be a mode of verification when a property is devolved to the municipality. Thank you very much. That's the amendment we are making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me then open up to the members for questions. You can on both ask questions. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got quite a few questions, so I might have to do this in two sessions. The first part is with the urbans planned. You had 4,393 planned for the year, 2,196 for this quarter, yet it was dismal. So why did the department plan something that they cannot achieve? And what is the reason for not achieving these targets? There doesn't seem to be any communication between the MPTs, the municipalities, and the province. Because if there was, the targets could have been achieved. So there has to be better communication there. Then with the NHBRC, how will the allegations of corruption investigated by the Hawks affect the operations of the NHBC and its outcomes? Because it's only 28% of the expenditure. The department is being closed. What's happening? Has it been taken over by another department? What's happening? Why is the department failing to enroll projects at the required rate, and does this pose a risk to the structured insurance and quality of the houses being built? Then regarding the housing units completed, only 12 targets were completed of the 394 this quarter. How many of the 1,663 have been completed? Was there why was there no regular oversight of the contractors conducted? Because it was said that the contractors were lacking in services. So why was there not, from the department side, someone going out to the contractors as mandated on a regular basis to ensure that the contractors are doing their job as stipulated? Why was there no non-performance flagged? Because if it was flagged earlier, you could have resolved it. Regarding the property transfers to the beneficiaries and devolved of municipalities, what's the issue with Machabeng and with Mangaung? Why aren't they accepting the properties? Both municipalities are complaining that they don't have enough land to give to beneficiaries. Now, when given the beneficiaries on a silver platter, they don't want to hand them over and they don't want to accept them. What is the issue? The invoices that could not be paid due to insufficient funds on both the ISPG and the HSDG grants. How many of these service providers were not paid? When or will they be paid? What is the reasons the department is not didn't budget sufficiently? To my understanding, the contractors of both Hani Park and Marikana have abandoned their sites due to appointment and payment issues. The units have been vandalized now and they need to be redone. How will the department meet the mandate and account for the funds already spent there? That'll end up with being wasteful and irregular expenditure. Then why is there such a large discrepancy between the HDSG Phase 1, 95% spent, and the Phase 2 at 56% spent? Does this indicate that while land is being serviced, actual housing construction top site is stalling? And if it is stalling, the land, while we're on that, I see that there are 2 extra sites that have been achieved. Where are these sites that have been in your amendment? Where are these actual sites that are now ready to be built on and serviced? Can we have a list of those sites? Then I don't see any mention of the Pomalong housing project in this report. The Civic, which is the contractor on site, is now packed up and left in the last 2 weeks. Henneman and Winburg sites, just to mention 2 of them. According to my information, or the information received, the implementing agent was not paid and was not made aware of the actual shortfall of the budget from province, and therefore the planning, he went ahead, used 50 million of his own money to pay the subcontractors, and now the subcontractors, he still has to pay them more. He's not willing to use any more of his money. So therefore the subcontractors are leaving sites. That means that these sites will now be vandalized, be uncompleted. With the weather that we've got at the moment, it's not conducive for building. Then there was no proper oversight, protocol compliance, and like actually speaking, putting your head in the sand because you didn't have the money that was removed from you and hoping that the problem goes away doesn't solve the problem, which is what you've done. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the reason why the 50 million was taken away from you in the first place, because you didn't pay and you didn't use the grants as successfully. So it was removed from you for that. And last one, regarding the title deed registrations. Why did the department not procure the service of another conveyancer to pick up the slack for the one conveyancer that had capacity issues and was unable to perform as required? And then can you please give us, the committee, a progress report on the Glanu Forum, as well as the 4,250 PTO sites handed over in Kwakwa, as requested in the previous 2 quarter committee reports? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and good day or good morning to the department, and good morning, MEC. Let me first start by welcoming the presentation. Mine is on the social and rental intervention, which stands at 24%, which is a bit concerning for me because I would suspect that it would affect vulnerable households. So my question here is, what is your social rental? Why is the social rental intervention low? And 2, on the compensation of employees, which is reported to be at 73%. My question is, do you currently have vacant posts, and what is the plan? When do you intend to fill those posts? And then the last one is on the invoices paid within 30 days, which is at 90%. I think, Chair, on this one, I really would like to commend the department. Though they are standing at 89%, but remember, this is one of the areas that the AG has really touched on and emphasized on. So the effort and will from the department really shows that it strengthens confidence in the department, and I so wish that other departments as well would try to,
implement the compliance in terms of payments of the service providers. I think that is all. That was just a comment to commend the department on that one. And then the two questions from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and let's welcome the presentation by the department. I think first and foremost, Chair, we do notice the work that the department does, and as per the last engagement that the HOD indicated to the committee that there are staff or officials that they're a little bit problematic to fast track service delivery or execute their duties. So with the work that has been done, realizing that program 3, which is housing development, it is the mostly or the most that has not achieved many targets, which is 6 out of all the 17 targets, which means this is the area of concern as the committee that we should zoom in. I want to understand, because there are issues of contractors being terminated. And if those contractors are terminated, and then there's a new contractor that comes to do the work, what then becomes the penalties for those contractors that they are not performing and then they are terminated? Does your contract with those contractors include penalties, particularly on slow performance or not meeting the target as they are expected to? And then I want to also establish if the department has a personnel dedicated on contract management, because it appears that there might be issues with as far as contract management if contractors are not performing to an extent that they get to be terminated. It means there might be something that has to do with contract management. Do we have a personnel that is responsible, and what are the most common problems that the department faces with these contractors that affects the slow performance to an extent that they need to be terminated? Because that itself affects service delivery. If you now have to appoint a new contractor to get into that space, the time means that you must adjust the time for the project management time allocated. Maybe if the project was 12 months, now it has to be 18 months, and then the people on the ground are not getting the service at the time that they were expected. And do we make necessary, does the department make necessary engagements with the beneficiaries or intended beneficiaries on these delays as so that they understand what are the issues and as to when are they going to get whatever that is due to them as far as program 3 is concerned on housing development? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Doesn't seem as if there's any other questions. HOD, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, honorable members. I won't be long. I'm just going to pick and pay on these questions, and some colleagues will respond. Just with regard to the contractors that did not deliver, whether were they blacklisted or was there any consequence management? None. None whatsoever. Because what we were supposed to do, we're supposed to report them to our Provincial Treasury, then take them to what we call Restricted Contractors Register, which is commonly known as blacklisting. But we have not, and we only dealing with those that we are pursuing on the MIs. But as for the rest of others, they still recycling themselves. They might fail here, they might resurface in another province, or whatever the case might be. And
we admit it's a weakness that we supposed to close, and to close as in yesterday. Because if you ask me now as to how many contractors have we registered with the restricted contractors register, you'll find none. And we're going to improve as far as that is concerned. My colleagues will respond to others. Let me just go to Hlanu. Hlanu, we agreed. There's two Hlanus. There's Hlanu Forum and there's a Hlanu PTY. And the Hlanu PTY has taken government, not the department, government to court. And it was resolved at the technical min-mec to say allow the process of court to continue. But you need to engage with Hlanu Forum, and that's where we are. What we are doing, we are verifying all the Hlanu houses in terms of the length and breadth of the province, because the principle is that Hlanu must be paid. There are problems with regard to the initial owners of those houses. Many of them are deceased. And there's an issue with regard to the heirs and so on. But we are verifying those houses, be it Kayale 2 in phase 2 or wherever. There's quite a number of them. Free State, among all other programs, provinces, is having the highest with the Hlanu issue. The Hlanu Forum has also decided to walk out of the discussion. Notwithstanding, we are finalizing our verification, and we have updated the National Department of Human Settlement as to say we are here with regard to the issue of the verification and so on. And they walked out simply because there was no agreement around verification. And we thought that as a matter of course, that they were building fact in terms of what is supposed to be due and not due. In our business plan, we have made a nominal kind of allocation on the payment of Hlanu, so as for us to keep it open, that when we get money really, for now we have done only the 4 million, but I can tell you the amount that is due to Hlanu prima facie is 500 million overall. So we're not in contention that they are accommodating our people, and we don't want our people, because at the end of the day, they'll chuck them out, and those constituencies will have to be accommodated by the department. But we can submit a report as far as the issue of Hlanu is concerned. I'm still very much aggrieved up to today with that 50 million, which was taken from HSDG. On principle, Honorable Chair, I still feel that it was not supposed to, because that 50 million was taken from the right pocket into the left pocket. It was taken from HSDG and placed into ISUPG. We can quibble around why and so on and so forth. I still feel, and we have expressed that to the National Department to say the way they did it, it was not supposed to have been like that. Safe to say, the department managed to redeem itself, that in this financial year, it's common cause that we're getting extra 60 million as on HSDG. But it's a cold comfort for what happened in prior year. On issues of Phomolong and or Henneman, it's a restitution issue in Phomolong. We did submit, as we committed to this committee, that we'll submit a report on the issue of Phomolong, as well as the issue of Ventersbeck. We submitted those reports to the committee, The municipality has committed that they'll give 84 service sites for Pomulong, for those restitution and whatnot. And I think we know, issue of Ventersburg is those interracial RDPs and whatnot and so on. And I think I'll leave it at that. But let me make this point as an observation from the accounting point of view. This department is having high levels of debt. This department is having high levels of debt. And we're working, and this is the point that I made to Provincial Treasury. We're working backward to the present, to the future. And I dare say that in the past, there was no honest, and I'm not casting aspersion to our predecessors, but there was no honest commitment to complete projects. I dare say. If you begin to look as to blocked projects, abandoned projects, and all those kind, and cumulatively, you find that they created the debt of today. There was no bona fide intention to complete. And I made this point to my colleagues in the executive meeting. Then the argument came, then they said, no, HOD, you might not be 100% right, because the project is not only on the infrastructure, it's also a non-infrastructure. Then I said, I need a report of, for the last 3 years, of completed projects that are completed on time and on budget. And I requested the acting CAE to audit that. He has given me a report yesterday. I have to say it with the EA to say, look at the trend. The projects in the last 3 years, we can even go further backward, which were completed on budget and on schedule, are the following. Therefore, it gives credence to the point that I'm making, that there were no good intentions or intentions to complete. Or it dissuades me completely from my argument that no, there was intention. But for now, I still hold the view that there was not. So we are having a high debt issues in terms of payables and the accruals. That's why you find a problem when you look at our payment schedule and you look at the point 1 under non-financial report. We will never, in our administrative lives, if things are going this way, that will get 100% in terms of paying service providers within 30 days. Because our age analysis, you'll see other invoices are even exceeding 2 months, more than 60 days, more than what, and so on and so forth. And cumulatively are even higher than our monthly allocation. So basically, you begin to reach a balance, deal with a balance in terms of who do you pay, in terms of that age analysis and so on. And what we have developed is to service both the sharks and the sardines accordingly. Because not so if you concentrate on paying the sharks, definitely the sardines will suffer and so on. And so we are playing that balance every day from an accounting point of view. Machabeng and Mangaung on issues of development, there's no reason for them not to. It has been a decision of MINMEC that these properties must be devolved. And we have agreed with Machabeng. We have agreed with Mangaung. I talked to the HOD when she was in Singapore. We agreed that there'll be development. It is important because the municipalities are at the coal face of services. If these properties are devolved to them, they'll be the ones who knows where to collect rates, water, or any user pay kind of services, it only makes sense that those properties will have to be with the municipalities and be the ones that are devolving. We discussed this matter to say maybe we should devolve directly to beneficiaries, but it's self-defeating. The last time I checked that we are one government. It's better if it's devolved by the municipalities. They'll know that this house belongs to Tumelo. He has to pay the services, or he has to pay for the user pay, water, electricity, and other things. It only makes sense, really. So there's nothing concrete which makes them not to want these houses devolved to them and so on. We will give a list of houses completed. That's a problem with regard to how we record houses completed. If you look on record, it shows low. But if you look on social media, you find the MEC crisscrossing the province as Budulo, my son, Bekelibeki. Then you say, but that effort, why is it not translating into numbers that are supposed to be there? Here's the trick. In the department, for the house to be registered and noted as having been delivered and for it to appear in those that information that goes to national, is that the service provider must be paid. If the service provider is not paid, it creates that lacuna. And this is the issue that we raised with national, to say don't use financial mechanisms to measure the non-financial performance. We must align that, because we have quite a number of houses that has been launched and handed over, but they are not appearing in terms of that record, because you find one sardine or whatnot is not paid for one reason or the other, or we are going to pay them during the course of time. The practical impossibilities it creates is the following. You find that the MEC launches the house of Ms. Ntsakani in October 2025. That house is not reflected as registered because it's not paid. Okay? In October. Then you somewhat pay it at the end of March. In terms of accounting, where do you register that house? When has it been completed or has been given? Then it has to be in March when you pay it. That's our fight with regard to the Auditor General. He says, no. When was it given out? In October, but paid what? So we need to reconcile that issue very, very seriously. I think at the risk of going on and on, I will start with Dr. Ramurena, come to the CFO and Mehleli and Ndate Mutsima. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Are they having specific question to respond to, or on top of what you have already presented?
Yes. No. There might not be, because I've given global.
Yes, that's
Yes.
why. Because
Thank you, Chair.
I'm racing against time.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, sir. If we don't have anything coming out from members, Machabalala, Ndate Makai.
Ke a leboha, Chairperson. Chairperson, nna ke batla fela ho tseba hore na is there any criteria e sebediswang, kapa is there any interview done before the contractors are given jobs to do? Because o ka re e se le a norm hore ba tla fuwa mosebetsi a sebetse a be a fetwe ke nako, and then a ba sa complete mosebetsi oo, and then a ba tseba fela hore ha ona ntho ke tlo tla etsuwa ke ntho ya go fela ho tla botho ke tske ka hlola ke tswella mosebetsi a o entse dilemo e ne e le a contract ya selemo. a ba e etsa for dilemo. So nna ne ke batla ho tseba fela hore these people ka nako eo ba fuwang mosebetsi ebe ho na le interview e ba e fuwang kapa o fuwa fela hobane a hlaha mane database-eng wa fuwa ho sa tsejwe hore o kila ka sebetsa kae o tseba eng ka mosebetsi o wa fuweng. Ke tjho tjena ho na le o mong kwana Maluti a Phofung o qeta contract e qeta ho terminate maoba o tswa Eastern Cape o etsa mosebetsi ha o qete but re tla be re utlwa ho thwe that person again o tswelletse wa fuwa hape mosebetsi o na sebetsa sekolong sa Vetsisuku e terminate we contract ha qete. So ne ke batla fela ho tseba hore na ke criteria e feng e sejediswang ka nako o motho a fuwang a contract work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm just still waiting for an answer on the NHBRC. I'd like to get an answer there. And then just don't forget about the Allen Ridge housing that is also walked out now. And then my 4,250 PTOs, because that is going to end up being a Glanu Forum problem if it's not resolved pretty soon as well. Thank you. Shodi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The colleagues will answer on the NHBRC and the PTOs. Let me just take a bite on the criteria. When you interact with the contractors,
If you are able to answer all of them, you can answer all of them.
okay. When you interact with the contractors on face value, they look good. In fact, they look very good. Their grading is huge, is high. But let them come into the race, you'll see they'll come number one when you come from the back. That's our problem. That's our problem. You find this person is grade 8, but is struggling even to build a 2-room or 4-room or whatever the case, 2 houses, and so they are struggling. We do not, henceforth, and maybe we should go for an interview and do this assessment independently, want contractors that will gasp for air if the department is 10 days late in paying them. We shouldn't. They should be able to pay their employees. They should be able to shoulder their subcontractors if the department is delayed. It's common cause that earlier we had a delay in terms of the tabling of the budget nationally. They took 1, take 2, take 3. We were lucky on the 3rd time. But then you find contractors saying the department delayed to pay us. But they should have a muscle. If you are 8 GB or 9 CE or what, you should have a muscle to carry yourself until the department comes back and so on. So we have that kind of situation of which it puts into doubt how do they get these gradings. And I'm not casting aspersions really, because the grading doesn't only go with the kind of work that you have performed or you can perform, but it also goes with regard to the back pocket as to how much are you having. So as for you to maintain that particular grading. The issue of Allen Ridge, yes. Allen Ridge, it's 84 or so people affected. What we have done, the municipality has given us 27 service sites for us to construct. And out of that, we have constructed 5. And the 9 are having the issues also and so on. But we want to ensure that we accelerate in giving the 27 because 84, it is still a long way to go. We need to finalize the issues. But as soon as the municipality also assists us in terms of clearing the issues of the sites and not double parking the beneficiaries and so on. So we'll want to deal with it. NHBRC, NHBRC, the MEC here raised the issue with the minister. We met them locally, but in 2 or 3 weeks ago, we met them nationally. We said, there's a problem. that we have with you and in the manner how you conduct your workings. They equally said to us, we have these problems with you in how you do your workings and so on. So I think we'll be able to clear quite a number of things, because we do pay an HBRC, but we end up sometimes pay for something which is not actually verified or verifiable. In this sense, I give NHBRC 20 to say enroll the 20. But when the contractor goes there and check, and this is our own problem and we must correct, you find that the contractor can only build 16 houses because there are already 4 houses built, maybe by children or by what and so on there. But I paid on NHBRC. So we need to smooth that kind of understanding with the issue of NHBRC. We have no reason ourselves as officials, and Chairperson, we are as guilty as sin on this one. Where you quipped and said, we must request the MEC of Human Settlement to speak to the MEC of Kokta. We have no reason. It's self-inflicted. As a matter of fact, it's ourselves who are supposed to have upgraded, elevated this issue of MPTs, PTOs, and so on, and say we're having this problem with regard to the municipalities, and the MEC ably would have addressed that.
I think one of the problems that sometimes happen with the service providers is that once there's change of leadership, those people that would have used their money, when the new leadership comes, they say, no, we want to verify. We don't believe that the department is owing you. It takes another 4 years, 5 years to pay that service provider if the service provider ever get paid. So it's one of the things. I think it's just to improve the system in such a way that when people are owed, whoever comes in, payment will just run smoothly. MEC, please give us your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair. We welcome the questions and have noted all of them. We will factor in our work most of these questions. And just to say just to make few comments, Chair. The first problem is the internal issues. If you can see that the face of the senior management in the department is changing, and it still has got to change, because we inherited an institution that had no culture of doing work. Absolutely no commitment, no fear or consciousness as to what is at stake. In our earlier days, you will have been to the committee. The committee will raise a number of issues, including bashing, expressing frustrations, but there will be indifference, which is what I've raised internally with them. If you look at the report in terms of the non-performance areas, they really deal with one directorate that deals with development planning, human settlement, and land tenure. This is where bulk of the issues are. And I raised it yesterday with them that I'm not going to defend anything. They must defend themselves. And as a result, one chief director is not here, decided to get sick because they had to account. We raised the issues that if you've got problems in municipalities, come to me. I will work with you to the mayor and the MPT to resolve problems. It hadn't been done. So it is affecting us on all issues that involve municipalities, including resolving the issues of the title deeds. So after this meeting, I told the HOD that we've got to resolve this issue immediately, because it can't be that one directorate is giving us problems and there's no movement altogether. We are at a point where we're able to pull mayors and municipal managers out of the meetings to resolve, to respond to issues, human settlement, so that we continue to at least make a bit better progress, it is one space where we are not winning. And the report speaks for itself. So I was hoping that the HOD will raise it. So I hear that he's nicely trying, to avoid it, raising it bluntly. If you check on all the red areas, it's about 3 areas that are in that particular space. So we cannot defend it, Chair. We simply have got to correct it. I'm not here to protect people who are not willing to do their job. We're doing our best to turn the department that has been a mess for quite some time. We have taken a decision to reopen the panels, primarily because the panel that we had in the province were largely made up of people who come from outside the Free State, even at the higher levels. They come as far as the Toyando. You come down with the N1 up until you get inside Gauteng, you go to KZN and Eastern Cape. I've got no problem with that. But the Free State people were pushed back. One of the areas included a well-known contractor whose NHBRC certificate was simply pulled. The department owes this person, but he was disqualified because he didn't have NHBRC, which I said is not going to happen. So the historical shenanigans are part of what you see as haunting us here. And we are firmly and just decisively correcting them without having to hide anything. You've got contractors that were given work that are pulling out of size because they wanted to work around the Northern Free State, the Fezile-Dabi area, because it's closer to Gauteng. You've got people who were given work who come from the Eastern Cape. They wanted to work in the Southern Free State, and the same applies to Eastern Free State for those who came from KwaZulu-Natal. Take them to Tswelopele, they pulled out of sight. They pulled out of the project, even though they will have been issued with an instruction to perform work. So these are the issues that we inherited, which is why I'm saying, as you see changes in the department, you will understand that we have got to break what we call is a culture of non-work and non-service delivery, which was also concentrated at the higher echelons. We have empowered the districts. We have taken powers back to them so that we strengthen monitoring of our projects. Our district directors were idling. They were not allowed to go to projects. Their role was really compromised. So when you see the work that is going on, it's primarily because they are now there to monitor the work. And the areas of non-performance had to do with the historically appointed the contractors that were given work to be done. We are sitting with the acting CFO. I don't want to say anything about the predecessor. But the reality is that you begin to see movement on how contractors are being paid because it will be difficult for them to do any other issue. The issue of the 50 million that we lost, we put up a fight because, like the HOD said, National should not have done that. There were answers that they could not answer. We took it up to the point where we confronted the Minister of Finance. And in fact, we should have been given money at that time. So in balancing it out based on our needs, we're given money. Expecting more this year, we ended up with 60, but we will take it. Our accruals are a bigger problem in this department. It's not people whose invoices will be put aside because there's new leadership. It's people who come and say, this department owes me. And then we have had to set up a committee to process that so that we can clarify and verify who's real and who's not real. So we hope, Chair, and believe, as the committee says, that by the time we come back again, there will be another notable progress in turning the department. The NHBRC issue, the department has met with the NHBRC and we escalated the matter to national because they were delaying us. There's no story about it. Number of projects were being affected negatively by that. And as a result, I've got a report that says mechanisms have been put in place to clear projects so that there's no delay. This is despite those areas where there will be structures that are put up in certain areas and so on. The SANU issue is a national issue. Sorry. We are more affected as Free State. Then this matter is a sort of permanent agenda in the MINMEC, where national government is also part of the court processes, acting with us. It is also linked with what we have with the Tabanchu properties that belongs to the former Buputatswana, what now called the Northwest Development Corporation. So we are laying our hands on those particular issues, and we believe that in due course we should be able to have an update. So, Chair, in conclusion, we are not seated in front of the committee as a perfect team, but it's a team that is prepared to sweat and work hard and correct all the wrongs that have been raised. And hence I said the criticism raised by the committee that we take, the ones that are valid that we've got to attend to, we shall attend to them and eventually achieve the state where we fully stabilize the department, and we ourselves can say we are quite happy and proud about ourselves. We are only motivated by the areas of progress we see, but we fully understand that what we inherited is one of those departments that was broken during the era of state capture. This is where the Hawks were camping, if you remember. This is where a number of the people in the senior management were appearing in court. This is where a number of projects were put on hold, including what was known as FLISP now, which is the first home. So we hope that the indicators are saying to us that we need to push more into the right direction. Hence, we can say now the first phase of Dark and Silver City is done. It should be launched, and then the G Hostel should be brought online once the ESCOM energizes that, and then this is due to a number of challenges with Machabi. So we therefore, Chair, take everything objectively, and we'll want to thank the committee really for continuously raising issues even on and off the meetings. So that anything that might be in our blind side, we can be able to pick it up and respond on behalf of the people of Free State. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. I think you'll also assist in naming that settlement and not continue to call it G Hostel when it's not G Hostel. CFO, Dr. Ramanamani and others, thanks for, coming up in jackets, respecting us. Thank you. MEC HOD, we'll see you.
We opened houses this morning, so
Thank you.
we come from
Thank you. Thank you, MEC.
We couldn't be nice and cute like yourself, Chair, but sincere apologies. I brought my jacket, but we hear you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, MEC. Welcome. Sorry, we try to keep in time, but it's just not possible. Depends on who appears and what they want to say, and then there's an interaction. Perhaps it's going to happen to you as well here. Welcome to you and your department. I think I'm going to start directly by asking Mepuselethu to swear in the people that's going to speak, or them to go through the formalities. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ndate Mtolo, good day.
Good day, madam.
May you please stand? Thank you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Caesar Mtolo.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Who else? Okay. Thank you. Good day, ma'am. Please switch on your mic. Thank you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation?
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mama Tebele Joyce Mutsiye.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Kwekiwe Prudence Panyani.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
Yes, I affirm.
Thank you. Good day, ma'am.
Good day.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take the oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
It's Dr. Gladys Zake.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good day, sir.
Good day, ma'am.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sangomenya.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and sorry, may I please just, do you affirm what you're about to tell the committee is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. One more. Sorry. Good day, ma'am.
Good day.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Lynette Christina JP.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. I think this one. Hi, so may you just please move? Is that mic working?
Yeah.
Okay.
To my knowledge, it's working.
Oh. Okay. So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I'm Dion Fourie.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson?
Thank you very much, Mepuselethu. I think, MEC, if it's fine with you, let's give you a chance at the end and let's start with the presentations. Thank you.
Chair, we just wanted to check, should we start with the expenditure first or the quarterly report?
They are both quarterly. It's financial and non-financial, whichever way.
Performance.
Yes.
Okay, whichever.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon to you and the members. With regard to the performance for public works and infrastructure for Q3, we will go to slide 4, where we present the summary for the quarter under review. Chairperson, if you can see, during the quarter under review, we planned to achieve 17 targets. We achieved 7 plus 1, which is the one that was not a plan for the quarter under review. And then those that we did not achieve equals to 10. And then this is the summary per program, program 1, 2, 3. Chairperson, if you allow me, I can just indicate that from slide 5 to slide 8 are those targets that we did not achieve fully as planned during the quarter under review. And then where we explain further with the same indicators, we can go to slide 13. On slide 13 is the first one that we did not achieve under program 1, which is the designated employees with compliance with financial disclosure. Out of the target of 100 that we planned, we did not achieve anything, but this is affected by the system from DIPSA, where they experiencing a temporary shutdown. However, there's as we speak now, there's a circular indicating that the system will be open by the 1st of March, and then if all goes well with the system, the target will be achieved as planned. When we go to slide 15, I will indicate those where we have not achieved, Chairperson, is the number of posts filled. Out of the target of 15, we achieved 10 as a department, and then we indicate under the detailed comment those that we achieved. And the reason for non-achievement is that we had the interviews for those that we are supposed to achieve, and then as we can see under the corrective action column, we are saying that the 4 officials, they will be assuming duty in January, and furthermore, posts have been advertised and closed. The selection process has been prioritized for Q4. That is on slide 15. If we go to program 2 now on slide 19, out of this one, Chairperson, we had a target of 5. The actual output for Q5, for Q3 is 4. If we look on the detailed comment column, we indicate there those that we have completed during the quarter under review. Actually, the one that we planned during the quarter is the Lady Brand House, as indicated as number 1. And then if you look at number 2, 3, and 4, those we had the target that we were supposed to achieve in the previous quarter, and then were now achieved in Q3. The explanation thereof you'll find under slide 20, where we indicate at the bottom there, not planned but achieved during the quarter under review. And then we indicate the reasons thereof. Then we can go to slide 23. Or before 23, Chairperson, 22, we had a target of 2 where we planned to complete 2 maintenance projects, which is the HVACs for Fidel Castro and OR Tambo building. This could not be achieved as planned. And then as a department, we appointed, it was due to the appointment of the service provider that required the expertise for the condition assessment of the HVACs. So we can go to slide 23. On slide 23, we had a target of 5. We achieved 1. That one that we achieved, as indicated, is the OR Tambo fire lift upgrade. And then at the action log at the bottom, action plan, we indicate the 4 that we did not achieve as planned. Those are Bloemfontein Primary School, Free State House Phase 3, Old Reserve Bank, and Botobapelo upgrade, and Bethlehem EMS. We did not achieve as planned during the quarter under review. Then we can go to slide 24. Under slide 24, we anticipated to achieve the energy performance certificate. So this one we could not achieve due to receiving only one quotation. So we had a plan to say we need to request the approval for deviation from the 3 quotation as it hampers us to achieve the target. So when we go to slide 25, we indicated there that the number of renewable energy backup system projects awarded, we planned 2. That is for Fidel Castro and Ortambo building, where we received only 1 quotation. And then we need to do the request for the deviation for not achieving the 3 quotations that we should get. Now we go to slide 26. We had a number of renewable energy projects backup system to be completed. One that we did not achieve is the Hamilton, where the contractor did not have the specialty capabilities. Then this project has been reprioritized and anticipating to be appointed by the end of February. Now when we go to slide 28, on slide 28 we targeted 2 for the number of infrastructure designs ready for tender, which is Fourth Ratsal and Adelaide Tambo. For the 2 projects, we could not achieve because of the delay for the OHS consultant. So this has been done twice, and then we are waiting for the last advertisement to get the OHS for these buildings. The last slide, Chairperson, on slide 37, is under EPWP. We plan to achieve 1,750 work opportunities for the quarter under review, and then we achieve 1,427. We were just delayed by the recruitment because of the budget adjustment that we needed to be concluded. With that said, Chairperson, thank you.
Good afternoon to the chairperson and the rest of the members. I'll be taking you through the third quarter expenditure for the department. So if we can just move over to slide 5. On slide 5, then you'll find our budget, which we had a budget allocation of 2.3 billion. At the end of the third quarter, we had spent 1.6 billion of that budget allocated to the department. And at the end of the third quarter, we had spent 70% of that budget. But if you include our committed funds, we are sitting at 75%. So looking at the linear approach, we are still on track in terms of our expenditure. So if we can just move over then to slide 8. Slide 8, Chairperson, is then just our expenditure per the source of funding. So looking at our voted funds, we had the allocation of 1.7 billion. Then we had spent 70% of that budget and 76% when you include the funds that we've already committed for the year. For our EPWP grant, we had an allocation of 4.2 million. We had spent 97% of that budget. And at the end of the financial year, we're expecting to spend 100% of the budget, as the 87,000 that's reflecting there will be using for training, which will then take place in March. For our infrastructure, if we can just go back, for our infrastructure enhancement allocation, so that's the budget for our projects. We have spent 35%, but if you look at our committed funds, then we're sitting at 60%. Then for our property rates and taxes, we had an allocation of 562 million, and at the end of the third quarter, we're sitting at 73% expenditure on that. So we can just move over to slide 9. Slide 9 then is just our expenditure breaking down in terms of our line items, or rather economic classification. So for our COE, we had a budget of 542 million. We had spent 69% of that budget. When you look at our property rates and taxes, as I've already mentioned, we've spent 73% of that. Our public operations are TV licenses, so we spent 55% of that. Households is 5 million. We've spent 39% of that. However, we're expecting the expenditure to go up with the early retirement, and I think 12 of our officials who are going on early retirement, so the gratuity for that will be paid out of the household budget. Then if we can just move over to slide 12. Slide 12 is then our expenditure, property expenditure, looking at our landlords and municipalities. For our leases, we had a budget allocation of 368 million. And at the end of the third quarter, we had spent 77% of that budget and 95% including the funds that have been committed. For our property payments, which is our utilities, we had a budget of 558 million and we have spent 76% of that budget. So we can just move over to slide 15. Slide 15 is then our infrastructure projects. So for maintenance, we had a budget of 13 million allocated for this year. We've spent 40% of that and 61% including our committed funds. Looking at our rehabilitation and refurb projects, which is our capital projects, we had a budget of 19 million and we have spent 32% including committed funds. And then our upgrade and additions, we had 80 million allocation and we have spent 49% of that allocated budget. So Chairperson, if you look at slide 16, slide 16 to 19 is then just a detailed breakdown of the budget and expenditure per project. I think then we can then move over to slide 20. Slide 20 is our EPWP, which falls under our non-infrastructure projects. For cleaning and greening, we had an allocation of 11 million. We've spent 64%, but as you can see, we've already also spent 85% with our committed funds. So we're expecting to utilize 100% of that. Cleaning and greening, I've already mentioned. And then I think the one that has low spending is then our skills training, where we had an allocation of 4.7 million. Then we only spend 14%. However, I'd just like to bring it to the attention of the chairperson and the members that we have allocated about 2 million to our community workers stipend. So there we are also expecting to spend 100% at financial year end. If you then move over to slide 22, that's our problem child chairperson. So this is our municipal payments. Property rates, we had that allocation of 562 million. Then our projected billing for the year until end March, we're looking at 523 million. And then in terms of our accruals and payables from prior year, which is our historic debt, we had 141 million. So then our shortfall for the year is 102 million. So with this, I think it's indicating that the budget allocation that we currently have as a department is not sufficient to cover the current and also historic debt. But as you look at the outer years, you can see that there's a decrease in our shortfall because of the increase in the budget allocation. So now looking at the municipal services, we then had an allocation of 496 million. But at the first adjustment budget, we received an additional allocation of 62 million. Then we set at a total of 558 million. The projected billing for the year is then 664 million. And then our historic debt is sitting at 802 million. So then in terms of the shortfall, we are looking at 908 million. So when it comes to utilities, we can see that it's increasing over the years. And when you look at the outer year, 28-29, we're then looking at a shortfall of about 1.7 billion. Thank you. And then if we go to slide 24. 24 is then our revenue collection. So the budget for revenue collection was 59 million. At the end of the third quarter, we had collected 44 million of that budget. So percentage-wise, we're sitting at 75%, which is still in line. However, in terms of our rental collection, We've only collected 66% of that, and we're expecting it to increase before the end of the financial year. With that, Chairperson, I have come to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Honorable members, Dr. Makai, Medilano.
Thank you, Chair. Considering the procurement of subcontractors, you seem to have a major hassle. Most of your targets that aren't being realized are because your contractors are either not fulfilling their role, they're not completing their projects, or they are not being paid. You're not blacklisting them. Because I mean, you've got several examples. You've got Bailing Primary, where the contractor's appointment was assessed, the capacity and the capability was not correct, so you had to redo him. With your solar plants, you can't get more than 2 quotes. Your artisans, you're not employing enough. You can't get the interviews done. How is that assessing your backlogs? So it seems that your procurement department, as far as your subcontractors, needs serious review and concentrating on. I would like to know how the department is going to resolve these issues and resolve it in a short-term notice as well as a long-term, so that we don't have this reoccurring again. And then the EPWP, on our tours throughout the province, as we went around and did all the schools, there was a huge problem with the sanitation in most schools. Sanitation, and it was also due to water losses. And I'm speaking specifically, let's say, Letsimeng and Tokologo, where I visited. There were many schools that have boreholes, but they're not connected to the school system. They don't get, because of those areas being water shedding during the day. The municipality watersheds, the schools don't get water, so the sanitation's not working, which causes blockages in the toilets, etc., etc. And the toilets in many of them were broken. There were students defecating on the floor because they didn't have it. There's toilets that were full. There's no toilet seats, etc., etc. So that is a major problem for me. And one of the things was, when we asked the schools how many EPWP workers they've got, some had 1, some had 12. Some only had those that clean the yard. There was no consistency at all throughout both municipalities of EPWP that was assigned to them, and there was no control relinquished to the school to control the EPWP workers. It was relinquished to the supervisors, but the supervisors would only get to the school maybe once every 2-3 weeks. They never on site. These were the genuine complaints that we got. And then the EPWPs didn't get any PPEs either. They didn't have PPEs, and that was a major problem as well. So I would like to know, how did the department allocated the EPWPs? How do they control it? How do they issue the budgets for it? And what do they want? How are they going to resolve this issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much for the presentation. Chairperson, my question, and it's similar to what I asked Provincial Treasury, is regarding the massive municipal debt and the possible move or consideration by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure that the end users at some stage take ownership and responsibility for their own municipal accounts. But up until that day, I think there's a lot that can be done in terms of the responsible consumption and use and the sustainable use of water and electricity, especially amongst our biggest users of water and electricity. And the department will indicate, I think it's health and education. But I wonder if one goes and looks, perhaps, to what extent can we halve the consumption, especially of water, due to leaks. I think most departmental buildings you visit, and you go to the bathroom, you'll find toilets that are running or major leaks. What programs are being rolled out in the interim? This shift might only happen in a year or two's time. I know it's also a political debate that has to take place. But in the interim, we must roll out programs to really look at the responsible usage of our water and electricity. And I mean, if we can bring that down, I think we can really put a dent into this big debt as well as the current account. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've been requested to be brief by yourself, so I'll try and do that. My first question is about the Hamilton Solar, Chairperson. We were told the contractor didn't have the skills, and that's why the contract wasn't completed. How do you appoint people who don't have the skills? You should obviously vet them in some way. And now we heard this morning that Fidel Castro is going to get solar upgrade, or Tambo building as well. Are we going to have the same problem there with people that are appointed without skills? Chair, and then the Ditlabeng Hospital, I drive past there every week. I just want to know if there's any progress there, what is the completion date, the timeframes for completion of that? The Bredar Farm School Hostel, for the last 5 years, I've been from when it was initiated, I've been visiting that project, and every time I go, I see a different person on site. But at this stage, and for the last year, there's just been security at the gate and no progress. And a lot of money has been spent there. There's a school that desperately needs this hostel, and those learners need this hostel. And there doesn't seem to be any, I don't see it on any documents. So I don't know if it's ever going to be completed. I was told it's about 90% complete and it needs the furnishings and things, but it's just standing still. Chair, and then a very important issue for me, the Bloemfontein school, which you mentioned. I asked a question to the MEC in 2024, and she indicated that a budget of 118 million had been allocated, that a tender process had been completed, and the contractor would be on site in 2025. Then in 2025, when we saw there's no one on site, we asked a follow-up question. Then the MEC said there's no budget, there's no contractor, and there's no time frame for this project. Now, this is important because we have two replies from the MEC that are contradicting each other, and I see she acknowledges that. The MEC doesn't take an oath because she takes an oath of office, so she doesn't, when she comes to the committee, take any information given to the legislature through the MEC, whether it's questions or in committee, we regard as being taken under oath. So when we receive two conflicting replies, then it can be construed as perjury. And I want to remind this committee that former Social Development Minister Patobile Dlamini was found guilty of perjury. It's a 4-year or 200,000 fine. That is what the MEC is facing if I go and lay criminal charges based on this, Chair. So she must tell us, why should we not charge her criminally for committing perjury in this legislature?
Thank you, Chairperson. First of all, the fourth raadsel, you mentioned there were problems with the OHS consultant. If you can give us more info there, please. And then what amount has been budgeted for the repairs? And do you have an estimated time of completion, or are we stuck here for the rest of our term? Then what is the scope of work at the Vrystaat Huis? Also, again, amount budgeted, etc. Then, in terms of our bills, our municipal bills that are so high, how far are you with the project to implement water leaking or water leak detecting meters at the hospitals and schools? Then, what is the plan to address the estimated overspending of just over 1 billion rand in terms of the municipal rates, etc.? Are you at some point going to sell some of the unused properties, or what's the plan there? Then your project or capital expenditure is very low. There's mention made of 35% and then also 59%. So what exactly is that difference in the two, and then what contributed to the projects not being awarded in time, and where SCM are to blame, what are the steps and consequence management to be applied. And then the last one, in terms of the National Finance Infrastructure Act or grant, how can we access that? Apparently, there's a additional grant at National Treasury, which you can apply for with the right motivation. So is there a possibility that we can perhaps in some cases apply for that grant and use that money to upgrade infrastructure and then use the other budget that we get in terms of our equitable share to address our outstanding municipal bills? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and let me welcome the presentation. I've been covered with most of the questions. Just one, there's a huge shortfall that you project. How are you gonna manage it? How are you gonna make sure that you address it and that the budget balances? Thank you.
No, it's because you are in diaspora. Sometimes I forget about you.
Thank you, Chair. Let's welcome the presentations. I think, Chair, one is the issue of, I'm not sure what's happening, but one is the issue of quotations that requires deviation. Where we are sitting, it's third quarter, which means October, November, December. Now we are sitting in it's February. 6 months down the line, the department comes and says that they are still to request a deviation of a quotation. So my question is then, if that is the case, what is the turnaround time to request quotations and to conclude the quotation? If you pick up that you have received one quotation, what is the turnaround to request deviation and approval so that you get to complete the task and meet the target? Because we're sitting roughly now at around 5 months, and third quarter is around about concludes in December. So can we get just clarity about the turnaround of those processes? And then the other issue is on the issue. On the maintenance. I want to ask. At village is very dark. I think MEC I did engage you about this. How much does it cost to get a globe of a street light?
A bulb.
A bulb. How much does it cost to get a bulb? Because I think it's more than 2 to 3 months MEC we have engaged you about this matter to say that. But if it means we can buy those particular bulbs and be installed, and then we can do claims. I don't think that we can struggle with a mere bulb. I don't want to speak about the swimming pool MEC at that particular area and other issues that are happening. And these residents are residents where members of these committees are sitting, but there's no priority and there's no keen interest to make sure that issues that are pertaining, issues of maintenance, issues of that, as far as your bulb, your swimming pool, and other issues are not attended to timelessly. I would not know, perhaps, unless we would have to discuss the issue with the legislature in terms of how best do we continue to reside there, or what should we do if there's no responsive and rapid response to issues. I want to come to the issue of contractors, given the primary or core responsibility of the department. In the organogram through chair, I just want to check if there is a contract managed, because I think the previous department that has been here, which is human settlement, they could not give us a response on that issue, given the number of issues that they have with contract. Does the department, this one as well, which is the command, do they have a contract managed in their organogram? If they do not have, when are they considering to have such? Because this is a very important aspect, because you are dealing with contractors, to have the personnel that deals with contracts and manages contracts. If they do not have the person, what mechanism are they using to deal with those contract disputes, contract performance, and so forth? And who's doing that? And And then last, I want to understand the solar projects. I understand the issue of solar as an alternative energy, and where you install them at the areas where there are high intensive energy use facilities. So what is the priority? What becomes a priority? Because if Fidel Castro is prioritized over a hospital, I would want to believe the hospital, by given the nature of the activities, they are high intensive energy consumption facility as compared to Fidel Castro. What is the criteria that the department is using to arrive to see that this building it requires to have an alternative solar energy? And lastly, I want to check on the same issue of solar alternative.
Is the third
energy.
lastly?
Yeah, it's the last one, Chair. The last of the last. The issue, how is the department, given that the department is contracting suppliers or individuals to do this particular work, who's going to carry the responsibility to register those houses with the new regulation of NERSA? And who's the engineer that is going to sign off those things and take responsibility if the department does not have that professional engineer that is educated in that particular sector? Because by the end of 31st of March, all facilities that are tied to grid, they must be registered. So how far is the department? Has the department started the process on already existing solar alternative or grid-tied facilities that they put grid? If not, what is the reason? And who's the professional engineer that is going to sign off those things? Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Over to you. If you are able to take all the questions, it will save time for us. HOD, there's only one chairperson in this meeting. Over to you, HOD.
Now, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. We have a team that is leading in different sections in the department that will also assist us in terms of responding on some of the issues. Then I will start. Oh, okay. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. The MEC will also come to conceptualize some of the issues that are being raised. I will start first with the issue of the contractors that are unable to fulfill their responsibilities after they've given a tender. Yes, it's true that you will find that there are contractors that are unable to fulfill that responsibility, but most of the time we'll see that when they are at site level, but when they tender, find that documentation qualifies them, but at implementation stage it becomes a different matter. So it's a matter that now we've identified as a department. How did we identify it as a department? We've identified it through our project management. Through our project management that visits projects every week or every second week. But what we've put in place now as a department, as part of our recovery plan, in all the issues that have been raised, is that matter that we need to have, in terms of our personnel, people that have requisite skills that will be able to analyze properly the documentation that is submitted. Because also the area that we are going to tighten is an area that we need to go on site in the office where the contractor is saying is residing, So to go and check it, really, is it this contractor has all the requirements or all the implements or tools of implementation. So I'm moving into that direction in order to arrest this situation. Then there's an issue of EPWP, sanitation and water challenges, and so on at schools. For the schools, as the department, you are not responsible for EPWP at schools level. Ours, we interact with municipalities, and then municipalities will, through advertisement that would make as a department at municipal level, then they submit it to us, and then we do due diligence in terms of the personnel, whether they qualify or not. And then municipalities, they have their own grant to pay for EPW participants. Then at provincial level, we also have our own EPWP, but those EPWP personnel are not stationed at schools. So, but it's a matter that maybe we'll have to revisit and check as to what is the story about this, and also interact with the Department of Education, because they do have their own, as they report to us, their own participants. I guess I've also how the department allocate EPWP. I guess in a way I've touched on this. And then the budget sits with the municipalities through their grants, and also in terms of at provincial level for our own EPWP, we have the budget for our own EPWP participants. The issue of municipal debt. Yes, there is a challenge of a municipal debt. MEC will conceptualize that. As a department, we are able to pay for property rates and taxes. Where we have a challenge is on municipal services because of the limited budget. But to address this, we've established a task team that will look together with Treasury, COGTA, and the Department of the Premier, that to holistically look at the issue of the budget for municipalities. The MEC is leading that in terms of the executive, in terms of the executive council. In the past week, we've been having challenges of municipalities that have been disconnecting hospitals, clinics, and all government buildings. But we managed to engage with them, led by the DG, and those municipalities were able to reconnect the electricity and water. Yes, the Department of Education and Health are the biggest consumers of water and electricity. We're putting in place processes. We're putting in place processes to address this situation. As a department, we have a water savings contract with one of the contractors that are assisting us to step on issues of leakages and so on. Through that, we have saved millions of leakages as a department. But it's a process that we are looking at. And then also as a department, we are saying, because through that process, they are also skilling us to get skills. So what we are discussing is to put in place a unit that will pay particular attention on this matter of water leakages. But that process has not yet been finalized. Then on the issue of breeder and Bloemfontein, I will ask that the engineers to just to come and then and clarify. But as far as I'm aware, in terms of Bloemfontein, yes, there was a budget that was put in place to address, to come up with construction of Bloemfontein. But later on, the Department of Education came back to say, let's revisit the designs. Let's revisit the designs to be normal designs like any other schools. That process delayed. When the MEC was answering here, was based on the initial plan before the Department of Education came back to us to say, hold on, we are revisiting the designs. We say that the amount is overboard, so we need to revisit to come to standard plans that are required. So it's a process that is not yet completed. We are still awaiting for the Department of Education to come back to us to indicate whether we continue or we don't continue. That is Bloemfontein. Breda School Hostel. The Breda School Hostel has been taken over by by the Department of Department of Education. So they are the ones that will complete the project. The Fort Ratsal, as the department were committed to address the issue of the Fort Ratsal. Conditional assessment has been done for the Fort Ratsal. And we've budgeted for the coming financial year for the Fort Ratsal. We'll have stages in terms of implementation of the maintenance of the Fort Ratsal. So there's that process that also the MEC will engage with the legislature as to how to move forward in terms of this, because also at the same time we have limited budget, but we have put something for the new financial year as to address the issue of Fort Ratsal in terms of phases. But the engineers will come to that. And also they will address the work of the Free State House. The work at the Free State House has started in terms of consultants and so on. We are waiting to procure the OHS consultants in order for us to start the process of construction. We'll go out, that will be phase 2 to construct. But the engineers will be in a better position to talk on that. So let me stop there and then ask colleagues to also assist me to come. The MEC will be the sweeper.
We are rushing against time. My worry is that's why I wanted you to give overall answers to the questions. Where technicalities are needed, then we'll then say engineer, especially if you say that, just to make a certain example of Ratsal, if we really need answers specific, that would need a technical response on that we can then get deep into that. So I wanted us to do that. Where you say these are the questions left, you give to somebody, not to say on questions that you have responded to, somebody else must go deeper into that. There's a queue waiting for us outside. That's what I was saying. MEC, relax, you're going to speak. I just wanted
okay.
I just give direction on that.
All right, no thanks. The issue of the village, that is very dark, we'll attend to it with speed. We'll attend to it with speed. We were not aware that it's very dark, but we'll attend to it with speed by Friday. By Friday, tomorrow, we'll put those bulbs. the swimming pool, we'll have to send colleagues to witness. Yes, in terms of the swimming pool, I don't want to say by tomorrow, but colleagues will go tomorrow to do an assessment. And then after that assessment,
I hope you are responding to me.
Okay, no, thanks, Chairman. Then Dion will talk on the issue of solars. There's a movement there. And then May Lynette will talk on the issue of contract management together with the acting CFO, And then also the acting CFO will also...
No, you know what I want from you, HOD? I want you to respond, not to distribute answers. Respond where you can say that, because it works out faster.
No,
so once you distribute answers, you want to be democratic in an undemocratic process.
Okay, let's do that. In terms of we have addressed the issue of the swimming pool and the bulbs. Then the issue of the shortfall, yes, we do have a shortfall as a department, more in particular for maintenance. We do need this matter to be addressed, but we understand that the province has a limited budget. But yes, we do have a shortfall. As a result of that, some of our projects that would have done within a year, we end up doing them in multi-years. So that's the challenge that we are faced. And then also when we are called upon to address issue of maintenance of general government buildings, we are unable because of that. So when you address the issue of the solar panels, what you are busy with now as a department is to come up with a panel of contractors that will be responsible for solar. So where there are issues of solar, then we'll tap on that panel of contractors. That panel will be for for 3 years, and then also we will register a professional as a department that will be able to sign off. Those are some of the issues that we will be doing to address this challenge of solar. The issue of municipal debt came twice. I think we've talked to it. The issue of quotations that require deviations. The reason why that we will seek deviations is when there's no response in the market. We'll go thrice and there's no response at all at the market. Then as a result of that, then we'll request for deviations. So that's the challenge that we are faced with, and is a challenge that we are addressing. To say we need to move with speed, even if that is the case, to prioritize this. We have come up with a recovery plan as the department to look at areas where we are not moving, including these issues of deviations, as how are we going to speed up the process? Instead of us maybe going out for request for quotations on some of the elements or goods and services that we need as a department, we are saying what we are looking at, maybe we need to go in tender process to have contract to sign contract for 3 years for those that will be qualifying to assist us with those services, so that tomorrow we don't go out for requests for quotations a living example here. We're talking about issues of accommodation, issues of transportation, and so on. That we need to have a service provider that will be doing that work for us as a department. So there's a matter that we are addressing. It's part of our recovery plan, and there's a movement in terms of that. The issue of contract management. It's a matter that we do have contract management unit in the department. But what we are looking at is that we need to beef it up. To have technicians or technical people that will be in a position to look at different elements of the needs of the department. We'll be going out. In fact, we have gone out to advertise posts at different levels, and then also at SCM level or at procurement level. We have gone out. We're in the process now of interviews. Of interviews. One of the units that we are looking at is the one of contract management to address these challenges that we are faced with. As of now, there are colleagues that have been identified that possess technical skills to assist that unit. So it's the work that we are doing, and we regard it as work in project. I think the questions, I've tried to respond to all of them.
The MEC will plug the gaps.
Yeah, the MEC will be a sweeper, yes, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to yourself and members of the committee. Chair, let me start with the contradictory statements as indicated by Honorable Member. Like HOD has indicated, when the question phase came in 2024, at that point, the department was in the process of implementing the project. However, the Department of Education withdrew the project because of the spec. There was a change in terms of spec, therefore requiring us to go back to the drawing board in relations to that particular project. Now, the conflicting statements would be informed by that particular process that I've spoken to. However, I always indicate to officials, I'm happy that they are here, that whatever question that I receive from members of the legislature, I refer it to the department. Therefore, the responses I get are a reflection of the responses that I would have received from them. If they mislead me as a member of the Executive Council, therefore, I would be subjected to this particular process. And I've emphasized this matter over and over again amongst senior officials of the department too. The department, in terms of us briefing the expertise within the institution. Just yesterday, we were finalizing appointment of about 18 artisans in the department, 8 officials in supply chain. The processes of interviews, we have undergone that. We will also beef up PMU, where we are also moving towards appointing engineers in that particular space. Therefore, the issue of filling of posts and the actual target in as far as the APP is concerned, it would have been reached by the time we come to a report on the fourth quarter, including the issues of the disclosures. The disclosures is only 6 officials whom were outstanding, and the process was mainly because the DPSA closed the system or it crashed or something of that sort. But we have had a letter that confirms that the system will be open. Therefore, that particular target will be achieved. Chair, on the issue of the EPWP specifically, I was in Kopano during the Back to School campaign, led by the department, by the Executive Council, to say all MECs must visit specific schools so that we are actually able to see whether the schools are ready for 2026. We went to Kopano with Ndade Dion. That's where the issues that are raised by Honorable Member, when we got to that particular school, we did get to experience that around issues of water. We know Kopano, it's a Kopano municipality to be precise, Philippolis town to be precise. We went to both the high school and the primary in Philippolis, where we found out there were challenges. Remember, we don't have mandate to maintain schools as a department, but given what we have experienced there, in that particular school. We agreed in principle as management that we will do necessary interventions where we can, utilizing our own expertise, given that we've got engineers and artisans in the department. But ordinarily, we would not enter into that particular space because that's not our responsibility as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We build schools on behalf of client departments. We hand over from there off. They then take over maintenance. That's why the maintenance budget is with them. It lies with Department of Education. Chair, on issues relating to municipal debt, even in the previous session, honorable members gave us some advices on how to deal with issues relating to water savings. How are we going to engage communities and including staff members at these particular institutions? We have taken into cognizance that particular advice, and we have put it in as part of our 2026-2027 program of action to say how do we engage institutions so that we reduce the use of our water and electricity. Over and above that, the water savings project will proceed to other institutions that might not have benefited out of it. It was not all hospitals, it was not all clinics. In actual fact, we are unable to put this particular water savings project on all institutions or facilities precisely because of the budget allocation. If we had more money to do so, we would do that. But at this point in time, we're going to continue with that particular project. Solars, where do we put solars? It would have been good to put a solar in a school or in a hospital. But unfortunately, when we did our own analysis in as far as solar panels is concerned, if you put it in school, there's a huge potential risk of it being stolen because there is no physical security to safeguard those particular panels that we would have put there. That would have been an advice to education because education is responsible for maintenance and everything else. But from our side, we would have loved to do so, to put solar in schools, but unfortunately, because of that particular risk, we were having a challenge. For instance, we did put solar in one of our facilities in Quarterly, if I'm not mistaken. Within a very short period of time, there was a challenge. Therefore, that's why we have now enhanced security by putting in necessary fence and ensuring that the individuals will be able to safeguard that particular project. Chair, EPWP, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the Free State Province, has about 2,000 allocation for 2,000 participants. However, individual department has EPWP. Individual municipalities, they've got EPWP. Where we allocate this EPWP participants, it will be based on, we would want to cover all municipalities, but our choice will be based on the municipality in terms of viability for them to collect the revenue. That's why majority of our EPWP projects or participants, they come from towns like Harik, Clarence, Kwakwa, a municipality like Mkhaka that will be participating now in this coming quarter. So allocation is primarily based on those criterion. However, if we had more money, we would give equal share to all municipalities, but unfortunately, we are seated with a very minimal resources. Maintenance, it was only this past, I wish Mayor Chabalala would have indicated that, which was a good response, by the way, from members of the legislature, that the new contractor who has been put in to fix the solar has done a great job. However, like we've indicated, the previous contractor did not do such a great job. That's why we did not proceed with the same individual. We had to appoint a new individual for purposes of ensuring that there's quality work in as far as services are concerned. Chair, the shortfall in relations to water and sanitation is one of the issues that we have brought to this house. We have requested even yourself to assist us if we can get more resources to deal with the matter. But like I've indicated previously, we are continuously doing our part as the department to ensure that we reduce the rates and taxes. In 2026-2027 financial year, we have identified 16 buildings or facilities, including state assets, that can assist us for economic development. That will include your Naledi San, the open sites on the N8 and so on. We want to utilize these state assets for purposes of economic development. Over and above the 16 buildings, we had identified 28 state assets that were underutilized, which the process of valuations to assess the value of those particular assets, it has been done, it has been finalized. We did report here in the previous session, Chair, that we will procure private individuals for purposes of valuation so that we are not accused of manipulating processes in terms of valuation. That process was done, has been finalized. We're taking it back to EXCO for EXCO to give us a green light in as far as how do the disposal processes, whether do we donate, do we dispose of through the market value or so on and so on. So those particular processes are also assisting us to reduce on rates and taxes, including utilities. Beyond the 28, we will continue to identify other state assets that are not utilized for that particular purpose. Therefore, by the time in the next 3 years, we are hoping that we would have reduced our debt over and above requesting additional resources for that particular purpose. Of course, we would have wanted individual department to pay for their individual debt. Like we have indicated, education and health are the main culprits in terms of this particular debt. However, the Executive Council, as things stands, they've said we must retain the process in as far as centralized payment is concerned, so that there's no confusion in terms of billing and so on and so on. We have also we are still dealing with the issues of billing with Machabi and Slalo, Chair, which we are hoping that we would finalize. We are still having challenges in finalizing that billing, but we will get there. I think on the last part that I think I need to speak to, after the session we had in the last quarter, when we presented to the legislature, we went back to the drawing board. We developed what we call a recovery plan for all the projects and all the outstanding matters that were thorny at that particular time. Chair, it's quite important to indicate that here we're only presenting Q3. By the time we get to Q4, because majority of what we had committed to has actually been done in terms of the awards have been done, but because we're only reporting on Q3, we're just sticking to what has been done in as far as Q3 is concerned. But by the time we come to report on Q4, whole lot of work would have been done. Our expenditure would have matched, not necessarily to the T, of course, would have been at least closer to performance, because in the last quarter we were asked, we must correlate between the expense vis-a-vis the targets that we would have met. And I think we are getting to that particular point whereby we would have met a majority of our targets, besides those that would require collaboration with external stakeholders in as far as client department is concerned. Where we have got challenges, Chair, is still on projects that are implemented by Public Works, but the resources still remain with client departments. We have absolutely no total control in terms of payments. We're having a discussion now with Ma'am Lynette when she was briefing me about Bitumelo. The processes is done, we are doing our part, but still there's payment that needs to happen that must come from Department of Health or Department of Education. But we're hoping that as soon as we clarify the mandates and the coordination processes between ourselves as Public Works and client departments, the sooner that mandate issue is clarified, so that we can ring-fence the resources, so that there is no back and forth in terms of who must pay and so on, and we don't even play blame cards between ourselves and client departments. Thank you very much, Mdula Stool.
I think, MEC, at the heart of what you are saying is what we raise from time to time: cooperative governance. If provincial government can master the issue of cooperative governance, frustrations that you are raising would not be there. The second issue, as members of the legislature, we cannot help you to get more funding because we don't know the priorities of government. So that what we should be supporting should be in line with what government has set out as priorities. because every MEC, when they come here, they want more money and they want help from us. So it then becomes difficult. I think if you can check the issue of Ratsal, for us it's a very thorny issue. Both for work-related matters and also for political matters. The whole street of President Brand it's a heritage, serious heritage site. It needs cooperative governance. Public Works, Department of Arts and Culture, Department of Tourism, municipality. Now, the problem that you then find is that this facility for maintenance, it will be Public Works. You get to the next one, the heritage site, another heritage site, is Arts and Culture. And Arts and Culture does not have capacity in terms of technical capacity. I think there's only one person, it was said that there's only one person working there who must oversee all the infrastructure projects of the departments. And then those are type of the issues that now today we reported that the presidency is leaking, the roof is leaking. And for those that have gone there would know that that facility is very beautiful. It needs just proper planning. How do you take care of that so that you then have a plan for tourism for that? So it's a question that needs cooperative governance. I'm putting this to you, MEC, so that when you go to Exco, talk about cooperative governance. Our provincial government, it's really lacking on that aspect. And I think that was your concluding remarks, MEC, because now we will be left to reflect for a few minutes on what the departments that have been here have said. We'll meet again next time when we call you, MEC. Thank you very much, you and your team. See you, Ndate Sango, next time.
Thank you very much, Modula Stulo.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. I think if we can take our seats. This next session as a colleagues, yes. Let's give it 2 minutes to settle down. Unfortunately, time is not on our side, so we are now going into a presentation by farmers on re-gravelling of farm roads and related matters in the Free State. It's a request from Dr. Jack Armour from the Free State Agriculture Association. I think it came a long way from last year, May month already, where there was some questions or requested and responses from their side. So in the beginning of this year, there was a request if he can perhaps address the committee. And it's a joint committee, obviously, it's public accounts and there's agriculture also in here. Yeah, Honorable Zama is chairperson of agriculture, but I'll let everybody introduce themselves now for the sake of the gentleman. So the Department of Agriculture should be here, the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport, the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Rural Economic Development, Sports, Small Business, Sports, Arts, Culture, AFASA, the African Farmers Association of South Africa, and as well as the Free State Farmers. And then perhaps if we can start, colleagues, the members, Honorable Mackay, if you can start just to pronounce yourself, and then we can go this way and all the way through. MEC.
Thank you, Chair. Just for my comfort, can I understand the stakeholders that are invited here, are they going to address you, ask you questions, and you responding to their questions? What is going to be our role as a department in here?
I think, MEC, let's listen to the presentation. And then after that, I can't answer on behalf of your department, and I cannot answer on behalf of the Agriculture Department. But you've got a session after this one anyway. So, but we appreciate the fact that you're here. I'm sure there will be some requests from them, and then we'll take it into committee stage also. But it will be, if you can answer those questions and perhaps guide us in a direction, it will be appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. Can I request respectfully that then we be excused? Because this is based on the fact that Parliament has got a process. The stakeholders that are here do not interact for the first time with Parliament. And there are specific procedures, frameworks, and rules through which stakeholders outside Parliament can interact with you, including ourselves. If there are specific questions that we need to answer, we always do come forward, including interacting with stakeholders that are going to address us here. We have done that. In actual fact, last year, our department, together with agriculture, we have met with constituencies within the agricultural sector. And there is a process that was agreed upon, who must bring what on the table so that we can maximize the resources. So I'm not comfortable with it at all. My expectation, at least, would be that this interaction should have been done through petitions committee, not in this way. It must, if it's not agreed upon, it's not my problem, it's okay, but it must be noted on record that we are not happy.
Yes, MEC, maybe what we need to explain is that we had what we would say a slot with the farmers unions to engage with the portfolio committees. Now, coincidentally, you were here not necessarily to say you are here for them. It's only that you can sit and listen to what is being said, not necessarily to commit yourself or say anything. It's as much as you are seated outside. So it's just our interaction with the farm. So the department that the department that was alerted to be part of the session was the Department of Agriculture. That's why they are here. They have been here since this morning. So it's only that it will just be beneficial for yourselves to hear what the interaction is.
And also, thank you, Chair. And also, I mean, it's roads. It's not outside of your department, but I mean, it was also decided that this is rural roads that we're talking about, gravel roads, and agriculture is also. So agriculture should perhaps also say, we don't want to be here, if that is the case, but you are invited. We are going to give them the opportunity. If you don't want to respond, we'll take a decision on that in the committee. But I mean, if it's possible, you can. If you don't want to participate, that's also your decision.
Can I say something?
Yes, you're more
Thank
than
you, Chair.
welcome.
No, we'll listen.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Okay. Honorable Mackay, you can start there, that side. Just introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Honorable David Mackay and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Vanna Pretorius, member of the ProPac committee.
Bommele bontate. Naka lebitso ke Amelia Chabalala, setho sa committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Roy Jankelson, member of Agriculture and Economic Development Committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Trilani Leach. I'm a member of the ProPac committee and also then on roads and infrastructure.
My name is David van Vieren. I'm the chairperson of Infrastructure Committee.
Upa Khobane, Public Accounts Committee Chairperson.
Afternoon, everyone. Tabisan Khare, member of the committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, both chairs, and also myself as a chair, MEC and your team, and different stakeholders. My name is Zama Sikwabela. I'm responsible for economic development, but member of Infrastructure and Proper Committee.
Just as an apology, the Deputy Speaker has just excused herself, and Memam Kabela will be joining us now. He just attended to something in their office. She'll be coming back now.
I'm Hlonipho Nhlabathi. I'm a Chief Director, Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Muso Tswametsi, DDG Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs.
Tabosonop Afasa.
Jack Armour, Free State Agriculture.
Good afternoon, it's Chava Ramabenyane, Afasa.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Makwa, Chair of Afasa in the Free State. Thank you.
Sorry. Jabu Mbalula, MEC Community Safety, Roads and Transport.
Good afternoon, Maseko Chabalala, Head of Department, Community Safety, Roads and Transport.
Afternoon, I'm Ivodia Malebo, Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Dr. Armour, I'm going to give over to you. You can give your presentation, and then after that, we can engage on the matter. Thank you.
Just President.
Here we go. Thank you very much. There's my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity that we can address the legislature. Briefly, let me just get this working. I'm quickly just going to give some context and background to the presentation. I'm not going to go through the memorandum. It was shared with everybody. Then the analysis of the response, that's a document that was also shared with everybody. All I've done on the slides is just summarize everything to make it more concise with some pictures, because the graphics do show the state of our roads, as you can see there, on a gravel road that's washed away over the years. And then not just to complain, but also to mention some solutions that we've got in the pipeline. So the first reference to speaking to EXCO was made when we presented to EXCO in 2022. That meeting concluded with a recommendation that we present our issues with the roads to the Free State Legislature. We made a comprehensive presentation there, looking at all the issues with the road maintenance, and there already we were speaking about systemic problems. So it wasn't just we know the roads were bad. We know we haven't got funds to fix the roads, but the system that's managing it, there were problems in the system that we were highlighting then, and that was 4 years ago already. And then when MEC Mbalula came into power, we also had the opportunity to present to him, just to brief him on our issues with roads and the border road and safety and everything. And we do have a generally cordial relationship with him. And then the beginning of last year, we had our last meeting with the Department of Roads, and our chairperson, Francois Wilken, was maybe a little bit hard-worded with the roads and told things as they are. And I think some people in the department took some exception because we haven't had a meeting again with the Department of Roads since then. Till then, we used to have monthly meetings with Mr. Ntaka, who used to brief us and keep us on the ball of what's happening. So at least we knew if there wasn't funds or something wasn't working or why there were delays. We had reasons, but since the beginning of this year, I think since we handed in this memorandum, we didn't have any cordial relation with the department anymore. After requesting meetings, we struggled to get meetings. And that's not the reason why we're running to the legislature. So the reason why we came to the legislature was from that EXCO meeting in 2022 already, where it was suggested that we get an appointment. Anyway, so we set up this memorandum. We handed it to the MEC, possibly at a very public event, where deputy ministers and other MECs and stuff were present. But we might have misused the event, so apologies for that, MEC. But in that memorandum, we made a list of 14 questions that we asked to be asked to the Free State Legislature for answering, and we also made a list of demands. And I'm not going to go through that. I think everyone's got it in the documents that were shared with you. So in short, the memorandum was handed to MEC Mbalula in February, and then we also circulated it to people in the department to bring under their attention. Our request was for structural reforms within the department, more accountability and urgent interventions. And the report that we drew up after getting feedback from the legislature of questions that were asked So this memo also then leaked in the media, and it leaked and it got out to the public and it got to politicians. And I think a lot of politicians also asked questions based on this memorandum in the legislature. So then we took all those questions that were asked and we analyzed them in terms of our requests in the memorandum and how they were answered and dealt with in the accountability system of the legislature. So the report evaluates the MEC's replies then to legislature. So in summary of the findings, that the MEC provided very substantial factual answers. So he gave all the facts. And we welcomed that, and his department supplied the right information to give the facts. But what the replies failed to give was the memorandum's demands asking for structural reforms, the urgent interventions, the action plans, the accountability networks. So the data was provided, but not the structural problems that are still looming. So if we look at the first set of questions, that 3.1 in the presentation, the MEC answered. So if we look at gravel roads and the issue that we've got with gravel roads, and I focus this presentation also only on gravel roads because that was the brief sent to us in the invite to this meeting. we need graders to grade the roads. The MEC answered we've got 82 graders on average. They are 33 years old. So there's the first big flaw. The graders are old. We've got aging machines that are breaking down all the time. We've only got 21 qualified blader operators with an average age of 53. So currently the farmers are paying out of their own money old retired blader operators to drive those graders, because a private sector person with whatever licenses and qualifications and stuff in yellow fleet operation is not allowed to drive a state vehicle unless he's gone through the state training school at Kroonstad. And that was also one of the questions that we asked. To what extent is that state blader operated driving school being training new students? So yeah, we've got old machines, we've got old aging drivers. We don't have enough drivers to operate all the machines. And in one of the meetings that we did have with the Department of Roads in the year before last, I asked about GPS tracking, that we could see where these graders are and how productive they are and how they're working and all that kind of stuff. And we were assured that they all got tracking systems in, and that there is a system to try and see how productive they are. And then in Parliament, in this legislature, the MEC answered that all these GP units were removed because they were sucking the batteries dry. Then the other big thing that the report also highlighted, and that's something that we as Free State Agriculture has been saying a lot, the department, and I suppose that's politics in general's KPA is jobs created. But for us as farmers on the ground, we don't care how many jobs are created. Obviously, it's important, but we care that the job gets done, that the roads get fixed. So the kilometers of roads bladed, the kilometers of the square meters of potholes fixed, that's the kind of thing that we want to see being reported on as to the real progress of how our taxpayers' money is being used, not how many EPWP workers have been employed. As important as that is, we acknowledge that's important, but it's got to be done productively and efficiently, that the money is used to get the job done. So the assessment of those first lot of questions, 1 to 8 from our memo, were answered in Parliament, in this meeting, in question 288 and 289. So the assessment of those answers was they were thoroughly answered. However, they do not provide corrective action, training recovery plans, or measures to improve grader uptime. Chair, how long do I have? I don't want to. Each one of these replies has got the same trend, so I don't want to labor the point. But regarding gravel roads, I think it's important. I'll just give the main things. 100 million was allocated for gravel roads to be fixed last year. Only 17 million was actually spent. The contractors that were appointed were, I don't know if they went on strike or what happened, but they stopped working and they weren't paid, and we had no regraveling last year. I think it says 13 million, that was old. I think the latest figure was 17 million. And then a lot of money gets diverted from what it's budgeted for to other things like litigation over here. The assessment, the reply explains why regraveling collapsed, but no remedial plan, no timelines, no contractor replacement strategy. So I think that comes down just to clear communication sometimes. And yes, I know budget is always a problem. The next point there on culverts, water pipes and drainage. So the reason why our roads are so bad is because the roads have become rivers. The roads aren't maintained for the water to run off the road. The waterways, the culverts, they're not being maintained. And that's pick and gravel worker, that's ground fleet. People that used to be in the local PIO offices, that used to come with a yellow fleet from the local, that lived locally and did that work and cleared the drains and cleared the waterways. Now, there's only budget for superficial blading. And that's, and then from this picture in this slide, you can clearly see how the road surface has been bladed away eventually and not brought back onto the surface or washed away through water action. And then the graders come and they break open the culvert pipes, and the culvert pipes get blocked, and then the water can't get off the road, so the road becomes the river. And this picture, incidentally, is the road towards Pekka Bridge Border Road. And on the other side of Pekka Bridge, there's a beautiful tar road running along the river in Lesotho, but that's the road that tourists and farmers that do business in Lesotho, they go over that bridge, have to drive every day. So once again, the department's lack of capacity, the report highlights that, and fails to present an action plan or mitigation for these culverts and water pipes and drainage. We do hear from some of the district managers that they do have pipes at their stores, and they've got a system whereby farmers can come and fetch the pipes themselves and install it themselves. So once again, it comes down to the farmers. Farmers are farming. They're making their livelihood from farming. And if they've got to fix roads as well, that's money coming out of their pockets, their productivity in expanding their farms and farming better and buying new technology for the farm, that's now diverted towards fixing public roads, and that's not sustainable. If we look at bridge repairs, and this is the Aberfeldy Bridge, this picture over here in Harrismith. 4 years ago, we reported the bridge. It was, I think, advertised 2 or 3 times, and the whole tender process, and Advocate George Galloway, who reported this project to us, reported back yesterday that the contractor that was appointed to fix the bridge, I mean, it was a 50 million rand project. I don't know how much has been paid him, but the bridge is only 40% complete, and the contractor's AWOL. He says he can't get certain stuff and whatever. I'm not sure what the reasons are, but I don't know if that bridge is ever going to get fixed. The Viljoenskroon Road that got flooded, when the Welkom Road, that Allen Ridge Road got flooded, I think 29 lives were lost on that road before a private contractor came in and filled up the road with gravel, and they made a new road and then just raised the road above the level of the pan. The excuses that we get for this road not being fixed is that the road is still underwater, they can't do anything. So we need to pump the water out or raise the road. And while the road's not getting fixed, it's a bypass road to Viljoenskroon. All traffic is now driving through Viljoenskroon, and it's totally decimated the town's traffic, besides the dust and the inconvenience for the people in the town that this is creating. So once all a factual, complete report with facts and figures, but not giving solutions to the plans. Here's another picture of the Viljoenskroon road where the water is still. This picture was taken, I think, end of last year. The water is still on the road, that's true. But if you dump aggregate, or what do you call it, rocks on the road, you can build a new road over it and you can open that road. But this is an 83 million project that's been allocated to a contractor, and I don't know what's happening. It seems to be standing still. I know maybe transfer to Sunroll is one of the replies that we've got. So ongoing delays, no strategic direction, reinforcing the memorandum's concerns about management failures. If we look at the yellow fleet and capacity of the state garage, here are some pictures that we took quite a while ago, and that's just the police cars when we were speaking about rural safety that are standing outside the state garage waiting to get fixed. And while the cars stand there, they get stripped of tires and batteries and all sorts of things like that. But anyway, once again, the replies was no evaluation of service workshop dysfunctionality, nor procurement bottlenecks. The centralized state fleet central garage system is just not working. It's not servicing the aged state fleet like it should be. There should be decentralized contractors appointed in each town to fix. There must be a more efficient system, is what we're asking for. A boermaker plan. If a farmer's fan belt goes whatever, they ride immediately to the co-op, get a fan belt, fix it, and the vehicle can carry on combining or plowing or whatever it's doing. But when a road fleet battery or a small thing breaks, you've got to submit a formal form to procure the right thing, and then that vehicle is out of action 2 to 8 weeks, as reported back to the committee. Vehicle damage claims. So there's these claim forms that were sent to us over the years. When your vehicle's damaged, you can claim. There was feedback given. Thank you for that. 695 claims over the last 5 years, of which 47 million was paid out because of poor roads. So that's money lost because the roads weren't fixed properly. And then all the litigation and legal fees that go with that as well. Well, if the forms were claimed out, then there wasn't litigation. So you save litigation fees then as well. So the public is filling in these forms, but I'm sure there's a lot more forms that get submitted to the department than the ones that actually get paid out. And it's created a mistrust in the public that they don't want to fill in these forms because they say what's going to happen from it. So in conclusion, the Free State Road Network will continue to deteriorate without urgent leadership intervention, stronger oversight, and immediate operational reform. A coordinated multi-agency response is essential to protect rural safety, agricultural viability, and core economic infrastructure. So speaking of this multi-agency, we've got Sunroll that's already taken over a lot of roads in the Free State. We understand that the more roads Sunroll takes over, the less budget the department gets to actually do the work that it's supposed to get. We're also concerned that Sunroll has reached its capacity, and I don't think there's much more scope for Sunroll to take over more roles. Last weekend, we signed an MOU, or Agri-SA and AgBiz signed an MOU with Infrastructure SA to pilot strategic trade routes. And so our farmers and agribusinesses worked on surveys, and we provided a lot of data to Infrastructure SA, who modeled in very comprehensive econometric models every single trade route, every bit of road that goes from one farm to a co-op or to a delivery point. And the results were quite shocking at how much revenue the Free State is losing because of poor roads. And incidentally, 17,000 full-time jobs are being lost every year because of our poor roads. And then also the farmers and the agribusinesses. There's pictures of some of the big agribusinesses that have bought graders to grade the access routes to their silos so that the farmers' vehicles don't get stuck. On the right-hand side, there's farmers that have bought equipment to grade the roads themselves. But this is not sustainable. The farmers can't continue fixing the roads themselves. So we fully acknowledge the budget limitations. From previous reports that were given to us, 30 billion is needed to fix the roads. So if you divide that into over the next 10 years, it's 3.1 billion per year for tar roads, and then for gravel roads, 1.6 billion per year. So that's 4.7 billion versus the 1.4 billion that the MEC has recently announced is available for roads. So we understand the Free State's only getting 1/4 of what's really needed to address this problem. And then most of this is then going to salaries and wages, and very little is spent on operational projects. So in conclusion, the infrastructure challenges of the Free State are summarized by this World Bank report, that beyond the infrastructure gap, because that's the big excuse, is funding. The key finding of the study is that poor quality management of infrastructure, so poor quality management, so it means employing poor quality contractors that aren't doing a good job, that you have to re-employ other contractors to fix the mess of the previous contractors. That's the issue that we're facing, delaying the fixing of the roads. And this is a World Bank report finding. That's not Free State agriculture farmers, even though we've submitted letters to this in this respect. So thus investing in infrastructure must be supported by proper management, maintenance, and good governance and oversight. And then just the last slide over there. There's cattle grazing on the N1. That should not be allowed. That's dangerous. And then also for the spread of foot and mouth disease. Sorry, that's just a sideline that I've misusing this picture for. But we need proper institutional oversight from police, roads, and from the police department as well to make sure this is not happening. And with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Armour. Let me quickly allow Afasa. I don't know if you want to add to this, to the presentation.
We've got our own, but the roads are also affecting us. But you will read the presentation, which is our proposal to this House, which we appreciate ourselves to be here. Thank you.
We'll give you also 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, the HDMI is in, is it not playing presentation?
Jack, can you avail, Jack? Okay. Can you avail your presentation to
Portia.
Yeah,
I have sent
Portia.
it to Portia by email.
Sure.
It's going to change there.
Ntate Rabanya o tla e availa ho ntho le yona?
Yes.
Oh.
Control P.
Control P.
And then your PC cannot project to another screen. Try installing the driver. Oh, so you got a driver.
Yes.
Do you want to put it in the memory stick?
Yeah, let's put it in the memory stick.
It's not moving?
No,
It's not projected.
We are panicking that
Just do it from mine.
yeah, we're thinking we use this one. Good day, Chairman. Good day, honorable members. With us, basically from the African Farmers Association, we represent mostly smallholder farmers and commonwealth farmers. So some of the problems that Dr. Jack Ama is alluding to, it's problems that are affecting mostly commercial farmers at a very high level. And most of our problems is at small scale level. So the biggest problem that we are facing now, that our farmers are facing, and which would like the committee to pay attention, it is the issue of FMB, which most of our farmers, they can't be able to function, and their livelihood is affected because of FMD. That's when then you say that we need the protection of smallholder farmers in commonwealths. The current statistics that we have, they do not accurately express the realities on the ground. The gap is largely due to the shortage of animal health technician, resulting in limited coverage, delayed inspection, and underreporting of livestock. Smallholder and black disadvantaged farmers remain underserved, not by choice, but due to capacity constraints within the system. There's also the issue of agent manpower that is needed, I think, in the Department of Agriculture, which we urge the MEC that they need to look at how do they employ animal health technicians, but also in terms of extension, having more extension officers on the ground. We urgently request the deployment of additional manpower to inspect communities and smallholder livestock. The employment of agricultural and veterinary science graduates is proposed as an immediate sustainable solution. Support the limited of animal health technicians, improve disease surveillance and reporting, ensure meaningful inclusion of black disadvantaged farmers. Compensation, as a FASA, we also propose in terms of compensation and relief fund for graduate graduate interns that we think they'll be able to assist in making sure that we have correct surveillance when it comes to FMD, and also in terms of reporting of things that are happening on the ground. Foot and mouth disease, I think it's one that has been declared as a national disaster. So as a FASA, we propose the establishment of a relief and compensation fund for affected smallholder farmers, incentives and stipends for deployed graduates, ensuring sustainability and accountability, clear guidelines on compensation eligibility for farmers whose loss of livestock due to disease control measures. There is no transparency regarding the distribution of the 200,000 vaccine doses allocated to the Free State province. The challenges identified is that the advertisement and the registration process excludes many small-scale farmers, limited access to information and digital platforms. Evidence of exclusion was observed during our RMIS data collection. Our recommendations are community-based registration process, use of local farmer structures and community organization, public disclosure of distribution criteria and beneficiaries. Hotspot identification versus the realities that are on the ground. There's a disconnect between declared hotspots and the actual situation on the ground. The key challenges include farmers lacking knowledge to identify and report early symptoms, limited access to animal health technician, cases only be reported when animals are at advanced or dying stages. This results in late intervention, increased livestock losses, underreporting of disease spread. In conclusion, without agent intervention in manpower transparency, farmer education, and inclusive system, smallholder farmers, especially those in communities, will continue to be excluded and disproportionately affected. Immediate action is required to protect livelihoods, strengthen disease control, and ensure equitable agricultural transformation. And I think on other issues, the chairman will add more in terms of how do we see the roads being an impediment in making sure that there is also commercialization of black farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I just want to add the last two points or so, but I will go on a point form. That is our 5-year plan for the commercialization of black farmers. So we need, okay, we can say we demand or we need agro logistics, of which it will be the roads which Dr. Amar talked about. Silos, we're not having any silos. We propose from the government because of the were silos, but we don't have any service of the silos anymore. So then we propose that we should be exposed to markets. We need agro energies at the farms and the water use licenses. We've got problems there over there. Then the direct impediments of commercialization issues like your agro processing, we need to be, to be assisted on that. Then also there is those agreements that are free trade. So we need to get you, the government, to assist us to get over to the free trade states. So with that has been said, lastly, I think we need to have our own abattoirs, which will be able, which are accredited on the international standard. The Free State is hauling away all its meat because of we are not having a accredited abattoir whereby you can create jobs, in our province. With that being said, I want to say thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think I see the Department of Agriculture took notes also. And Honorable Zama, I think this is a part of your committee. I think if we can send that presentation also, and maybe the notes, I think we got the notes also of your request. So thank you very much for that. It will be addressed. We've got the departments here. That's why we invited them also. Can I perhaps open up for questions from the members?
It's me. Let me start. Yeah, let me start. Maybe what we that comes as a gap in this interaction is municipality. Firstly, if you deal with commercial farmers, all the farms are located in wards. And I think farmers pay services in municipalities. I know that at some point farmers were complaining to say that they would be going to municipalities and then to check who's dealing with their issues, and they would not get a positive response, or no one would be knowing. Now, part of the issues is that at the level of municipalities, how is municipality structured to deal with the challenges that farmers are having? I would have a problem in a situation where Mangaung, as an example, will have to rely on the Department of Roads and Transport to deal with the rural roads of farmers in Mangaung. To me, Mangaung has enough resources to be able to assist or mitigate the challenges of farmers in Mangaung. Now, the second issue, when it comes to emerging farmers, firstly, it comes to the issue of economics. For people to use cattle as store of value becomes problematic because in a situation like we are faced with now, once there's a pandemic, there's no proper system of disease control because some of the cattle stay in the people's yards. It's a question of saying, I have 50 rand and I don't know how can I invest my 50 rand. I go and buy a cattle. I don't have a place where to keep that cattle. I then have to find a space where I can erect something as a kraal.
And then now that cow has to graze. For it to graze, I then have to take that cow and move around with the cow everywhere in the suburb, in the township, kick the dustbin and feed. Now it talks to municipality. What are the bylaws in terms of animal control? Now, if you go to crawl, I would say they are crawls because they are communities, they are those crawls. Communities are formal these things that are allocated by municipalities. In the crawls there you find that that the Van is having 2 cows, 3 sheep, 1 pig. They are all in the same crawl every day. Now, you then have a problem of how to control the animals. Now, when they have to graze, everyone who's having cattle there, they all move together. Some of them have problems that others don't have. So there's no proper control. That's why I'm saying we really have to start by saying, how do we talk to the issue of animal control in our own municipalities, and what becomes the role of municipality? Because ultimately, a PASA will always have a problem, represent members, but a PASA can also do not have control in terms of what obtains on the ground in relation to their own members. Having livestock, where to keep that livestock. Ultimately, if another person want to commercialize and sell cattle, are those animals healthy enough to be put on the market? Will you take them if you have, because there are a lot of, these abattoirs that some farmers have in their own farms. You, Ndate Van Vuuren, will you be able to go and sell your cattle to that abattoir? Will that abattoir take them if they come from that kraal? Because you can't produce the certificate to say, these are the vaccines that I've taken these animals through, and this is how I've been keeping my animals. So I'm just putting this to say, we really must do a lot to improve that system. And secondly, it then becomes the issue of commonages. Commonages, there has to be those constitutions that guides the commonage committees. Are those the commonage committees functioning well? And is the report that the department, I believe, has to be having, is the control there proper? So that as we talk about commercialization, it's commercialization that stems out of increasing production from those that are in this thing, in commonages, so that they then upgrade. But upgrading, it means government must assist with availability of land. So it has to be a really coordinated program that has to be followed. Now, today when we talk about the problem that we have now of foot and mouth, every day I always ask myself, how is vaccination going to be controlled? Or can they do it like when the department wants to vaccinate cats and dogs, it's just a simple announcing and publicizing that will be in such and such a spot. Please bring your cat, please bring your dog. Now, in this situation, how are they going to do it? I'm just raising these issues, just thinking aloud. But ultimately to say the challenge that we have is how do we coordinate our economy in a manner that you say, if we want to produce black farmers, do you have a coordinated program to do that? And how is it coordinated so that ultimately your problems do not spill over to be my problems? Because sometimes, like the last picture that you saw from Jack's presentation, if those cattle find themselves in somebody's farm as they roam around and they are not healthy, it means obviously that farmer is already negatively affected. Now, how do we then bring a proper control in terms of these systems? Lastly, Chairperson, is the issue of the agreement that Agri-Free State is, our Agri-SA, no, Agri-Free State is having with ISA. I think it really has to be something that must be positive to the farming community. But my advice would also be that how does provincial government also get into the know-how of what is there, so that is going to be done through investment by ISA. Then provincial government can then know where to cover, so that it augments what is already going to be done by ISA. I think that will be very much important, because really there's a lot of business that goes on in farms, and if we don't deal with a road infrastructure, we really have to say that we are negatively affecting a production, because it is that production that takes place in those farming communities. That as we talk about agro processing, as we talk about beneficiation or whatever you can talk about, it starts with the amount of primary production that you have, and that primary production must run smoothly for distribution to the secondary industries for processing and production. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. This same Chair just sent a letter around now stating that we must please keep it short and to the point.
Sorry.
but he didn't. No.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and colleagues. Chair, I'm a little bit confused about the memorandum and the two presentations made in this house. The memorandum list of questions and demands. But Chair, maybe if I can start here. I just want to check that the chairperson of the economic development, that includes agriculture sector, Honorable Squebela, is aware about this matter. If not, how did we arrive here? Because I know in legislature we have different portfolios, and agriculture fall under economic development. And I want to check if the MEC also is aware about the matter, because I see the questions and the demands, and this presentation includes involve MEC of road and transport. Maybe, Chair, you know, each and every story have two sides. So we must get all the people or department who are affected in this matter to get their side of story. And I think MEC made it clear that it is not ready to can answer any question or explain any, because he's supposed to be told before, or there's this matter, so we are inviting you here to come and answer for 1, 2, 3. So, Chairperson, I really want to make a suggestion to take this matter back to the relevant committees. If it comes to the, maybe we can take it even to the petition committee, because it's a memorandum, it have demands and it have questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me just give you some clarity on what happened. This was a request that was forwarded to many departments. I then went and spoke to Honorable Zama and Honorable Gwabane to ask them, can we bring it? Will you entertain this matter? And they said, yes, let's invite them and let's invite the relevant departments. So we forwarded this invitation and all the documents to the departments. So it's not a new thing. It didn't fall out of the air. It's a thing that comes now for months and months. The departments didn't want to answer the first memorandum. So that's where the questions started to come from members to put through. So that's where it comes from. And so we said, let's give them, that's why we're here as a legislature, to listen to people. They might take it to the petitions committee afterwards as well to do that, but it's not something that was just happened. It's something that's formally discussed.
Chair, can I make a follow-up?
Yes.
I just want to check those relevant departments are aware of this. And they are aware that they are invited to come, and they are aware about the presentation.
They're aware about the presentation. The presentation was forwarded to the departments with the invite. So that it's on this invite. It was also stated it's regarding more about rural roads. But I think Afasa just used the opportunity also now to link it to something else. But Honorable Zama can take that further. But it's actually about the roads. That was the first request. And I mean, it's rural roads. That's why we discussed it with Honorable Zama and OPA as well. Okay, is there any other questions? Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to be very brief. I'm just really concerned in terms of this presentation where it refers to question 252. And I'm really hoping it's not the correct information that's portrayed here, that 100 million was set aside for re-graveling in 2024-25, but was diverted to litigation, and that only 13 million was spent, and that 13 million was spent on accruals, so there was no new work conducted in that financial year. I really don't hope that is the case, because that would be very problematic. And then in terms of the GPS units that were removed, I think we really have to look into this. I know in various state departments, there is a bit of a reluctance to actually have GPS units on vehicles, because then there's a form of accountability where those vehicles go. So I think as a committee, it's definitely something we have to investigate. I do note here it's said that it was interfering with their electronics, but I mean, most vehicles have GPSs installed. I'm not sure how but I could be wrong. But definitely something we have to look to investigate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to add to my colleague here, there's on the same page, I'd just like to know how many of those 82 graders, even though they're 33 years old, how many of them are actually operational? And where are they evenly distributed? Where are they distributed? And the qualified braiders, we are short of staff in the... when was the last time a class of operators was actually given? Is there trainers that are training these people? Is the class still going? Are there new people coming in? Because half of these guys, at the average age of 53, which means I can safely say 50% of them are at retirement age. If the average age is 53, and with the GPS, I'm struggling to understand how it can, the electrical interference, because it's an old model, I can still sort of understand, but the battery drainage, I fail to understand, because if the battery runs on it creates a generator keeps the battery going. So if the machine is on, it cannot be draining a battery. I mean, that's, unless you are leaving it plugged in or on when the vehicle is standing off and not being used, then it could possibly drain the battery. It's the same as if you leave a car radio on, which will then drain your battery. But I'm battling to understand why the GPS can't be, it can be drained by a battery while in operation. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you. If I understand correctly, we're not posing questions right now. I think what is important is that we perhaps plea with the department and with the MEC that we get something on the table, a strategic implementation plan to deal with the aging infrastructure, the lack of human resources that we are currently having to operate our fleet, and then also a plan to continually maintain our gravel roads. So if we can please ask if you could look into that, perhaps to come up with such a strategic implementation plan. And then to also within that, I know that funding is a problem, but there is funding made available on a national basis specifically for infrastructure. And if you motivate that, then they could perhaps look into that to assist so that we can attend to these problems, because it is affecting our farmers, but not only our farmers, our complete rural community as well, please. And then just in terms of what was said with the back and claw, if we can maybe, I know that you cannot answer here, but if your department could perhaps also look into assisting us with the traffic stops to make sure that the cattle that are being transported, that there is the correct documentation in place for that. That will assist greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I see there's no more hands. Perhaps we should do it in this way, and the committee can guide me. We took note of all the questions and definitely the two presentations. When we are in committee stage, perhaps we can discuss that and come up with questions that we compose, seeing that the department is a bit reluctant to answer these questions or take part in this meeting now. Then we do it formally and let them answer that formally from our side. I think we took note of them, it's been recorded, and then we can do it in that way. Is that fine, Chair?
I think additionally is the Department of Agriculture to take note of what has been raised in terms of the disease control and proposals that AFASA was raising. Maybe in writing, maybe for the agriculture to provide us with a clear plan on how to deal or respond to concerns that AFASA has raised, so that we are clear on what is it that to be done to assist them in terms of the concerns they raised.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. AFASA, thank you very much. Dr. Alma, thank you very much. We appreciate the fact that you're here and that we could listen to your plea. So, thank you. You are excused. Then if we can, I think it's the department now. Thank you. The Department of Roads and Transport.
The roles change now, MEC.
No, you can't.
You come to the center with the HOD and the CFO. Good afternoon, MEC, HOD, and the team. I think without wasting time, we should shoot straight to your presentation. It's on the third quarter expenditure, and then I think additional will be the roads that have been indicated, and the relationship with the CUT.
Must be sworn in.
I can start.
Thank you, Chair and members. We are not going to waste any time. I will even spare the committee of remarks, but I will assist in dealing with certain questions. The HOD will lead us in who is going to present, which I see that there's a lot of projects that we need to present on. So we'll spare you time and go to the real issues.
Advocate Zama. Advocate Zama.
Thank you, Chair. Newly from the High Court. Yes, I would just like to check HOD and the MEC who are the officials that are going to be responding and assisting. HOD, we can start with you. You can stand up, HOD. Are you going to take an oath or an affirmation?
I'm going to take oath.
Will you, okay, do you consider this oath binding on your consciousness?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I am Maseho Benedicta Chabalala.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God. In line with the agenda items, the CFO is going to present the financial performance. I will present the non-financial report. The acting chief director roles and the chief engineers are going to co-present on the projects.
Good afternoon, CFO.
Good afternoon.
Are you going to take an oath or an affirmation?
I'm going to take an oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your consciousness?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full name for the record.
Ivoti Amalevo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, CFO. Acting Chief Director. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you going to take an oath or an affirmation?
I will take the oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full name for the record.
I am Vincent Ndaka.
Do you swear that what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Werner.
Good afternoon, sir.
Are you going to take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full name for the record.
Johannes Werner van Wyk.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Pumolo.
Afternoon.
Are you going to take an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Pumolo Magaba.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Are they all HOD? Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Chwabeka.
Good afternoon, sir.
Are you going to take an oath or affirmation?
I'll take affirmation.
Do you affirmation? Please state your. Do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Temba Samuel Jobeka.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth, nothing but the committee? If so, please affirm.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Ma. Are you going to take an oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Affirmation. Do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Ivodia Mama Papalate.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I do.
Thank you. That Oplet. I know all of them, Chair. This issue of advocate is very nice. That Oplet, are you going to take an oath for affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
An oath. Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Zwele Joseph Oplet.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. I think, Chair, that
HOD
that would be all.
presentation. Presentation.
We just need guidance as to with which one, financial report or non-financial report first.
Any, you can start with any.
Thank you, HOD Chair.
Are you not going to flight it? Don't you have laptops in the department?
It's only MEC.
It's all it's iPad.
Oh, yeah. The iPad. We were told that the legislature has gone paperless, that you'll be presenting.
Yes, that's why you'd have to present because you'll see it there. No, it's
We will correct that in future, Chair. We can just.
no here now. It's corrected now. It's corrected now.
Thank you very much, Chair, committee members, protocol observed. We can move straight to slide number 4, which depicts the overall fund level performance for Q3 of 2025-26 financial year. This picture shows us that the department, as at the end of December 2025, spent 75% of the allocated budget. However, if you break it down per fund level, we start with EPWP. We spend 80% of our allocated budget, and then when we project with the remaining 3 months, we are going to spend the remaining budget without overspending on that on EPWP. Infrastructure enhancement allocation, we spend 83% of our allocated budget. We do have commitments that we will be able to spend the allocated budget. Post office, we spend 81% of the allocated budget, and we will be able to spend the remaining budget. On PRMG, we spent 73% of our allocated budget. We still have remaining balance thereof, and that's what I want to highlight to the committee members, to say that included in there is the Welisizwe reinvest funding, whereby we did receive a rollover from the previous financial year. By the end of the third quarter, we were still awaiting expenditure from Public Works National for us to generalize expenditure from the rollover. So hence we see that there was slow spending in that regard. We did receive performance only last week on the rollover of 159 that was reported in the last financial year. So with the Welisizwe, we could not transfer this current financial year up until we received the spending from the last previous financial year. At the moment, we are looking into now receiving the commitments and then transfer the remaining budget to National Department of Public Works. So that explains the 73% or the slight spending in terms of our benchmark of 75%. We are also allocated public transport operations grant, which was sitting at about 70%. And I can confirm that there are still some of the commitments. We will be able to meet the target of 100% without over or underspending on the PTOC. Revenue enhancement allocation, there are some commitments that are still going through that has to deal with the allocated budget for the maintenance of the RS. We had to do some assessment before we spent, and there was the delay in terms of issuing out the orders, because we wanted to make sure that the materials and maintenance is delivered on the ground. On voted funds, which we want to highlight once again to the committee members, we can see that, yes, by the end of December, we were 2% above our benchmark. However, our projections, they are showing that we will overspend on voted funds. And this is what we have presented in the previous financial years as well when it comes to the voted funds, which is strictly under pressure. And that we know that is due to COE pressure, but we will see that when we get to the economic classification. So that is our fund level performance. The next slide, which is slide number 5, is providing a report on the allocation per program. That is the 5 programs that we're having within the department. When it comes to administration, we look at the performance. We spend 79%, 4% above the benchmark, and that is due to COE. That is under pressure. Then we look at Provincial Secretariat for Police Service. There will be a slight over expenditure also due to COE. Transport operations, we are projecting savings there, but that savings will not be able to offset the pressure that we're having. Transport regulations, we also spend 78%, 3% above the benchmark due to COE. Transport infrastructure, I've already spoken about it, that slight underspending was due to Welisizwe. However, when it comes to other projects, we will be able to spend the entire budget with some accruals for the next financial year. And when we look at the overall picture, we are projecting to overspend by 45 million. The next slide is now on economic classification, the budget and allocation, as well as performance on economic classification. With this presentation, we want to highlight where does the overspending come from. We can see that the overspending, it comes from compensation of employees. In the previous slides, I did say that the net effect of the overspending is 45 million, but we can see that the overall overspending or projected overspending is 69 million, offset by savings on goods and services that we have projected so far. But by the end of the financial year, we are projecting to overspend on COE. This is because the allocated budget only granted us to allocate 9.3 million, while we need about 1 billion on COE. So the voted funds was not enough to cover that, and we had to leave some funds for goods and services spending. And this has been the picture that we are having, and we are seeing that also in the outer years, whereby the voted funds is not able to cover COE alone. Also, in the even though it's not part of this presentation, in the new financial year, we do see that compensation will be under pressure due to the allocation on the voted funds. We need 1 billion. We are allocated less than that, between 800 and 900. So this current financial year, we are projecting to overspend also in the outer years. The next presentation, it's what I've already spoken about when I narrated the spending performance. We can move to slide number 9 so that we can see the pressures that we had and since when did we have the budget pressures on COE. With this picture, we can see that from the financial year 2018-19, the department started having financial pressures on COE. Moving from 112 million in 2018-19, 2019, we overspent our budget with 31 million, and then 2021, we were able to spend within the allocated budget. However, due to pressures again and the allocated budget, we had a shortfall of 93 million, 2022-23, 40 million, and then 23-24, 29 million. In the last financial year, we had a shortfall of 62 million. This current financial year, we are projecting to overspend on COE. In overall, as I've indicated, COE cost us 1 billion plus. However, when it comes to the allocated budget, we can see that that already is not enough to offset. And the other indicators is that with the COLA adjustment, that is also not funded with the pressures that we're having. So in the new financial year, we'll have the same problem. Once again, should there be salary adjustment that are not augmented by the allocation. And the pressures mostly is on program 1, that is administration, as well as on program 4. We can move to the impact of that pressure. What is that doing to our department? I've already spoken about the COE pressure. That is the 69 million that we need to offset or to be within the budget or avoid unauthorized expenditure. So we will need about 69 million this current financial year to offset the over expenditure that we are projecting. And we say that due to the shortfall that we are unable to afford other tools of trade. That is now on slide number 11, whereby we are providing the impact in terms of the tools of trade, which we are saying that issues like your white fleet for traffic are still a challenge within the department due to their aging. The upkeep of the testing stations, due to the fact that when it comes to goods and services, we do not have flexible budget for maintenance of the testing stations. And yellow fleet, whereby the municipalities, they need to maintain the roads and the farming communities. So there is an impact due to the fact that our budget has a deficit, and we have seen that from 2018-19, this has been a picture whereby the department has consistently recorded unauthorized expenditure. So we need to look into, together with Provincial Treasury, on how we can be assisted and which is the recommendation. However, that we will leave to Provincial Treasury so that we can sit and still correct our baseline budgeting in order for us to avoid unauthorized expenditure, which affects the cash flow of the department. When it comes to slide number 13, this is where we are recording or reporting our revenue collection of the department. We can see that that slide looks good in terms of our collection. By the end of the third quarter, we collected 84% of what we have projected. So there is a possibility that we might even collect more than what we are estimating to collect. At this stage, we are saying that we will collect 100% of our targets, but it might even be more than that. And this is the slide that we're saying that we know that out of the 1.2 billion within the project, we are collecting between 800 and close to 900 million revenue for the entire project, considering the challenges that we are having. We can move to the conditional grant performance, whereby we will just slightly zoom into performance of the PTOC, so that we see the allocated budget on the two bus lines, that is the interstate bus lines and Maluti. When it comes to the interstate bus line, we spend 75% of the allocated budget within the benchmark. Maluti bus line, we spent 53% of our allocated budget overall, providing us with 70% of our allocated budget. But we still had invoices that we processed in January, so that there was an increase in terms of our spending on Maluti bus lines or the entire PTOC grant. So we are not projecting to underspend by the end of the financial year. The next slide gives an overview of how the PRMG spend. We will start with the nature of investment, and then that will be followed by the detailed spending on the projects that are currently ongoing. Now, when it comes to the nature of investment, maintenance and repairs was sitting at about 88% of the allocated budget. New infrastructure capital, 82%, non-infrastructure, 28%, refurb and capital, 42%, upgrade and additions capital was 43%. Refurb and capital, this is where we highlighted the Welisi's spending, which we received a report from National Public Works only last week for the expenditure that was budgeted for last year. So there will be an improvement in that regards. But with regards to the other project, as we have indicated, there are already commitments and invoices being captured ready for payments. And we can see when we look at the detailed spending performance in each and every project that we do not have that much commitment except on Welisi's way. The next slide is just performance on the infrastructure enhancement, which provides an overall of expenditure of 79 million. With the available budget that is indicated there, just so that the committee is content, we do have invoices that will be going through. So infrastructure enhancement will be spent by the end of the financial year. I will then move to slide number 18, which gives now performance on PRMG. These are the details on the project. And we can see that when you look at the projects, there is spending on all those projects. The available budget, this is work that is ongoing, and there are invoices being processed. So, and we can see when you look at them, it's only a minimum available budget that is left to be spent for the current financial year. And those negatives will be closed by some savings that we are identifying on other projects. So when you look at that column on available funding, we are not focusing to underspend on PRMG. We can move to slide number 20. That is also a detailed list of other projects. But I wanted to zoom in once again on the Welisize, which is giving us still surpluses, which is much more bigger, and so that we can look into it. As I've indicated, Welisize was allocated 201 million. We add that together with the approved rollover, hence the current budget jumped to 360. So if we received all the invoices for 159 million from the approved rollover, that picture on Welisize would have improved. So this is just for members, just to be aware that Welisize there was slow spending, and this financial year we will be transferring some money to Welisize in the last quarter after we receive the projections of what they will spend. I must also highlight that our Welisize bridge program is reinvent funding, and we are unable to use it for any other projects. We also have a letter from National, which supports us as the department to request the rollover for the next financial year. As this project, we are allowed additional 18 months for the next financial year to spend on the commitments that we are having. So the surplus, therefore, we will not be able to use it for any other projects, but is reinvested for the bridges. That brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Leone, he's flighting it. While he's still trying to project that, let me also try to link what has been presented. Apologies about my voice, I'm having flu. The story about the departmental finances is a very sad one. Hence, we have had the presentation that was tabled before the committee, which is nothing new. I think the committee remembers that late last year we were also summoned before the committee to present on the state of the roads. And that also reminded me of the way we sometimes forget to look at the bigger picture when we try to solve the problems. There is a known father of systems theory, Ludwig, who asserts that everything works together as a system and contributes to a functional society. For us to address the systemic issues of what we have seen is by unpacking exactly what causes that. And I think we are missing the point because we're looking only at the symptoms, what we see with our naked eyes. And ideally, we should be looking at inputs. And by inputs, we mean, is there enough budget? Are there people to deliver on that? Are there policies in place? And as a department, we can only tick one. We have policies, but we don't have enough budget to service the demands. You've heard the farmers are saying they have to pay, assist in paying of the operators. It's not even only them. Even within the department, you'll find that we find on the areas that are not necessarily servicing the farmers, courtesy when we find retired operators, sometimes we call them in. However, as the accounting officer as well, I've found a better strategy to at least continue to use the retired operators to assist us. We will just create a relief fund where we can compensate for the task if we call them in, because the COE budget there has already indicated that we are not able to put in more people as yet until we have an intervention that enables us to do that. I'm waiting for the presentation, Dr. Molwabi. So I just needed to remind the committee that let's look at the bigger picture before we can start.
We did already, HOD.
Thank you.
That's why we all the MECs, we told them about cooperative governance. Until we know priorities of government, because every department, when they get here, we only see tears from them, seeking more money and more money. Now, the question that comes to us as members is, what is really the priority of government? So that we can know that whoever comes here, these are the issues that government wants to attend to.
Thank you very much once again, Chair. I'm also going to be very quick in terms of this presentation. We will shoot straight to slide number 7. Program 1 has achieved 100%, and ordinarily there's always not a need to explain where we have achieved. The next program is on slide number 7. Program 2 is reporting to a different committee. From program 1, we go to program 3. Program 3 has achieved 3 out of 6 targets, which is one that is not doing well across the department. On slide number 7, it reflects that on output indicator on number of public transport subsidy provided in the province, the target was not applicable for quarter 1, so it will be reported in quarter 2, in quarter 4. In terms of the other target that was not achieved, number of routes subsidized or is also applicable in the next quarter. Going to slide number 8, the target that we did not fully achieve is number of visits conducted to taxi associations to monitor compliance. It was expected that at least we conduct 46 visits. We conducted only 44. And the motivation provided there is just to indicate to the committee that the difference or the variance of 2 could not be accounted for, which means we could not record 46 out of 46. But that's a matter that we are trying to address, that all the portfolio of evidence must pass validation upon receipt by the department and the monitoring teams. Slide number 9, the output indicator 6 and 8 also had similar challenges, where information did not fully pass the validation. The target for visit to Scholar Transport Association was 18, and only 17 of the visits were recognized because the other one did not pass validation due to other areas that we are trying to make sure that the teams enforce on the ground when the document is not fully signed and its authenticity cannot be confirmed. Going to slide number 12, program 4. Output indicator number 2 under law enforcement is number of K78 roadblocks held. That one is overachievement of 5, mainly due to the increase in the joint interprovincial roadblocks due to festive season. And the output indicator 3, number of government vehicles screened. The target was 700. There is also a marginal overachievement of about 39, attributable to tracing of vehicles being misused and were impounded. So there was also a need to intensify during that time. Slide number 13, still under law enforcement, number of vehicles stopped and checked. There was a target of 150,000. We also have a marginal overachievement of 50. The focus was on fitness of the vehicles and drivers for promotion of road safety during festive season. Under law enforcement, still slide number 14, number of vehicles weight. We had a target of 15,000. We have overachieved by just over 10,000. We achieved 26,000 due to the fact that law enforcement teams diverted more vehicles to the way bridges, the Kronstadt and the Senegal way bridges, which were operating optimally. Output indicator 8, number of pedestrians operations conducted. This was also overachieved by 4, and it also well aligned with the observation we had when we were implementing our festive season road safety campaign, where high fatality contribution was noticed and necessitated that we increase our efforts there. On slide number 15, this is Transport Administration and Licensing Directorate or sub-program, output indicator 10, departmental revenue collected. This is what is carrying the provincial revenue fund that we must always remember to emphasize, because it contributes more than 65% of the provincial revenue fund. We had a target for Q3 of 239 million. We underachieved by about 9 million, attributable to the closure of a major revenue collector, which is Lengau, which I think most of the members observed during December period, which we intervened to make sure that at least by the first week of January, it became operational again. That was mainly due to occupational health and safety issues. Similarly to the situation around the state of the roads and inability to address some of the demands on the roads maintenance. It is the same with the buildings, because we need funds to be able to fully maintain them and become 100% compliant. Moving on to slide number 17, Transport Safety and Compliance sub-program, output indicator number 13, number of schools educated on scholar patrol. There it is a 0 because the target will only be reported in Q4. Program 5, the planning output indicators are all applicable for the end of Q4. And slide number 20. Under maintenance, the output indicator number 5 is about number of square meters of surfaced roads rehabilitated. These are major projects within the department. We had a target of 350,000. We have almost doubled it. It's 531,000, which means some of the projects were completed ahead of schedule. Projects completed way before its contractual period lapse to make the road under construction ready for public use, and we have stipulated those roads: Senegal Lindley, Tweespruit Hop House, and Hillbron Sasolbeck. The next one, number of square meters of blacktop patching. We had a target of 68,000 square meters. We had achieved over by a margin of 1,000 plus. That was due to pothole repair work that has been identified in order to ensure better or safer roads. Number of kilometers of gravel roads bladed, which is what we had earlier, that we are focusing more on blading. We had a target of 5,000. We achieved by just over 1,000 due to some of the contribution that comes, as the MEC had said, with the collaboration with the farmers on Letsema. Number of square meters of surfaced roads resealed. We didn't have a target in Q3. However, we have contributed 68,000. This was because there was remaining works under the reseal and fog spray contract, which was on hold due to budget constraints, and we had to redirect it to those roads that have been indicated there. On slide number 21, EPWP coordination and monitoring, I'm also reminded of a comment from the farmers of the view that reporting of work opportunities is not of strategic importance to the sector, but we also need to correct that all the output indicators that are on the report are not Free State only output indicator. They are a sectoral determined indicator by the National Department of Transport. So all departments, and it's a priority of government, because if we don't do that, it means we will find contractors coming to implement projects in the locality where the local people do not get an opportunity to work in those projects. So even the conditions of PRMG have got this as an output indicator that we must report on. We had done fairly well, except for about 4 output indicators there. And number of work opportunities created, the target was 1,225, just a marginal over performance of about 40 work opportunities. Under youth, we also fell short. The target was 674. We achieved 593. That also emanated from the fact that when this report was tabled, some of the work opportunities had not yet been validated on the EPWP system of National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Number of women employed, we had achieved by just 11. This was due to increase of employment on some of the ongoing projects listed there: Senegal, Tabanchu, Kronstadt to Stensres. On issues of disability, we must also confirm that we were intentional in trying to earmark some of the opportunities for persons with disability, and at least, even though it was not applicable for Q3, we were able to bring in 21 persons with disability into the project. In terms of full-time equivalent, which is the duration this participants spent on the project, we had a target of 213. We have overachieved because working days on ongoing projects were maximized. The last program, Fleet Management Trading Entity, had 4 output indicator. They have 100% achieved, except for 1 and 3 output indicator, number 1 and number 3, which are only going to be reported in Q4. They have achieved a number of visits to merchants for inspections and quality assurance of work. And perhaps we can also link that to what was presented on the time spent on maintaining this, which is exactly the same across the country, because the maintenance contract is determined by National Treasury. It is a transversal contract. The vehicles that were presented there were SAPs. SAPs is also not using an in-house maintenance, but the transversal contract. And I think it's a conversation that can be escalated in the national engagements, because even ministers themselves, when they come to provinces, they complain that when they get punctures, they still have to report to their head office to assist them. So those are the systemic issues on how do we try to devolve some of the functions to provinces. That marks the end of my presentation, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you. I don't know whether the presentation covers the roles that were highlighted on this thing. It's not contained in any separate presentation.
they are separately planned. So if, must we continue?
Can be presented separately.
Every project manager has prepared a presentation of the state of each road as per agenda.
Zizawenzwa nguwe zonke.
Chairperson, we brought the project managers.
Bazathatha ixesha.
But yes, they were included on that CFO also inside progress.
Imagine that the Oplet presenting, he's going to make a speech. Why didn't these presentations were not going to be done by yourself? Okay, let's have them. Let's see how we go. Makwat Logolen. How do you have them, Tedumlabi?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members. I think with the time factor in mind, Mr. Tumlabi, can you go to slide number 3, the table? Yeah. Chair, members of Parliament will be aware that the road Clocolan Marquardt was appointed previously in 2024. A contractor by the name of Maputa Business Enterprise was awarded the contract for 274 million. However, during last year, around October, the relationship between the contractor and the department went south, and the contractor was then terminated. At the point of termination, the financial progress was around 3% of the contract, and progress on the ground was around 5% of the work to be done. At the time of termination as well, the contractor had already appointed a total of 48 laborers. The department then went on a closed bidding process where contractors were then invited to rebid for the project, and another contractor subsequently awarded the contract in December 2025. The contractor, namely being Departure Business Enterprise, has even been awarded for 291 million. And the job creation being required of 828 laborers between Clocolan and Marquardt. The same contractual conditions, obligations given to the previous contractor basically applies to the new contractor that was awarded, which would then require him to do subcontracting of local laborers, of local contractors to the value of 52 million, with contractors to be appointed between 1 and 4 CE, and also having to do the much required job creation of EPWP participants. The photographs that you see in front of you is basically the readiness of the contractor to take over site. Site handover was done on the 14th of January this year. The contractor is on site. We had to unfortunately wait for a month waiting for the construction permit to be issued by Department of Labour. That was received by the contractor 3 weeks ago. And we then had to wait for 1 more week or so for mobilization and readiness between us and the local municipality. As previously stated, the scope of work and contractual conditions are exactly the same as the previous contractor. The contractor is basically appointed for the entire 40-kilometer stretch to do a sub-base and also a G1 base, basically then followed by a double seal on top of all those layers. The auxiliary works will then be done by the local SMMEs, which is mainly road markings, doing drainage, installation of guardrails, road signs, and fencing and all that. We had also attached briefly a program of works. I think it's on the slides becoming a little bit small, but in essence, the contractor had programmed to finish the all construction activities by the end of next year, 2027, where all contractual activities will be done. Will then be left with minor works to be done by local SMMEs here and there. And I think that's just also to put forward is that at the time of termination, the department had unfortunately various commitments with the local community, where originally 48 laborers were already were appointed. For a 6-month contract, they then only worked 4 months into that contract. Then the agreement was then to say that once a new contractor is appointed, they'll then be given their 2 months to then complete the full 6 months contract. The previous contract had already appointed community liaison officers. The two community liaison officers will then also be absorbed by the new contractor to speed up the process of labor recruitment and so on. And as well, the commitments with regards to SMMEs and also the taxi associations to assist with labor will then also still be covered by the new contractor. This slide, Chair, was just to give a sideline report with regards to the road between Vrede and Warden, which is R103. The department is currently battling through the process of doing routine maintenance on that road, with assistance by the local municipality through the CWP program, and as well through the local farmers. That particular office had received 2,000 bags of cold mix asphalt that will then utilize together with the farmers and the local municipalities personnel to try get that road in a safer driving condition. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members. Thank you, MEC. As I've alluded, my name is Ivodia Paladze. I'm presenting the Steenstra's, Kronstadt Steenstra's project. Can you go to slide number 4? And the progress of the Kronstadt Steenstra's, and the main contractor is Overscape, and the project is special maintenance, and the tendered value was 124,176.13, and there's no variation order on this project at the moment that is approved.
and the value is still 124. And the main scope of the project is the construction of G5 sub-base, G1 base, and 2010 double seal. And we are also working on the bypasses. We haven't built ours. We are using the already existing bypasses from the previous project. We are also doing the reseal on other sections as well as asphalt overlay with patchwork on the old sections. Old like the ones that were built by the previous contractor, and we'll also do the road marking and road signs. We are anticipating to appoint in total 21 subcontractors, of which 11 were from Steenstra's and 10 are going to be appointed from the side of Kronstadt. In Steenstra's, we already appointed 11, but we withdraw one because the one that we withdrew was for CLO, who was already appointed on the project, so we couldn't appoint her as a CLO as well as a contractor. And the amount for subcontracting, which is 30% of the project, is 2982,282, and the project duration is 18 months, and the contract was signed in December the 19th, 2024, and we did the site handover on the 31st of January 25, which is actually the start date of the project. And the construction permit, where they actually started after that, the physical works, was on the 13th March 2025, but we are still anticipating to complete the project in time, which is 30 July 2026. And the total length of the road is 46 kilometers. And at the third quarter, the actual physical progress was 63%, with 93,180 square meters of rehabilitation that we have done, with the financial progress of 62%. And the job creation planned is 380, and on third quarter we already appointed 157, and the project is still ongoing. On slide number 5, it's demographics of job creation, where we appointed youth males of 37 and older 36, female youth 41, and older 43, and in total it's 157. Like I'm saying, we are going to appoint 380 between January and February. Already 100 additional it's achieved. So actually in total at the moment we have 300 workers on site. We are only outstanding with 80 that we are already planning to appoint in the side of Kronstadt. The 6th slide, it's showing the status or the works that we are doing on site. The first photo on the left top, it's a bypass, and on the right it's the G1 that is in process, and the one on the left bottom, it's the completed G1 base, and the last one is a double seal, the completed section of a double seal. And that is end of my presentation. Thank you. I thought I'm not presenting this one because I presented it yes. Oh.
Can you project CUT? I can talk on it. I can talk on it.
Yeah, I can talk to it because it's in the group.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's only that Temulavi who doesn't have it. Members have it.
Thank you, Chairperson. The CUT, in terms of the relationship that we are having, department and CUT is still active, that program, Chairperson. However, the contract duration of the pothole eradication program is coming to an end in June 2026. Since the inception of this program, pothole eradication, over 394,369 square meters of potholes were repaired on various roads in the province, Chairperson. The challenges that we encountered so far under this program, there are accruals that were faced since from 24-25 financial year, Chairperson, and also in 25-26 financial year, respectively, Currently, approximately over 141 that we are still having accruals, but the program is still active. Some of the roads allocated to CUT for maintenance purpose are not suitable for the programs, but based on the challenges that we encountered, we have to deploy under R103 on those roads that need rehabilitation just to provide safety that we are facing, Chairperson. The program is currently suspended as from 1 October 2025 due to a lack of financial sustainability for the current financial year. The sooner we got a new financial year, we'll proceed on the program. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. That was a brief progress report. Honorable members, you received the presentations. Dr. Makai.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've just got a few questions very quickly. The roadworthy and licensing testing center for motorbikes in Linghao has been down for quite a while and hasn't been operating. Then it operates, then it's down, then it operates, then it's down, then it operates, then it's down. There's constant complaints about it. Could you give me sort of a background of what's going on there? Because I think the closest one to that is Joburg. Then the revenue collection for traffic offences. I didn't see any revenue collection for traffic offences throughout the province. I mean, it's not only speeding offences, there's double line crossing over, there's various traffic offences. In fact, I haven't seen a traffic officer on the roads whenever we're doing oversight, whenever we go travel anywhere. I don't see traffic officers anywhere on the roads, which is a loss of a large income for the department. And then, I don't know if I'm missing something, but I don't see maybe I missed it, so forgive me if I have, but I don't see any news or progress on the Excelsior Tweespruit Road. What's the progress on that road? When's the new completion date? Because I know there was an issue about the contractor after the new one. Then there was another issue. So there's a bit of confusion about the Excelsior Tweespruit Road. And then I just want to know how much have we spent on litigation on that road and how much will we be over budgeted at the end of the day on that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of the road oversights, the Klokkelaan Markwart Road was the first contractor that was appointed. Was he paid on time? Rumor has it that the department struggled to get a new contractor because they are known for not paying their contractors. So if you can maybe elaborate there. Then when last was the contractor on the Tweespruit Excelsior Road paid? In terms of the finances, we did oversight yesterday at the R59. They indicated to us that they still need 5 million rand to maintain it until Sunroll takes it over. Hopefully that process will be quicker rather than later, and that we are waiting for the Gazette. But in the meantime, they will need 5 million to repair it and to maintain it, specifically with Nampo in mind, and it's the main route there. So I noticed in the second appropriation bill, this department didn't apply for any environments and changes within the budget. Now, under goods and services, if I understand correctly, there's 22 million rand that's underspent, but that will go towards that cost of employee overspent of 69 million rand. Then on road asset management, only 30% of the budget was spent. On routine maintenance, provincial, only 32% of the budget was spent. Then my question is there a possibility that you can, from that fund, perhaps allocate 5 million to the R59? If not possible, in the previous appropriation bill, we looked at moving money from different departments to others. I know that we bailed out public works. Now, if I just look at agriculture, to date, they've only spent 13.2% of their infrastructure. They are moving 5 million rand from cost of employees to pay 4 million rand on research and technology development infrastructure. Then another example is economic development and tourism. They're moving 32 million rand towards environmental affairs, and they've only spent 50% on infrastructure. So, Chairperson of ProPac, that is perhaps something we should look into, and recommendations that we should perhaps make is that we are now busy with the second adjustment bill to perhaps allocate money from departments that are not spending, and that it be moved to departments such as roads that are highly underfunded, and it is very critical that these roads be maintained. They are costing lives. That is just that. Oh, and then on CUT, I just have a question. The accruals is 141 million rand. What was the total cost of the project? Or is the total cost 140 million rand that we haven't paid over yet? And is that financially viable? I mean, if we take that amount of money, we could have rehabilitated a short road. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, MEC and the team. I just want to understand, perhaps, how far is the process, given that the department has a COE pressure? How far is the process of moving the security guard to other departments? And what will be the cost implication of that as far as removing the pressure of the COE? And then the other issue is that if you are going to be collecting the close around about 800 million, and your pressure is only 69 million, what are the discussion? I know that the money would always go to provincial revenue fund, but what are the discussion? You are only short of 69 million, but you are collecting around 800 million. I don't think that is something that Treasury would disagree with you, so that at least you are able to cover your 69 million. Are there any engagements to try to see that what are the possibilities, at least 69 million, you get it, then you know that your CO is covered. On the issue of, I want to understand, on the issue of acting, I see that the roads chief directors, they act and then they rotate, but civilian oversight, what is happening? Why there's no rotation in civilian oversight? And what is happening with the director of civilian oversight? Because this is the same discussion we have with other Department of taking other instead of advertising the post, you take other officials to do other responsibility, then you give them acting allowance versus advertising to respond to the issue of employment and the capacity of the department. If you have one person that is able to do two jobs at once, do you see the existence of the other post or not? I think this is another department of all the things that we've been dealing with when it comes to COE. Of is there a need if one person is able to do two jobs at the same time to keep the other post? Do you need to restructure the organogram, or what do you need to do? Or do you collapse the unit to make it to fall under unit or not? Under what? Or do you advertise to respond to the immediate challenge that we have? That is the issue of employment, especially with civilian oversight. The other issue: how many to deal with the issue of COE? How many officials perhaps have voluntarily took the early retirement, and what is at least what is the relief out of that? And the delay of contracts, I want to understand what is the impact of the minimum wage versus the rate that you would be paying. If the project was supposed to be for 2025 and 2026, but now it will overlap to 2027, what is going to be the impact of the minimum wage for those EPWP workers? I think that will be all from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and let me also welcome the presentation. HOD, the 141 million spent on CUT, could we not have appointed subcontractors for the same amount of money and get a better outcome out of this? Because I mean, I know MEC, you promised that we will go and visit it, which we haven't done yet. But I mean, it just feels to me that with 141 million rand, if you appoint subcontractors with the tools of trade, wouldn't we have had better outcome? Because if you look at that Vrede Warden Road, I know the HOD and the team fixed a big sinkhole there, but I mean, it's still not being done. I know it's being it's going to be given to Sunroll, but how far is that process being done? And then, thank you for the presentation yesterday on the R59 and for Joenskroon. I think that was very fruitful. There was two questions there that should have been answered. I think it's the list. Some of the councillors there said the list of workers appointed is not the same list that they've got, or this actual list and that list. But I think that the officials that were there can assist us there, perhaps. Then I've been in Lengau testing station the other day. There's a testing facilities for trucks, for taxis, but nothing's working there. We don't get a cent out of that. Why do we have that if we can't manage it properly? And we can generate revenue out of it, and it's not happening at the moment. The 1.4 billion rand that the Premier spoke about, how will that assist you? Because it's apparently for old projects. Is it up and above what you're going to receive now, or is it just integrated in the budget that you're going to get this year? Chair, let me just see if I've gone through everything. I think I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm still not clear about the issue of Sanral in relation to the role of the department, because I know that yesterday I passed through Bothaville and you're going to Fujon. Unfortunately, I stopped there in town trying to get something, and people there saw me, and I ended up having a 1 hour meeting, those people telling me about the Central project and the matches they're having on that, and contractors or subcontractors from Limpopo or somewhere else, except those of Botterville. So something like that. I then ask myself, and when we go to Future Growth, this issue of Sandral also came up. I then said, but what then will become the role of the Free State in relation to the roles that are given to Sandral, so that you don't find that, or you avert that situation where Sandral will be coming up with a whole load of whatever from wherever, and ultimately the project will not take place because people are going to stop it. The other issue, I don't know whether the department is bewitched or what. The buildings of the department are closed, and those that are revenue generating, they'll either be closed or there'll be fire, but something sinister will be happening. And why are they targeting the buildings only of this department for closure by Labor Department? It's one of the things that I really don't understand. Lastly, I think this one is cross-cutting in all the departments. Part of the problems that is giving government, negative perception in the eyes of the people is the role of contractors. A project must follow a project plan. And when you decide about the project, you already cost it. You provide clear timelines. But I still want to hear a situation where a project, if you say 6 months, and we have put 20 rand for the project plan, at the end of that 6 months, the project is handed over back to government to say, you have your project, whatever there is complete. Every time, no, we had to change the contractor. The contractor was not delivering. No, we have been delayed by the contractor. No, this contract. And the departments that came earlier on, they said, it's two departments talking the same thing, that what is being provided by contractors in terms of their credentials, when they have to do work, it becomes something different that doesn't match their credentials, which sometimes having to lead to termination, because only that the contractor would not be having enough capacity to carry out the project. But once you look at the paper, this person has capacity, but when he has to deliver, so it's something that I don't know what is it that can be done, because also this department is also affected by such shenanigans. I don't know what is it that can be done to avert that, so that when you talk about a project, it is really a project. Now, whenever you come up with things and you say, project so-and-so, it's not a project. Because project has a project plan. And project plan has timelines, clear timelines. Now, if you have something that has to be done by 6 months, but is done in 4 years, do you still call it a project? So, because now it has become a program. So that's why I'm saying I don't know what is it that government can do. We have to bring our heads together to check how do we avert such things. Thanks, MEC. Over to you, MEC and HOD. You don't have to raise your hand. It's over to you.
Oh, okay. No. Baie dankie, meneer. Voorsitter. Firstly, for me, just a clarity-seeking question, Honorable Leach. You spoke about 5 million in the Viljoenskroon project. I did not get it quite clear what you meant by it. Because in the presentation, there was an indication of the project scope, the amount of money. The presenter even said, at this stage, we do not oversee or, yes, we do not anticipate any VOs, variation orders. So if you can help me understand the issue of the 5 million.
Thank you, Chairperson, through you. I'm talking about the Viljoenskroon Road. So not the Marquardt Lokalaan one that we, yeah, it's the Vredefort one that goes to Viljoenskroon. So there's two projects there. There's the bridge that's underwater, and then there's the road. So the road was rehabilitated within the past, I think, 7 years, two different times, but it is deteriorating quite significantly. And the department has been doing a tremendous job trying to just patch the potholes and keep it in such a way that there's no accidents. But they don't have enough funding and they don't have enough manpower. So what they need is just 5 million rand to maintain it up until when it is transferred to SANRAL. So it's one of the roads that has been applied for, that it will be transferred. And until it be gazetted, we must still maintain it. Now, Nampo is one of these days, and in the meantime, there is a lot of trucks using that specific road. So they are just requesting that amount of money so that they can keep on maintaining it until SANRAL takes it over.
No, thank you. I think on that one, we can commit that we'll interact with NAMPO to determine how can we work around the request they are making. You know, the issue of the RAs, including Lingau, something very strange is happening there. I even said to the HOD, we need to define a process between ourselves and the Department of Labor. Because every time there's a closure, there's a coincidence that happened there. These people will come in and go straight without having walked around and go straight to where they say there's a problem. Now, it's a coincidence that is a bit difficult to understand. The second point with the RAs, in Sasolburg, we have reinvested the 1% into refurbishing everything I came across is making work difficult for our people there. They built the walls, they cleaned the whole yard because it was a bush. They also worked on some internal defects. They owe only 8,000, which they are prepared and able to pay. But electricity is closed there. So it's something, again, very strange. In Viljoenskroon, I went there as well. On the site where vehicles are tested, the whole roof was damaged. Now, they were saying to me, on a good day, MEC, we raise between 1 and 2 million a month. There are even people from the Northwest that are coming for services there. But again, areas where we're doing well, from time to time, they get under attack. It's either the face value papers are being stolen. Not long ago, towards the end of last year, some of the face value papers that have been stolen in some of our RAs were found in the border with Zimbabwe. So these people steal the face value papers in the Free State and go and use them either outside the borders of South Africa or elsewhere in Gauteng, KZN, whatever the case might be. But the other biggest problem we have is the cutting of electricity, which I think the committee needs to note and assist. Other things that have been raised here, I think we need to be open to them and see how far can we go in testing those. Honorable Klute, I don't know if it will work, but we'll have to come around the table.
Let me see. Honorable Klute has taken ill and is still in hospital, unfortunately.
yes, no, my apologies.
My apology for not passing that message to you.
Okay, no, apologies there.
You wanted to talk to Ntate Van Vuuren?
Yes, yes,
Oh.
yes. No, I think on the issue of our relationship with CUT, we can just indicate that the relationship is really cordial. Myself, I've participated with these beneficiaries on pothole patching and seen the work they are doing. But if there's another better way of doing it, I think we should be amenable to those ideas. We are currently engaging with them, even beyond what Ntatentaka reported, that the contract is going to end at some point, to look at how can we get more money under the construction sitters. That engagement seems to be going on quite very well, and the likelihood is that we might be getting some money there, which we would like to implement under the umbrella of the relationship we have with the CUT, which might also be a positive benefit for people that have been participating in that project. So I think we should be amenable to that and see if there are other means of using the money involved in a different way than we are doing it with them. Now, the issue of the compensation of employees, unfortunately, is the story we'll tell again and again and again. Honorable Zigwebela says we need to engage with Treasury. We are from the budget lekgotla. Nothing came out of it as well. So we will be regarded as not compliant all the time on the basis of what the CEO said also when he was presenting here. It is a big problem because other provinces are able to get more money because they are able to match rent for rent. We receive very little to maintain the roads from the Free State provincial government. Most of this money we're talking about here comes from national. It can be more if we put in more as the province. So that's the dilemma we face, unfortunately. It's like sending your child to the shop to buy something to eat and something nice, not just something very nice, but you eat in the presence of a child without sharing with the child. Now, it's the same situation we face. We collect more, but we receive less to nothing from what we have collected. I don't know if it's an issue of the mindset or we have submitted that there's an arrangement and that arrangement can't be changed, even with this situation we're facing that has been presented in the committee. The HOD will direct who will take other questions. Unfortunately, the Excelsior to Esprit route, there was no instruction for us to present there. I will only request that we provide this in writing. I can only relate to what I saw because I do travel myself personally to these roads. I'm quite happy with the progress that is unfolding there. I drove on it from the side of the N1 up to Esprit. You can see that the work is unfolding very well.
You responded to it very well, MEC, that you will prepare that presentation and you can send it to the coordinators, then they can put it up in the chat group.
Thank you once again. Yes, we will submit the Excel sheet to Esprit, but I also need to put it on record that in our internal monitoring of projects performance, it was also one of the area of importance. The contractor there wanted to even complete the road next month, which is the end of March. Unfortunately, we could not permit that because it means putting more resources and we can't afford it financially. So we will stick to the original end date of the project. The MEC has addressed a number of questions on security guards that have been transferred to social development. Indeed, it's an effort that is trying to reduce the pressure from the department but the estimated saving, because we are not transferring them with a budget, is about 10 million. And looking at how much we need to solve our COE issues is not actually helping to fully address our challenges. On rotation of acting responsibilities, the department ends up working on acting arrangements because it is the most cost-effective way, but it's not sustainable. There are guidelines that are provided by GPSA on appointing acting officials, and primarily it's about checking whether the official has the requisite experience and the qualifications. And I think the position that has been mentioned specifically of civilian oversight of the provincial secretariat is very important. There was an official earlier appointed to act and has since requested to be relieved from that. Hence, the second official was also identified through the processes of checking meeting the requirements. And actually, the number of CVs were looked at to check who is suitable for that. So at this point in time, I cannot necessarily say it is that the official can be maybe relieved from the duties because of incompetence. I think the responsibility is well managed, but ideally we should fill it permanently. It is one of the positions that the MEC has earmarked for permanent filling with the requisite experienced official, and that is also a statutory position. That is not a permanent employment within the department. It's a contract position that can be extended by a period of 1 year. The process of central transfers, I think we have also unpacked it on several occasions to the committee, that it is regulated in terms of the Act, and it is led by the National Minister of Transport, where the task team has been put in place, and the estimated number of kilometers to be transferred has been given per province. I'll ask the infrastructure team, perhaps maybe we can give it in writing in terms of how many kilometers have been gazetted out of the estimate of about 2,000.
I wanted influence in terms of, I think it needs political this thing, what, a political intervention, yeah, maybe at Minmec, because like I was referring to Botterville. Those people are marching and fighting. Contracts there are from Limpopo and elsewhere. Now, the question of your role in terms of just to avert such things, to bring local content, in the whole thing.
Oh, yes, I do catch you now, Honorable Member. There is a structure called PLC, and the department participates. What we don't have control is the appointment of the main contractor, but in terms of subcontracting, they need to follow the same principles that we follow as the provincial government. We will follow up on the Botterville case and provide the responses and what kind of interventions we put in place. We're also taking note of councillors' interference on selection. I think on many occasions we have seen the MEC leading this social facilitation interventions where there's advocacy for draws, the lotto, so that at least members of the public can leave the recruitment session satisfied that they saw that the process was full and was fully transparent. Honorable Member had also asked why the department's buildings are targeted. I think the MEC has fully responded to that. The only addition I can make is that there is a special law enforcement investigating team that is also looking at our challenges, but it's also a problem because we can link some of this to our own officials. When a building is broken in, having an alarm at around 2 o'clock, and you hear that the security conveniently had forgotten their chronic medication at home, had to go and fetch it at that time. It shows that it was a well-organized plan. We are working on that and think we will make a breakthrough very soon. CFO Datentaka, Mr. Leto will need to take oath to talk to the issues of traffic officer visibility and the calibration of the testing equipment at Lingao.
You don't have that information, actually? Oh. I was avoiding a lot of voices because you might take it back to Ndate Makapa is going to talk the whole day, I know.
You can submit in writing, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I don't know whether you still have any other issue that is left out.
Just one issue from my side, on the concern that why government projects can't be finished on time. We actually do have pockets of excellence. The road between Sasolburg and Heilbron was completed before the set date. And the road between Jacobsdal and Bloemfontein was also finished before schedule. So we do have pockets of excellence. The only problem is that you can't say the same companies because they did well. Now go and do that road, go and do that one. I would gladly do it if members say I must do it. And I will not go to the Matlanga to explain interference. If you say, no, MEC, go ahead. Those ones that are doing well, employ them again to do other roads. So we've got to go on a public participation process for everybody to bid. So that's the only snag with it. But I think we will just have got to provide leadership. You are correct, Honorable Chair, that a project has got different steps. I think they call it a Gantt chart in terms of project management, where you've got to plot your activities from beginning to end. So we can follow those things as well and hold people accountable according to principles of project management. I think there is really an advice we must take, and I'm glad there's a lot of project managers here which must take that to heart as well, how projects must be managed. Because sometimes it's difficult and unthinkable. Why do we have to have the problems we have when they are project managers? So I think we need to take it to heart and continue to manage efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Honorable Chair. I think we can also deal with the status of the voluntary retirement. I have received the status here that from the department, the applications that have been received for voluntary retirement without penalties will give us the estimated savings of about 974 Memupedi. And the fleet management applications is about 2.9 million. With security of about 58 that we targeted to transfer, we have already implemented 45. On civilian oversight, there's also coupled with the intention to fill the chief director post, we also still doing the review of the structure to determine its level. Thank you.
MEC, the message that we always have is of cooperative governance that is not there in our provincial government. All the MECs or departments come here with the same message, same tears. Please assist us, we want more. Now, it goes back to the issue, what is the priorities of government? So if you can look at that and deal with that at the executive level. And then the second issue, I think your approach in terms of dealing with the problems of COEs is I would say it's dumping, it's human dumping. It does not mean that if you really need to deal with pressures of COEs in your department, you can then dump them to social development, which also has the same problem that we need social workers there. Now, you move your problem to another department and make that your problem to be the problem of that department. That government approach is problematic. That's why I'm saying it's a question of cooperative governance. How do you approach issues of governance? The challenges that you have as provincial government, aggregating the problems and really saying this is a long-term solution that we must have as government on these issues, so that you don't come up with shortcuts. This one has a problem, dump it there. The next time somebody else will be coming to say, no, take that one, dump it there. So one problem will then be shifted from one department to another, depending on the historical period. It doesn't help. I think government must come up with a long-term solution so that the whole structure of COE is properly dealt with. Earlier on, we were also talking about the issues with Treasury, the issue of the Department of Health, which whenever you ask about underperformance, they always talk about the debt of Lesotho. Every year, but when Lesotho pays, you don't know what happens to that money, because the whole debt will be paid, and they don't talk about it. They only talk about it whenever you raise an issue of underperformance to say, hey, Lesotho is still owing us. Now, it's like the debt of Lesotho is the problem of the Department of Health, and which is not. And the issue is also that when the money is paid, it goes to revenue fund. And at the revenue fund, the money does not go back to deal with those expenditures of Department of Health to Lesotho patients. It's distributed, it even comes to the Department of Roads and Transport. So the question is, what becomes the priorities of government? So that we then know that whenever there are pressures, you look at the priorities to say, this is what we want to achieve now. And next time we look at other things. I think that is the issue that really Executive Council must really look at, so that we can, as a committee, also understand as you come, all of you come, that what are really the priorities of government. But cooperative governance it's a real serious problem that we see as a gap. I'm sure now that we have to talk about the rural roads. No cooperation between your department and agriculture in terms of identifying and working with the agricultural communities and rural communities on such issues. It really talks to departments also working together, and also municipalities, because some of the responsibilities that we dump to you are responsibilities of municipalities. That's why there has to be really that corporate, those structures of the district development model to be fully functional and facilitate cooperative governance as expected. Honorable members, thank you, MEC, HOD, and the team. I'm sure now you can be relieved that you can go back home and relax. For those that are staying in the northern areas, at least there is electricity. You can go and watch TV. thank you, and thank you, committee. What's a committee?